Hermione was running. Her tired feet barely touched the ground as she sprinted through trees while being cut by branches. She had to use her wand to prevent her from stumbling over constant brambles. Air blew around her face, hardly making its way down her lungs, which were heaving, trying to sustain her sprint. She knew she would have to stop at some point. They would catch up to her. She was all alone. Almost. As far as they knew, at least. She thanked whatever gods this realm had, that at the very least Harry and Ronald were somewhere far away and hopefully safe. She would be the only victim tonight. That was her plan at least, but she had no intention of making it easy for either party, so she ran. There was no desired goal for her to reach. It was just a matter of trying to get as much distance between her and her pursuers, in an attempt to make sure it would be the right person who reached her first. She bounced off a massive trunk and felt her shoulder bruise as she hobbled along with only moonlight as her guide. Igniting her wand would be foolish beyond comparison. Hermione Granger was not foolish. At least not in these matters. As a howl split the night sky, she chanced a glance to see how full the moon was that night. The sight gave her an extra boost of speed. Sounds grew closer on her trail and she had to fight back the sob crawling its way up her throat. She knew what would happen once they caught up to her. And there was nothing she could do about it. No one would come and help her in the middle of the night in this dense forest. But then again, that was all part of plan. A plan she had hatched in mere minutes, not even an hour ago, when her wards had notified her that someone was on her trail. Bloody Death Eaters couldn't even allow her a decent night's rest before they had to come squandering after her. Of course not. She knew, and had mixed feelings about this particular admission, that she was too important to be able to stay hidden forever. The search for her had only grown over the past months from what she could gather in the scavenged profits she had managed to find. Some issues even featured her name more than Harry's, which terrified her but also soothed her, because it meant Haney, and by extension, Ronald, was still alive and safe. Wherever that was. She clutched her beaded bag for comfort and all the secrets it held. She couldn't get rid of it for fear of never finding it here ever again. But she also couldn't let the Death Eaters or Snatchers get a hold of it. It was too valuable. Almost as much as she was. She dived behind a massive tree and paused, trying to catch her breath, and listened. If only her heartbeat would stop thumping through her ears. Breathe in. Breathe out. Her heart still overpowered any other sound, until somewhere behind her on the left was a crack of a branch, and then her heart stopped. Fear overcame her, that they would be able to hear her beating heart, and who it beat for. She closed her eyes and tried to think. But she was running out of options. Securing her hold on her wand, she swung out her arm and cast a stunning spell in the immediate direction of the sound. From the cackle that followed, she knew she had missed and set off running again. She sent stunning spells behind her every few twists and turns. Some would bounce off trees, others would miss completely, but once or twice she was certain she had hit something. Or someone. It didn't make her odds that much better. She knew she couldn't apparate. The idiots had had enough foresight to think of anti-apparition wards the minute they tracked her, and she had no idea where they stopped and didn't dare try and find out. And where would she even go? This was her path, despite how much fear and hurt it was bound to be laced with. They had both known that for a long while and tried to prepare for it the best they could. But nothing could ever prepare you to run for your life this way. So Hermione ran. There. She stumbled at the shout behind her. A curse flew by her and only missed by inches. She didn't have time to register what curse, only relief that it had missed. She's to be taken alive. Someone bellowed, and Hermione wasn't even sure that would be a relief. Alive could still mean Pam. She started changing her course every few steps. It didn't help the slightest. Too fast for their own good, she could hear the multiple sounds of footsteps gaming on her from all around her. A jinx shot straight at her from her left and she found herself face down on the ground, her legs tied together with a conjured piece of rope. She still had her wand but had no time to use it to free herself, before someone stepped on her and with a heavy crunch and her wand dropped. She cried out in pain and tried to pull her arm back, but the heavy foot just increased the pressure and she was sure she could feel bone crack beneath it. Tears sprang from her eyes and ran down her temples as she faced the moon above her. Not much fight now, little mudblood. There was malice in that voice, but also something else that grated her skin and had bile at the back of her throat. She tried once more to pull her arm with a yelp and this time he relented. But she was too slow to grab for her wand with a broken Anne. Curling in on herself, she could only wait as she found herself surrounded. All of a sudden pain shot through her, from the top of her head and coursed down her spine, making all her limbs twitch and flail in pain. It was pain like she had never felt before. And she had felt quite an amount of pain in her short life. Enough. The pain stopped and the last of her pursuers stepped into the moonlight. Hair almost as pale as the moon itself shone down at her. He was dressed in robes almost as tattered as her own and yet they were still as dark as night and looked nicer than hers. He flicked his wand and hers shot to his extended hand. She could feel his gaze searching her but she didn't dare look up at the grey eyes, she knew were also narrowed down at her. The way she had seen them narrow at her so many times at school. Instead, she closed her eyes, breathed through the pain and waited for more pain to overcome her tired body. Go find someone else to play with, this one is mine. The sneer was clear as day in his voice and she heard footsteps crunch closer to where she was sprawled on the ground. She tried curling more in on herself with no luck. Robes rustled just next to her face as he crouched down. With tremendous force, he yanked her chin to his deathly stare. "I've got you now, Granger." The smile that graced his lips was powerful and nearly tore her to pieces right there and then. "You're mine now." Possessiveness coated his tongue and caressed her body. She closed her eyes in defeat and fell back to let the darkness overcome her. Forgotten Childhood's chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Part 1, Innocence. The summer of 1996 would be the last summer Hermione would ever consider herself a child. With all that had transpired with Haney and their friends in the Department of Mysteries, she knew her time as a child was over and it was time for her to think differently. Despite the fact that the Ministry still considered her a child in some areas, Hermione knew differently. And it was because of that particular knowledge that she indulged her parents a great deal more than she usually would have. She knew that they could feel a change as well. Hermione wasn't foolish enough to inform them of the details of everything that had happened. Her mother would have left the country with Hermione screaming behind her several days ago if that were the case. As it was, her parents were aware that Voldemort was back but under the impression that Dumbledore had everything under control, and it was only a matter of time before everything would return to normal. As it had every summer after a year of horrible events and as later years had shown, deaths as well. Truthfully, it was an impression Hermione was prone to give into from time to time. But then there were other days where she was proven wrong beyond reason. Today was one of those days. Her father was reading the paper while her mother was finishing up the last for their breakfast. He paid little attention to what went on about him as he was reading. It didn't really matter if it was just the newspaper, a book, or even a leaflet. When he started something, he would only return to his surroundings once he deemed himself finished with a sentence. Hermione supposed that was where she received her keen love of books from. After all, it had been her father who had taken her to the local library for the first time and helped her get a loaner card. Hermione remembered the day vividly as one of the best in her life. The feeling of holding her own loaner card was something akin to how other people would feel with their first credit card. To Hermione it was the tiniest door open to worlds of knowledge. and she treasured the trips she and her father took to the library, each time having to limit themselves to half the books they actually pulled from the shelves. Today, Hermione's mother was humming in the kitchen making omelettes for them all. She had discarded, or likely forgotten, her apron across her chair next to Hermione's, and as she came over with the wand plates, Hermione spotted bits of dried eggs on her skirt. It didn't really matter to either of them. Her mum placed a kiss on the top of her head alongside the plate in front of her and hummed her way back to the kitchen. That was another thing Hermione noticed. Her parents would give her these little kisses or small signs of affection more so than previously. As if they also knew something was changing and wanted to hold on to their daughter for as long as possible. In truth, Hermione had been drifting further and further from her parents to her place in the wizarding world with each year she spent at Hogwarts and subsequently the Burrow. Her parents never complained. They were pleased with the fact that Hermione had finally found a place where she felt at home, something she had never done in primary school or any of the other children she had pretended to be friends with. Hermione looked at the slightly burned omelette and then back to the story of the front of the paper her father was still reading carefully. Brockdale Bridge collapse, dozens injured. With a deep sigh, Hermione dug into her omelette. The Daily Prophet hadn't arrived yet, but something deep in her gut told her that Brockdale Bridge was not an accident that happened at the hands of incompetent construction workers. And sure enough, when the tawny owl left with a tiny lump of omelette dangling from its beak, Hermione unfolded the paper to a similar headline on her wizarding paper. Death Eaters taking a stand at Brockdale Bridge, Ministry fears for lives of dozens of muggles. Hermione quickly flipped through to the article and read about Fudge's failed attempt to hold his own against a group of Death Eaters, who had then decided to take it out on a piece of infrastructure with no regard for the innocent muggles who just happened to be in the area. The paper made no indication of the injured, nor how many were in harm's way in total. Hermione let out a heavy sigh as she scanned through the rest of her paper for more bad news. She couldn't figure out if it was good or bad that the mention of Brockdale Bridge was the worst off that day. There hadn't been much mention of their trip to the Ministry apart from a small snippet that cleared Sirius's name and mentions of a hearing at the Ministry for their faulty role in that story. No mentions of Harry on any account. Nor any of the Weasleys for that matter. Ron, however, had written her a few days earlier, inviting her to the Burrow to stay for as long as she'd like whenever she was ready. He'd written that Harry would be arriving sometime in July, which meant Hermione would take her time and spend as much time with her parents as she could, in a feigned world of being a child, for just a week more. She folded the paper back together, pushing it aside to read for later. Determined to enjoy her breakfast with her parents for what it was, a meal with two people who loved her. "What should we do today?" Her mother beamed at her while pouring coffee for all tlnee of them. Hermione didn't even have to ask her mother to add the 2 spoonfuls of sugar that she needed to be able to drink it. "There's a new exhibit at the museum that I think could be interesting." Hermione smiled and pretended to be listening. She knew full well she would tag along with whatever plans her mother had for them. And so Hermione found herself on a bench in a beautiful garden, eating the packed lunch her mother had made for the 3 of them. It really was a beautiful day and place to be eating their lunch. Her mother talked incessantly about the exhibition they had just seen, her father nodding along between bites of his sandwich. Hermione pretended to listen while she observed her surroundings, unconsciously twirling her wand inside the thin jacket she wore. Her parents had initially objected to her bringing it along whenever she was home for the holidays. Considering she wasn't allowed to do magic outside of Hogwarts anyway, she had never argued against it. Until now. The garden was full of other visitors from the museum. Some, like Hermione and her parents, were enjoying a late lunch in the baking sun, while others meandered through the blossoming trees and flowery shrubs. Although the sun tried its best to warm each and every person, Hermione could feel the lingering sensation from the many Dementors she knew now roamed the country on their own accord. Thankfully none appeared to be in the nearest perimeter at the present. But once news had broken out that Dementors had defected from their roles at Azkaban, Hermione hadn't hesitated to ask McGonagall for a special single spell permission. How she had managed to persuade the old witch, she didn't know, but her wish was granted, and Hermione had taken to send out her otter daily to secure her home and her parents from the effects of the Dementors, which every other person in the country would feel from time to time. A breeze rustled the trees around them and Hermione's eyes sought out a lonely couple on a bench, who seemed to have forgotten they were in a public place. Feeling her cheeks pink at the sight, she returned her attention to her parents, who had found her noticing the very immersed couple. Her father had a set frown in his forehead, cleared his throat and pretended the looks hadn't taken place. Which was typical of him, she supposed. Her mother on the other hand looked Hermione up and down with a look in her eyes that made Hermione very uncomfortable. "Let's take a stroll for a bit, darling." It was a request hidden in a question. "Hermione, dear, I know there are things you will never want to talk to your mother about. Goodness knows, I hardly spoke to my aunt about everything that went on in my life, and I never had the challenges that you face in your life." Hermione already cringed because of the direction this conversation was headed. Her mother had alluded to things like this last year as well, at which point Hermione had pushed it firmly to the side. A thing she fully intended to do once again. Her mother, however, was faster this time around. "I remember what you said last year, dear, and I understand. Your friendship with those boys is one I'll never understand, but I am ever so pleased that you have them." And I know she squeezed her arm for emphasis. Hermione kept her eyes on the grass, knowing full well what her mother was about to say. "I know you may say it is purely friendship. I applaud that. But you must also consider that though you may view it as such, they might not." Her mother paused for this to sink in with Hermione. And if she was being honest with herself, it had crossed her mind. Just once. After a horrible argument yelled at each other from across the common room one night 2 years ago. But never thought about since. Not really. But if she were to believe her mother, it was possible that was only on her part. Perhaps Ronald. No. Now was not the time to think about this. She shook her head, which prompted her mother to continue. "Either way, Hermione, you're turning 17 soon. I remember, when I was 17. Mum. Please, not here." Hermione screeched and pretended to cover her ears as they were returning to her father, who was waiting patiently for them. Hermione's mother halted and made Hermione stop next to her. She took hold of Hermione's shoulders and locked eyes with her. "I'm just saying, darling. You can always talk to me. I know things are much different for you than they were for me, but," she shrugged. "Boys are still boys. Or boys will pretend to be men in some cases. Just promise me you'll be careful with this." She rested her hand on Hermione's chest, right above her heart, and Hermione gulped. "Protect yourself, but don't forget yourself either. And make sure those boys do the exact same thing." The last part was stated as much as a reminder as it was a reprimand. Hermione's only response was to step in for a tight hug and a whispered "I love you, Mum" before they all headed home. As evening found its way to the home of Granger's, Hermione bid her parents good night and made her way to her room. However, she didn't turn into bed right away. Instead, she sat on her bed and looked throughout her room. Her belongings. Her life before she found out she was a witch. She had never told her parents the swell of emotions that piece of knowledge had caused in her. That there was a reason for her peculiarity and not fitting in with the rest of the girls at primary school. Hermione let out a long and heavy sigh. She could hear her parents getting ready for bed, and Hermione crawled under her covers. Later that night, her mind still occupied with the news of Brockdale Bridge and her unusually peaceful day with her parents, Hermione did something she had not done in years. After tossing and turning for what felt like hours in her own bed, She crept from her room and silently tiptoed to her parents' bedroom. The heavy breathing and light snoring from her mum told her they had been fast asleep for quite some time, and for a moment, Hermione just stared at them, almost turning back to her own room. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting various shades across the entire room as the wind softly breezed through the crack in the window. Hermione's mum would sleep with the window open all year round, but her father always closed it when he went to bed after her. However, her mum always opened it again at some point during the night, if only just a crack to let in the smallest amount of air. Tonight wasn't any different, and her father had the covers all up around his shoulders, while her mother peacefully rested up close to her father, using him for heat as she always did. Hermione almost didn't want to disturb them, but something told her that she would never find sleep otherwise, and tonight was the only night her window would be left open. So Hermione snuck through her crack in the window and tapped on her mother's shoulder. Jean Granger woke with a start, and there was panic in her eyes for the briefest of seconds before her eyes settled on Hermione's figure in the shadows. "Hermione, what's Tong?" Her mum sat up half-way, leaning her upper body on one elbow. Her father hadn't woken from her mother's spooked jump in bed. Couldn't sleep. Her mother looked her up and down, much the same way she used to do when Hermione was much younger. And just as she had done many nights when Hermione was much younger, her mother just moved to make room for Hermione in the middle of the bed. Without a word, Hermione climbed over her mother and settled herself between her sleeping father and drowsy mother. Her mother pulled the cover up around Hermione and nestled them both into the now shared pillow. That night, for the first time since she was 7 years old, Hermione fell asleep cocooned between her parents. Tucked away in a pocket of safety that was bound to burst any day and with an expiration date well past many days ago. But Hermione cherished the feel of her father's stubble on the top of her head, even though his rumbling breathing kept her from falling asleep right away. She leaned into the touch of her mother stroking her tangled curls, and finally sleep overtook her. That was the night Hermione cast aside her childhood for good in the arms of her parents as they all snored until morning came. The rest of the summer Hermione spent with her parents became a bit strained, with each prophet delivering more bad news. She always loved spending time with them, being an only child who went away to school each year left very little time to make friends in the neighborhood. They were her 2 best friends. That is, until she made 2 other best friends. That's when her world shifted and the life she had with her parents grew even sparser. Hermione had never been foolish enough to tell her parents everything that had happened to her at Hogwarts. She was fairly certain they would not approve of her having battled trolls, dangerous werewolves and one wicked teacher beyond comparison. But all those experiences had led Hermione to where she was now in her life. On the brink of a grand shift. Her parents were well aware that something was happening in the wizarding world, but since the events of Quidditch World Cup a few years ago, they had decided to trust their daughter to tell them what they needed to know. And there was a lot they most definitely did not need to know about. That didn't mean they were unaware, just less informed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let her return to Hogwarts or the Burrow for the rest of the summer. The few weeks with her parents were spent almost in a state of ignorant bliss, before she packed the majority of her belongings for the Burrow. Once she said her goodbyes to her parents, that would be the time her UUE reality returned with emphasis. That year her parents held on to her a bit longer than the other years. Almost as if they could feel a change on the horizon as well. Hermione clung to both of them in front of the fireplace Arthur Weasley had materialized in their living room. He graciously stepped aside as they said their goodbyes. Just as much to study any number of Muggle trinkets he could get his eager hands on in her house. "I love you, Dad." Hermione stuffed her nose full of the smell of her father's cologne and his embrace tightened around her shoulder, pressing her close to him. She rested her head on his shoulders and scrunched her eyes closed in an attempt to keep the tears inside. "Remember what I told you, dear." Hermione's mum pulled her from her father and held her at arm's length. Hermione nodded. There was no use fighting the tears anymore. They ran down her mother's cheeks as well. Hermione pushed forward to be held by her mother again. "I love you, Mum." Her words were muffled by tears and her mother's clothing in her face. "We love you, Hermione. Always remember that." Her mother whispered into her hair, and she felt her father enclose them both in his arms again. They stood like that for several moments before they remembered Arthur Weasley was still in the room with them. He appeared just as emotional from the farewell as Hermione felt. Right, he bounced on his feet and swept over to shake her father's hand. "As always, we promise to take excellent care of dear Hermione. But I dare say, she doesn't need us to take care of her any longer." There was a knowing twinkle in Mr. Weasley's eyes that made Hermione feel much older. "Of that, I'm sure." Her mother brushed a curl back from her face to be able to plant a kiss on her forehead. "I'll see you at Christmas." Hermione pulled herself from her parents' embrace and went to stand by the impromptu fireplace. "Near." Weasley pulled out a small pouch full of green powder. "Flu powder." They both grabbed a handful, stepped into the flames and called out the burrow and were spun to dizziness before she felt herself plopped out on a hard floor. Her head was still slightly spinning when thin arms came to help her stand again. She barely noticed Mr. Weasley follow behind her, not falling to the floor, of course. "Welcome back to the burrow, Hermione," he said with genuine smile. Returning the smile, Hermione spun around to see Ginny next to her. The two young witches embraced each other in earnest while Mr. Weasley left to levitate her bags to Ginny's already crammed room. Hermione was glad to be back with her other best friend, Ginny, who could tell that Hermione's goodbye to her parents that year had been different. Leaving her parents in the Muggle world was the best for them, at least for now. Of that she was certain. She hadn't yet figured out how to protect them once the situation grew even worse than it already was. Life at the Burrow was much as it always had been. And once Harry arrived as well, it was like the events before the summer had never happened. But of course, Harry, Ron, and Hermione knew they had, and they would have to talk about it eventually. But they could at least pretend to be free of those burdens for at least a day. They could try. Chapter End Notes. Thank you so much for reading this. I really hope you like it as I am having such a blast writing this. The plan is to update once a week for the foreseeable future. If you want to stay up to date, you can always check out Instagram, where you can keep up on updates and teasers with @Mrs. Bright's Secrets and shopping. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The friendship Hermione had developed with Ginny over the years was one she had grown very fond of. It was no longer just out of convenience as Ronald's younger sister and the only girl she had any kind of contact with outside of school. It might have started out that way, but over the years they had grown to be close friends, and it helped that Ginny welcomed her whenever Hermione was furious or exasperated with Ronald or Harry, mostly Ronald, if she was honest with herself. Ginny had equal amounts of complaints about her brothers, and Hermione listened as any other friend would and grew to know the Weasleys very well. TLN off Ginny's love and complaints. This summer, however, brought upon their friendship another challenge they had not seen coming with the unexpected guest at the Burrow. One Fleur Delacour. Hermione had never really spoken to her during their 4th year. She had mainly spoken to Krum, and even he was less verbal than she would have liked. And in the tight living space that was the Burrow with so many family members, it was difficult not to be annoyed by Fleur's exuberance and tendency to speak her opinion too plainly very often. Most nights Hermione and Ginny would discuss whatever ridiculous things Fleur had done that day to set Mrs. Weasley off, but mostly Fleur's presence aggravated Hermione because of the effect she had on Ron. She hated to admit it to herself, but she felt put out by the way he was around Fleur as opposed to how he was around her. Hermione had always cherished her friendship with both Harry and Ronald, and it wasn't until Krum came along that she even thought about Ronald in that way as well. It wasn't really something she felt comfortable talking to Ginny about. He was her brother after all, and though she might welcome her frustrations about his eating habits, Hermione doubted Ginny would be open to talk about her oath of a brother, her words exactly, in any type of romantic view. Not that Hermione had really entertained any of those views in reality. Not really. It has always just been lurking in the background with much more important things to deal with first. Like Umbridge. Or Snape. Or Grawp. Or Slytherins. Or Death Eaters. Or Sirius Death. Or Voldemort's return as the latest addition. Hermione just didn't have time to keep up with her schoolwork, keep her friends alive and entertain any notion of any romantic relationship with anyone. Still, Fleur's presence and influence irked Hermione in a way she couldn't articulate with Ginny. When Harry arrived at the Burrow, however, it pushed all thoughts of romance aside with his news of private lessons with Dumbledore. It meant Dumbledore was preparing Harry for something big in regard to Voldemort, and it scared her. So much so, that she had squeezed that stupid contraption of Fred and George's. I squeezed it and it punched me. She was gasping as she materialized back into the room. Her breath came frantically after the punch, but even more so from Harry's news. However, her rant about possible lessons with Dumbledore was cut short with the news about their approaching O.W.L results, and she quite forgot about her blackened eye for the time being as well. Ron was still chuckling at her clutching her O.W.L results while her nerves raged a war inside her. She had passed everything and far better than she had dared hope for. Hermione knew she was good at school work. It was what she did, but her nerves and insecurities about nearly everything always got the best of her. Part of her was relieved at the outstanding results she had achieved, because that was who she was. But another part of her was also. She couldn't determine that feeling, and it irritated her profoundly. Because schoolwork wasn't the only thing she was good at, as many people most often jumped to conclusions about. But she supposed there would be a time and a place to prove that was the case. At the moment she had to seek refuge in yet another book to try and figure out how to become less panda-like for the rest of the summer holidays. The summer at the Burrow turned out just as pleasant as ever. Though Hermione hated the times they asked her to join them for Quidditch practice. She feigned her skill on the broom once or twice, but after nearly falling off at one point, Ginny graciously determined they ought to do something else together. That something turned out to be as close to nothing as possible. Harry and Ron were determined to enjoy the summer and not even look at a book before school would start. They hadn't had their trip to Diagon Alley yet, but Hermione still had a few books she would turn to whenever the boys wanted to play wizard chess or something of the sort. Whenever they pulled out the black and white board they would glance at Hermione, who still hadn't figured out to remove the panda eye. She had come to terms with it, despite the heavy sigh she let out whenever she passed a mirror, and she keenly avoided Fleur at all costs unless she wanted some unasked advice on how to try and cover it with all sorts of makeup she had brought over from France. Use the air. My mother swears by it. Uses it every morning. Hermione had been forced to jump out of her seat and abandon half her breakfast one morning when Fleur had snuck up on her and tried to dab something on her eye. Ginny had just laughed into her breakfast. Harry had the tact to turn away to hide his grin while Ronald looked like he was about to vomit laughter while ogling Fleur again. It ignited something in Hermione's temper that she just stormed off and didn't return until later that afternoon. As July stretched out she could sense Mrs. Weasley grow more and more anxious. Haney's birthday was much more subdued than his previous birthdays at the Burrow, but he didn't seem to mind, and so Hermione just kept her quiet and ate the delicious cake Mrs. Weasley had made for the occasion. That particular evening Hermione fell back and just watched everyone. Her eyes frequently returned to Ronald, who was either stuffing his mouth or mouthing off. She grimaced at his abstruse manners, but internally smiled at the familiarity of entire thing. Some things never change, and she was rather glad of it. Once or twice his eyes met hers and she felt something twist in her stomach. His eyes would lighten just a fraction and that thing in her stomach would twist some more when the corner of his lips turned upwards. She thought back to the conversation she'd had with her mother. And that incident a few years ago. She supposed she couldn't really deny it on both accounts. Ronald fancied her to a certain degree, but was clearly uncertain about it just as she was, and not able to figure out how to deal with it. It bothered her in a way she couldn't figure out. That thing in her stomach continued to twist and coil, but when he looked away again it relaxed as if it had been nothing at all. Curious, did she want that kind of attention from Ronald? She honestly wasn't sure. Whenever it was her, Hermione and Ron, the air between them was much easier. They could fall back on their friendship much easier with Hermione present, and she could try to ignore the looks Ronald would sometimes give her. She had thought about talking to Ginny about it on several restless nights. But that felt out of place. As she watched him pile his plate with his third piece of cake, she settled on the fact that if Ronald really fancied her, he would have to act on it. In the meantime she would think about what she would actually say if he acted on it. But life at the Burrow was always in motion, and if she didn't count her restless nights where sleep seemed to avoid her like the plague, she rarely had time to think about Ron in that way at all. With the exceptions when he would smile at her just so, and that thing in her stomach would coil again very briefly. It was difficult, but she had done many difficult things in her life at this point. And as it turned out, life at the Burrow was one big distraction with its many occupants stopping by every so often. On the highly anticipated day they were set to visit Diagon Alley, Hermione once again stood before the mirror and battled with herself if she should try a small glamour spell from Fleur to hide her eye. She quickly decided against it, however. That was just foolish and much too vain for her liking. Instead she firmly pulled back the front of her hair to further expose her panda eye as proudly as she could muster. Breakfast was a tight affair as everyone was nervous and excited to leave. None, however, were as nervous as Mrs. Weasley. Getting to Diagon Alley was no problem, but the sight that met them was rather depressing. Hermione thought back to her first ever visit to the exuberant place, and this paled her to the core. She didn't admit it, but she was just as anxious as Mrs. Weasley to get their shopping done and leave. However, Hermione's visit to Madame Malkin with Hermione and Ronald soured each of their moods respectively. Draco Malfoy was just as rude and horrible as he had ever been. The only change in him was the fact that he now moved about with his mother instead of his father. Hermione couldn't really be sure if it was an improvement. On the one hand, she could tell where Malfoy had learned how to sneer as he did. On the other hand, there was also a softness to Narcissa Malfoy that she tried to hide behind her cruel facade. But whenever she interacted with her son, it was evident. Hermione had to practically use her entire body to prevent Harry from flinging whatever hex he planned at Malfoy. "This isn't the time or place, Harry," she hissed at him as Malfoy just glared down at them. Narcissa Malfoy regained her proud posture as Malfoy decided they should take their shopping elsewhere. As he passed Hermione on the way out he sniffed the air with a grimace on his face. His locked on Hermione's panda eye once more and the vile sneer returned to his taut features. "See you around, Granger." The way he spoke her name sent shivers down her spine. And not the kind of shivers it had been when Crumb had tried to pronounce her name in 4th year. This shiver sent goosebumps down her arms and shook her to her core. Harry and Ron seemed to notice because they both came to stand beside her, as they all glared after Malfoy and his mother. "All right, Hermione." Ron's voice was soft next to her, and she allowed herself to sink into the comfort of his concern. She turned a meek smile in his direction and nodded before they got on with the fitting. Once back in the street of Diagon Alley, Hermione couldn't help but feel as if Dementus had flooded the place and sucked every colour and life from the place. With the exception, of course, of Weasley's wizard wheezes. Perhaps Hermione had been mistaken, curse that thought. And it hadn't been Dementus but merely Fred and George using all the colour in the alley for their shop alone. Thankfully, Fred was able to, finally, helped her get rid of the panda eye, and she eagerly rubbed the substance around her eye. She felt the tingle and knew it had already started to work. It really was impressive what Fred and George had done for themselves. She begrudgingly admitted to their craftsmanship of several of their products, but frowned when she saw the love potions. Love potions? Really? Some of the best on the market. Fred popped his collar proudly and actually winked at her. Who might you fancy to slip one? He winked at her again and angled his body ever so slightly, so Ron came into view behind them. Hermione turned red at the thought. No one. She blurted. That would be cruel and insensitive to anyone's feelings. She replaced the bottle she had been looking at and promptly moved to look at something else. She tuned out from the conversations around her, until Hermione bumped her elbow to get her attention to something outside. Malfoy. Alone. Hermione's eyes lit up with what she clearly recognized as a bad idea in the making. And sure enough, his invisibility cloak fluttered into his hands from somewhere. Oh, Harry. I'm not sure. But of course Ron was there seconds later, and she found herself under the cloak shuffling down Diagon Alley with Harry on the lookout for Malfoy. Hermione had really hoped seeing him at Madame Malkin's had been enough for the day. She really questioned why they had to be so curious all the time. Admittedly, she hated not knowing things, but this was Malfoy. She could let go of her need to know everything just this once, if she had to. And she rather wanted to, but Harry and Ron thought otherwise. Hermione spotted the sheen of his blonde hair first. In Borgin and Burke's of all places. Hermione really had no idea what the entire visit was about, and her attempt to find out afterwards was a clear fiasco. Ron's bickering about her fiasco didn't ease her mood any better, and was determined to give him the silent treatment once they were back and had convinced Mr. and Mrs. Weasley where they had been the entire time. Ronald seemed offended by her silent treatment, but didn't try to mend it either. Hermione's mood lasted for the rest of the afternoon, but lit up a bit after another rather delicious meal from Mrs. Weasley again. It was made even better in several ways, when Fleur presented the dessert for the evening. Something she had made herself and something that was very clearly French. And based on the purse of Mrs. Weasley's lips, it was not to her taste either. But perhaps because Bill had joined them that evening, his mother took the high road and at least ate 3 bites before declaring herself much too full to eat another bite. Bill was force-fed his entire plateful by Fleur, something Hermione couldn't help notice out the corner of her eyes as Bill looked lovingly at his soon-to-be wife. Nor could Hermione help but notice the not-so-subtle looks Ron cast at the pair right before his eyes would zone in on her. Hermione started. And then that thing in her stomach fivered again before she did something stupid like forgive Ron for his stupid remarks earlier that day. She excused herself and left for Ginny's room. As they prepared for bed that night, Ginny clearly wanted to transfigure the translucent elephant in the room to something much more vivid. So, Ginny fluffed her blankets and had a look about her that reminded Hermione of both her own mum and Mrs. Weasley. "What's the deal with you and Ron anyway? You can't tell me he hasn't been ogling you a lot more lately? When you were looking at those love potions, he looked like right tosser." Hermione whipped around to stare open-mouthed at Ginny and her candid observations. Hermione staffed and then flunked down on her makeshift bed in Ginny's room with no other words to add. The two of them stared at each other, Ginny patiently for Hermione to figure things out. Hermione twisting her head to the idea of being romantically involved with Ronald. Honestly. Ginny just looked at her with an open expression. "I have no clue." Hermione fell back to stare at the crooked ceiling that had been decorated over and over again through the years. She could still spot the corners of Ginny's hand-drawn portraits of Harry from her second year underneath the moving posters. Hermione huffed a breath and covered her eyes with her arms. "I haven't had the time to really think about it. Not since 4th year with everything that's been going on lately. I just don't know, Gin. Would it be worth it to ruin the friendship we finally have, that seems stronger than ever? Am I willing to try? Is he? At this Ginny snorted and Hermione couldn't help but let out a small giggle as well. You have no clue, do you? Ginny said matter-of-factly. At this Hermione sat up and looked at Ginny with a strange look. Ginny shook her head at her. Books and that stuff, you're brilliant, Hermione. But when it comes to boys, you have so much to learn. Hermione said nothing. Because Ginny was right. Apart from her timid relationship, if she could even call it that, they had barely kissed. With Crumb, she had never had time for boys. Unless you counted her friendship with Harry and Ronald, and in this case, she wouldn't. I suppose. She let out a sigh and stared at one blinking eye of a charcoal Harry. But who has time for that with him lurking around everywhere? You saw how it was in Diagon Alley today? This is hardly the time to begin anything like that. Ginny just closed her mouth and scooted to the edge of her bed. Maybe this is exactly the time to start something like that because of him lurking around. Hermione had no response to that, and that seemed to be the end of the conversation. Chapter End Notes. I think I've come to the understanding that Tuesdays work best for me in regards to posting. The next 2 weeks, however, might be a bit unsteady in that regards, as we are on holiday. I still want to post for you guys, I'm just unsure whether it will be exactly on Tuesdays, so make sure to subscribe if you don't want to miss out on anything, or head on over to Instagram with @MrsBrights, where I make sure to update on postings and anything else interesting about this story. Potion surprises. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. After their trip to Diagon Alley, Harry had started to talk a great deal more about Malfoy, to great annoyance for Hermione and Ronald. They both chose to ignore Harry when he started these internal monologues that kept spilling from his lips. Thankfully, Hermione could bury her nose in one of her new school books, but when she did just that, it seemed Harry grew even more persistent. And since Ron chose to fall back in these situations, it was left to her to put a stop to it. Haney. She shut her book with such force that Crookshanks hissed at her before he left the room to go and nap somewhere else where he wouldn't be disturbed by such loud noises. Hermione had to take 3 calming breaths before she continued. The holidays are nearly over. And I for one refuse to spend my last days of free time to worry about what Malfoy may, or may not, be up to. I will see you both at dinner. She opted to leave the room before either could argue with her, and went to finish her current chapter outside, where she could hear Mr. Weasley tinkering about in his shed with what she presumed would be something Muggle that Nirus Weasley would not approve of. Before Hermione opened her book again, she took a few moments to enjoy the warm sun on her face. It would be a long time before she would be able to do just that. She knew her O.W.L grades meant that her schedule this year would keep her busy with all the subjects she would like to carry on with. Which was another reason she certainly did not want to spend her remaining days contemplating anything about a prat like Draco Malfoy. The last days at the Burrow before school would start again did indeed pass with no fuss, and Harry didn't mention Malfoy again. At least not what Hermione heard of. As they packed all their things, Hermione sorted all her belongings and prepared herself to say goodbye to the Weasleys. One of those Weasleys surprised her a great deal before they departed the Burrow. After Ron had failed to get his kiss goodbye from a radiant Fleur, who had pecked Harry's cheeks twice, Ron hobbled off with a disgruntled look. But that changed the moment Bill came to say goodbye, copying Fleur and pecking Hermione on each cheek. The French manners have rubbed off on me, sorry Hermione. Have a good term. She could feel herself flush scarlet and muttered a quick goodbye before turning away. Bill just seemed to find it comical, and thankfully let her leave without further comment. As she turned, she spotted Ron glaring at his brother. With furrowed brows he turned his glare on Hermione, and he didn't stop staring at her the entire way to platform 9 3/4. Goodbyes were rushed once they got their frunks onto the train. Hermione said goodbye to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley with quick hugs and confirmations that they would be seeing each other for Christmas again. It warmed her heart that they would still include her so naturally, even though she planned to spend Christmas with her parents this year. Last year had been different because of threat to Mr. Weasley's life, and she had wanted to be there for Ron and in extension Harry. But hopefully this year would be calmer and she could enjoy a quiet Christmas with her parents. If she survived the schoolwork and whatever problems Harry would most likely get them into. Harry looked downright sad when she and Ron had to do their prefect rounds in the beginning of the train ride. And as they moved along the train, she rather wished to be sitting in comfort with Harry in a closed-off compartment. You'd think people would get tired of all the staring at some point. Ron muttered under his breath for Hermione's ears only. Indeed, wherever they looked people would turn or actually crane their necks to look at them. She could hear the whispers behind her and Ron, but nothing caught her ears. It was even more unpleasant than all the talk that had circulated and spread as vile gossip during their fourth year. Hermione tried to pull herself taller and ignore it, but with each compartment they passed it just grew more and more difficult. Eventually, someone broke from the pack and stepped into their path, halting them from finishing escorting an obvious flustered first year. With his arms crossed, the pale head of Zacharias Smith blocked their path down the train. Weasley. Granger. He turned his nose even further up at Hermione and Ron, who shot a glance in her direction. Hermione decided to go for silence in this particular instance. Had a decent summer, I suppose. Smith's voice was even more grating than she remembered. "Es all right," was Ron's sole response, and the two boys seemed to lapse into a staring contest. Hermione noted how subtly Ronald changed his stance as he very slowly shifted his feet. Once he stopped moving unnoticed by Smith, his shoulder and half his body was between her and Smith. "Don't suppose you could tell us more about all the stuff that's been in the Prophet lately?" "No, I don't suppose we can." Ron was much calmer than Hermione would ever have thought he could be in a situation like this. But then a quick glance informed her that his knuckles were turning white around his wand. She placed a calming hand on his elbow. "Come off it, mate, everyone's talking. Just tell us how much of it is true." Smith continued to pester them, and he refused to step aside when Ron tried to sidestep him with Hermione close to him. "Don't owe you anything, mate." Ron nearly ground out the last word between clenched teeth as he rolled his shoulder, flexing his wand into view. Smith saw the movement and there was hesitation in his eyes for just a fraction. Hermione seized it. "Ron, we should get back. We've finished this way." She gently tugged on his elbow, and with one final glare at Zacharias Smith he allowed her to pull him along, while everyone else continued to stare at them. Ron scowled all the way back to the compartment they eventually found Harry and the others in. As it turned out, Hermione and Ron were not the only ones being ogled throughout the train. It was a short relief, if that at all. What she had hoped would be a peaceful remaining ride on the train was debunked when Ron let slip that Malfoy had decided to skip his prefect duties, which in turn clearly spiked Harry's growing suspicions of the pale boy. Ron smartly ducked his head at the eyes she sent his way, and neither wanted to argue further with Harry before he left to entertain the new Professor Slughorn. "Honestly, Ron, why did you have to mention Malfoy again? You've seen how Harry gets." "It was a slip of the tongue." Ron gave a weak shrug and tried to turn his attention back to Neville, who looked slightly put out to be centered in what was surely about to be another argument between Hermione and Ron. But for once, Hermione decided to let things go. Her thoughts went back to Ron's protective stance in front of Zacharias Smith, and something softened in her. Ron never did something with bad intent, he was just Ron. Sighing heavily, Hermione pulled out a book at random to settle herself to read next to Luna the rest of the journey. "I just don't want the rest of our school year to be disrupted by talk about Malfoy the entire time." Ron nodded in agreement, and that seemed to be the end of that, thankfully. When Hermione would look back, the first week back at Hogwarts that year was not her best one. And that said quite a lot given all the things she had taken part of in her friendship with Harry and Ron. It made her think back to some of her first years at Hogwarts with a longing for innocent days, that she knew were long gone. As always, Hermione's temper got the best of him when lessons with Snape in defense against the dark arts started. They had barely been back at Hogwarts a day before Harry was dealt with detention at the hand of Snape, and Hermione groaned internally for the tirades the rest of the year would surely entail. However, potions would prove to be the true test of friendship, and in turn Hermione's patience. Hermione had told her and Ronald a bit about Slughorn, but she was curious to meet him in person and see for herself what kind of professor he was. Harry's description was rather astute, and Slughorn wobbled around the dungeons the first afternoon and lazily waved at the sets of cauldrons he had set up in front of the class. "Oh-ho!" He beamed when he spotted Hermione among the group of students. The dozen of students took their new self-proclaimed seats and then tried to wait for Slughorn to tell them about the clearly orchestrated potions. It wasn't until prodded about them, however, that he went into an entire speech about them. Upon further inspection, Hermione could clearly tell what the potions were, and she collected her first points for Gryffindor that year. It wasn't until she started to prattle about the assumed last potion that her self-awareness caught up to her. "Amortensia is supposed to smell differently to each of us, and I can smell fresh parchment and cut grass and—" Mortification swept over her at what she was about to admit to the entire classroom. Things she had not even admitted to herself. She could feel her entire face and neck turning scarlet while Slughorn took over and explained further about the potion. Her seemed oblivious to the internal struggle Hermione was undertaking at the moment, and she ignored the look Hermione was giving her. The smell of fresh parchment was no surprise to her. That brought her back to the hours she spent in the library as a child with either of her parents, and the endless hours she could spend in the Hogwarts library. It made sense for her to be attracted to that smell. The smell of cut grass also reminded her of her childhood and spending time in the small garden attached to their house. It also brought happy memories of her time spent at the Burrow, but mostly that was due to the entire atmosphere of feeling loved at the house with so many people. It was the final smell she couldn't not decipher. She couldn't remember smelling it somewhere before, and her memory failed her. It was a combined mix of something woodsy and citrus. Perhaps it was a cologne her father had used at some point. Slughorn's droning voice brought her back to the present, and she put the disturbing thought at ease about the unknown smell. Slughorn gave them instructions for that day's lesson, and Hermione frantically started on the potion draft of Living Death. It was extremely difficult, much more so than any she had brewed before, and she carefully read the instructions vivis before doing anything that might go awry. The steams and smells from around the dungeon told her that everyone was having a difficult time with this potion. Merlin, it was only their first lesson, and to think she would be able to brew Veritaserum, Polyjuice, granted she had brewed that one before, Amortensia and Felix Felicis at the end of the school year. The vapid smell of her current potion indicated otherwise. She vaguely registered Harry asking to borrow something from her when she caught a glance of his potion. It looked far better than hers, and feeling loath with herself for the internal comment, she wondered how Harry had managed it. He was always useless in potions compared to her own skills. But perhaps that could be because of Snape's mere presence. Maybe Hermione was skilled at potions, he was just never able to show the talent because of the strained relationship with Snape. Hermione tried to control her now very bushy mane that kept getting in her eyes, while she stirred the cauldron as instructed. When Slughorn came around to inspect each of their cauldrons, she noticed he paused briefly in front of Enlalfoy's, and she saw how his pale face took up a desperate look of hope, that was crushed the moment Slughorn let out a little tut-tut and moved on. Her own potion gained her a well-done kind of nod, but then he stopped at Hermione's and she looked at his cauldron for the first time. It was perfect. Without realizing it, her mouth was gaping, to which Ron thankfully gave her a slight nudge and she composed herself. It wasn't until dinner that night that Harry told her and Ron the truth about his borrowed potions book. "I agree with Ginny, that you shouldn't take instructions from a book you and its owner you know nothing about," Hermione declared, and decided for good measure to check the said book for any mishaps with a slight tap of her wand and a few select spells. It showed nothing, and they all begrudgingly returned to their dinners, though Harry was a bit sullen the rest of the night. Back in the common room he bid them all good night before he left a stricken Hermione at Ron's side. "Just give it a rest, Hermione," he exhaled, and gave her one more of those pats on the back. She looked at him, trying to see reason in the situation. "Just let him have this one, you checked the book. It's fine, right?" "Yes, but Ron." "Hermione." Ron shut his eyes, seemingly not really wanting to have this conversation, but saw that he had to. He took her hand, which surprised her a great deal, and pulled her to the sofa in front of the fire, the place they usually occupied with Harry. "Think about it, Hermione." Ron pleaded with her, and she was struck with the level of emotions Ron was showing at the moment. This was very unlike Ron, and it left her speechless. He lost Sirius. This argument about him giving up something trivial as a book. He shrugged and scrubbed his neck, leaning back and away from her. "I don't know, Hermione. Just leave him be on this one, yeah? Zero okay." It really was the only response she could think of given Ron's very blatant show of emotion. One she certainly never would have expected from him. From Harry, yes perhaps. But never from Ron. He sighed and closed his eyes. "I'm tired. See you tomorrow, Hermione." He got up, placed a tentative hand on her shoulder and left with no other words, leaving Hermione completely baffled at this very strange version of a somewhat grown-up Ron. When she turned to watch him climb the stairs to the boys' dormitory, she saw Lavender's eyes trail Ron's figure out of sight. What was this crazy world? Had she been slipped a potion during dinner that she hadn't noticed? Hermione decided it was time for bed and hoped for more clarity the next day. Which she got, along with more surprises. Ron was back to being his rude and crude self the next morning, but that didn't stop Lavender from giving him a very breathy good morning on the way out of Portrait Hole. From the look on Ron's face, he was much too pleased about the exchange, and that left Hermione in a sour mood for her morning lessons. She was the first to line up outside the dungeons that day, and kept herself occupied with trying to figure out what homework to begin with during that day's free period. It wasn't long before Hermione and Ron joined her, as well as the rest of the students, for potions. With one exception, which Harry was quick to point out. Hermione just rolled her eyes and headed for their chosen table. Except Slughorn had rearranged since the day before. Where there had been 3 tables for 4, there were now 6 tables for 2. That was odd. There were no cauldrons at the front of the class today either, yet there was a certain amount of steam wafting through the room still. Several of the others had paused upon entering the dungeon as Hermione had, but they were quicker than her to find seats of their own. Naturally, Harry and Ron had taken one of the tables somewhere in the middle of the room. It was a strategic place she recognized. Not too close to the front to make themselves too noticeable, but still not as far back as to be forgotten by Slughorn, which was partly due to Harry's unspoken agreement with Dumbledore. Hermione roused herself to find a table for herself and Ernie Macmillan, she supposed. Huffing out an exasperated breath, she began to think of ways to get Harry and Ron to make it up to her for getting her stuck with Ernie for whatever project this was going to be. Ernie trailed up next to her and started talking about something she paid no mind to. Thankfully, not even a minute later Slughorn announced his entry to the dungeons with his, at least to Hermione, somewhat annoying twirl of his walrus moustache before he greeted the class in similar manner as yesterday. "Aho!" He patted his belly fondly as he looked about the room with a knowing smile that had Hermione second-guess herself for the briefest of moments. "I am sure you have noticed the change of seating for today." "Yes, Yes, after yesterday's lesson I made some slight alterations to this semester's plans that I think will be beneficial for each Ophiao in here. He chuckled at his own cleverness and turned to grab a stack of parchment before he continued, though not before giving his little moustache a slight twirl. To her right, Ernie let out a slight scoff and chuckle combined. For once, Hermione couldn't help but agree with Ernie's sentiment. I have taken a look at all your OWL grades and deducted that you need more personal projects for your NEWTS. From now till Christmas I have assigned you in pairs to work on a project that will. He broke off as the door to the dungeon slammed open and Malfoy sauntered in. Hermione hadn't even noticed Malfoy hadn't shown up yet, more to the point Harry hadn't either. As Malfoy came into the dungeon he looked like he would rather be anywhere else, and he scrutinized each table before finally sinking down next to Not in the back of the room. His face continued to look bored and he hardly acknowledged Not's figure. Sloane looked down at him from the front of the class. "Mr. Malfoy, how kind of you to join us." Hermione could hear snorts of derision around, and she was half tempted to let one out herself. Malfoy couldn't have missed them as he just raised an eyebrow at Sloane. "Do take care that you are not late for future classes, Mr. Malfoy. It would view poorly on your end-of-year results." Sloane's tone indicated that he was neither impressed nor amused, yet not bothered enough to do more about the matter. "I'll see to it," came Malfoy's snappy reply before he put his feet up on the table, and pretended to listen what Sloane would continue to say. Sloane gathered himself for a moment before he continued his directions prior to Malfoy's rude entrance. "As I was saying, I have assigned you in pairs to work on your individual projects. When I call your name, please step forward and collect your assigned envelope with your task, before you return to your assigned partner." He flicked his wand and a scroll of parchment unfolded itself in front of him which he began to read names from. Not very surprisingly, Harry and Ron were partnered. Hermione didn't really know how she felt about that. She supposed the two of them were equally poor or decent enough at potions that they would work just fine together. That was of course without that ruddy book of Harry's that he still insisted on using. At least she wouldn't have to do most of the work with whatever partner Sloane would decide for her to work with. It would be an equal partnership where she might actually benefit from the project as opposed to all her years of solitary studying and helping her friends finish their homework. Perhaps being partners with Ernie could prove useful and Mr. Macmillan and Mr. Zabinai. Came Sloane's announcement and throttled that idea from Hermione. She sank back in her chair and only then did she realize that practically everyone in the room had been assigned their partners. With the exception of her and surely not. Dread settled in her stomach as Sloane cleared his throat to announce the last two names on his scroll. Miss Granger and Sloane seemed to have forgotten how to speak and Hermione sat up straight before he continued with a sinking feeling in her stomach that coupled with the evil stare she could practically feel in the back of her head. Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy's feet plunked to the floor in what she assumed was feigned surprise. Chapter end notes. Thank you all for reading. I hope this chapter will keep you entertained for the time being before next chapter will bring about more revelations. As always, you can follow me on Instagram at MrsBrights for more updates and fun info about the story. Detained personalities. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Hermione turned in horror as Sloane unknowingly continued to read names from his list of paired partners. Why did Draco Malfoy and herself had to be so bloody brilliant at potions? Chairs moved across the floor as people began to move around the room, but Hermione was frozen to the spot. Malfoy seemed to realize this as well, and she could hear and almost feel him move across the room to her table, where he pushed her things to one half of the table to make room for his own, all the while with a contemptuous sneer somewhat permanently attached to his face. Of course, he wouldn't want to sully any of his things with a filthy Muggleborn. That roused her from her stupor, and she collected her things as best she could with a mirrored sneer in his direction. Both of them seemed to have forgotten the envelope Sloane had for them, and it floated through the room and landed on their table. They both just looked at it, daring each other to reach for it without having to touch each other. Malfoy sat back in his chair as Slughorn began to list the instructions for this enormous task they would have to work together on until Christmas. Hermione and Draco let out groans of equal measure. Hermione finally reached for the envelope and started to read about the enormous task at hand. Bloody hell, that was one massive assignment. It would take her many long hours of research in the library, and looking at Malfoy's indifference, she highly doubted he would actually help her. All hopes of working on this, admittedly exciting assignment, went out the window. Slughorn's voice returned her attention to whatever he was saying. "Oh, that should give you plenty of time to do the proper research as well as several trial brews before you have the proper potion to present before the Christmas holidays, and the holiday celebration I have planned to host." Beaming widely, he shot a glance in Harry's direction that Hermione didn't fail to notice, but didn't know what to think of. Apparently, Malfoy noticed too and scoffed at the look, attempting to cross his arms even tighter. He gave up on his arms and sat back in his chair, pulled out a book and fully went to ignore her. She decided for the time being, if that was to be the course of action between them, so be it. Just for today. It would give her time to adjust and think about how to approach this horrible partnership. Perhaps she could even ask Slughorn for another partner. At the end of class it seemed Malfoy had thought of the same thing, as they both lingered to try and talk to Slughorn, while everyone else was eager to leave. "Sir, might we ask if there is the possibility to change partners for this particular project?" Hermione tried but was met with a tut-tut worthy of the horrid Umbridge. Hermione did her utmost best to not frown her nose at Slughorn. "Oh no, Miss Granger, I have personally partnered you all to match your potential. You and Mr. Malfoy have the highest scores in potions and as such, you are equally suited to work together on this particular project. I have complete faith that you will make something brilliant." And with that he left Hermione and Draco in the classroom with cauldrons steaming all around them. Right. Bloody hell. Neither said another word as they left the dungeons and headed in opposite directions. She found Hermione and Ron waiting for her in the Great Hall afterwards. No luck. Exasperation tightened her words as she dropped her bag and took a seat across from the two of them. "Slughorn partnered us personally based on our OWL grades, which means I'm stuck with Malfoy. Well, at least until Christmas." She started pulling food her way and ignored the indignant complaints from her friends when Harry started to talk about how he would talk to Slughorn. Hermione stopped him. "No, this mustn't interfere with whatever Dumbledore has asked you to do with Slughorn. He asked you to let Slughorn collect you, get on his good side. This would counter that. I can handle Malfoy. It's just a potions class. I can handle it." She kept saying that to herself for the rest of the day, while she thought about how she would handle it. "I just need to figure out what Malfoy cares about most to make him want to do this assignment." Hermione mused out loud that evening in the common room. She was sitting alone with Hermione and Ronald in their usual seats in front of fireplace. The boys were playing Exploding Snap while she had a book open in her lap, but she failed to read it because her mind was busy thinking of ways to convince Malfoy they should work together or fail the class, which was not an option. She had worked too hard for that to happen. Ronald laughed beside her and scoffed, possible at the same time, she couldn't be sure but turned to look at him all the same. He gave her a comical shrug. "Come of it, Hermione, the only thing Malfoy cares about is himself." He turned his attention back to the game with Harry, and Hermione mulled it over. "Of course. That's brilliant, Ronald." "You're right, of course, Ronald." "Hermione, please tell me I heard right, or has Hermione gone balmy?" "No, I heard it too." "Should we mark it down somewhere?" "Oh, shush and let me think about this." She couldn't hide her small smile at their comments. The way they teased her was just as it always had been, and always should be. She leaned back and started thinking about how to appeal to Malfoy and his favorite thing in the world, himself. It seemed Malfoy was just as put out by the task as she was, but just like her he also appeared to have resigned to accept it, though not without giving off the posture of someone would do as little as possible with her, and the ugly sneer never left his face whenever he was in her vicinity. On their second potions class together as assigned partners he strode for what could now only be determined their table. Just as the day before, the class started out with mutual silent treatment from each of them. Malfoy decidedly ignored her and did as little as possible of the work. Hermione fumed nearly as much as her cauldron with the potion they were set to brew for the day. She knew whatever Malfoy did, or in this case didn't do, was all an attempt to get a rise out of her. She did all she could think of to control her temper. Pushing the ingredients around the table in a futile attempt to think of something to say, a memory floated to the surface. A sly grin made its way to her lips as she debated with herself for several moments if it would be worth it to poke the bear. Finally she decided to risk it. Nothing would happen in class anyway with Slughorn just around the next table. Two could play at this game. Hermione straightened her back and put on her most charming, albeit fake, smile and pushed a bunch of ingredients towards Malfoy. Since your work seems to take special care, perhaps you can sort these ingredients for today's potion? He barely shot her a glance before taking a look at the ingredients. The drawl he then spat at her was so familiar, that she almost backed down again. Almost. If work is too strenuous for the famous Granger, by all means, I'll show you how it's done properly. He stood and reached for the small knife and started chopping. I only suggested it because, as memory recalls, you have a penchant for the sluggish ingredients. She knew it was dangerous, but the smirk on her face was somewhat involuntary. He stilled beside her. His knuckles slowly turned white, but he still didn't move. Excuse me. His lips were thin and the words barely made it past. I was merely suggesting that the knife clattered to the table. Hermione had thankfully had the foresight not to let go of her wand, and she then saw Malfoy reach for his in a tight grip. He moved ever so slowly, turning his body to face her. His face, however, was almost as if it tried to act on its own accord, not in line with his body. It was almost as if he were two different people. One was in control of his body, that looked tense and ready to pounce any second on that unfortunate victim it had its eyes on. She cringed inwardly because she knew she was that intended prey, though she refused to show the fear that had taken root deep in her belly. Someone else was in control of his facial features, that seemed to undergo another set of internal struggles to find an appropriate mask to don before he chose his next words. Hermione waited, her hand still tight around her wand, back straight and chin held high, anticipating the worst with a shield charm on the tip of her tongue. Malfoy wrinkled his nose as if he smelled something bad, and she knew it was a barb towards her Muggleborn background, but she didn't let on. He stood much taller than her, towering over her, glaring at her. Both of them were breathing heavily as he inched his way closer to her. Clearly whatever he wanted to say to her, he didn't want anyone else to hear. Well, good. Listen, Granger. The way he said her name made her skin crawl. Let's not play this game anymore. If you have something to say, be the brave Gryffindor you pretend to be, and come out and say it. She held her tongue, afraid what foul things would spill and tempt him to hex her. Her eyes narrowed, testing whatever it was he wanted her to do. When she refused to say anything, he reclined away from her and relaxed his posture with his own self-satisfied smirk. But of course not. He halfway turned away from her again, when she started to open her mouth, to say what she didn't know. She just knew she wouldn't allow him the victory. But before she even managed a single word, he had whipped back around and fired a hex at her. Thankfully, Hermione had quick reflexes and her protego caused the hex to only bounce back and slice down his own robed arm. Her breath was coming faster now, and she prepared for the next attack instantly, and rightly so. As she cast a disarming spell, he shot a hex at her she didn't recognize. Distantly, she heard other people around them shouting, but she didn't dare take her eyes off of Malfoy, lest it would distract her and give him an opening to hit her. He seemed to be in a similar mindset, and their eyes were locked on each other. The grey of his had almost frozen solid to a point of looking like two pieces of charred ice hell-bent on piercing her own heart. Right before they were both ready to shoot their next chosen spell at each other, there was a loud crack and they were both shoved to each end of the room, backs against the wall. Her spine cracked with the impact and all air was knocked from her lungs. She knew Malfoy hadn't done it. He was in a similar position on the opposite end of the room with an expression of equal surprise and remaining contempt for her. Sloane stood in the middle of the room, wand raised, chest heaving and a slight sweat across his brow. Hermione never would have guessed a man of his stature and light mood to be capable of anything of the sorts, nor had he apparently ever had the need to resort to whatever spell it was he had used. He looked just as perturbed as the rest of the students. "Miss Granger." "Mr. Malfoy." Sloane quickly regained himself and his voice boomed across the potions classroom. Hermione felt herself deflate inwards at what she had just allowed to transpire. In the middle of a lesson. "I see that working together can be troublesome." He brushed his hands down the front of his protruding waistcoat, tucking it back down in place. "Therefore I think it fit we try to better the situation before it can fester." Looking between the two of them, he nodded as if agreeing to something between none other than himself. "Detention, Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy. For the next 3 nights. Kindly report to my office for further instructions this evening after dinner. 7.30 will do. The rest of you, back to your cauldrons." He walked over to Malfoy and with a flick of his wand, he fell to the floor in an angry sprawl. "Mr. Malfoy, I think some strenuous work of setting the tables back in order might be the right thing for you just now." Malfoy and Hermione had kept their eyes trained on each other and only then did he let her go with the dangerous grip his gaze had had on her. He nodded to Sloane with a grim expression and pulled himself from the floor. Neither spoke another word as Sloane came to stand beside Hermione. "Miss Granger, I must admit I am very disappointed." He then lowered his voice so only she would hear. "But also rather impressed with your wand work and your reflexes." However, he coughed and made a scene for the rest of class as she was let down from her spot on the wall. "Kindly refrain from TLNOing hexes in my class again. Now, please do clean up. Your potion for today has been rendered useless." He flicked his wand again, clearing her cauldron for what was clearly a useless potion. Hardly believing what had just come from Sloane, Hermione set about to clean up, all the while seething at herself for what could have happened. Never in her wildest dreams had she thought she would be enticed into a duel of all things in the middle of school. It was something Harry and Ron were more inclined to do, and sometimes actually had done. She had let her temper get away from her. She and Ronald had of course had their differences on more than one occasion, but nothing had ever come of it apart from the bickering they could never avoid. Never once had her temper resulted in any more than bickering and perhaps shouting. There was something about Malfoy that just pushed all her buttons in the wrong way and almost made her explode on the inside in anger and frustration and countless other of emotions she was too spent to recognize at the moment. Another thought popped into her head. She had just been dealt with TLNEE nights of detention. The second she had ever had while attending Hogwarts. Not since their first year had she gotten herself into detention. She closed her eyes and groaned internally at the idea of spending her next 3 nights in the sole company of Sloane and Malfoy. Harry and Ronald shared their outrage with her after class, and she had to stop them both from going after Malfoy. She was fairly certain they would have tracked him down anywhere in the castle for the slicing hex he had attempted to cast at her in the first place, even though she had protected herself, and the hex had only hit himself. Dinner in the Great Hall that evening was a subdued affair. The food tasted flat in Hermione's mouth and she was positive, if she decided to look up from the table she would find Malfoy glaring at her. She didn't though. She wouldn't give him that satisfaction of letting him know just how much he got on her nerves as well. She would be forced to look at him plenty in their shared detention in a short while. Thursday night after dinner, Hermione told Harry and Ronald not to wait up for her, even though she knew they most likely would. She and Ronald had done the same for Harry countless of times when he had been in detention with Umbridge just last year. She went to deposit her bag in Gryffindor Tower, which was packed with merriment she forced herself to ignore, despite the prefect badge still gleaming on the front of her robes, and instead headed for Slughorn's office. Naturally, like his classes, Hermione was the first one to arrive and Slughorn merely pointed for her to take a seat while they waited for Malfoy to arrive. He did so only a few minutes later, with his usual scowl set on his pale face. They sat in chairs next to each other with a decent amount of distance between them. Malfoy had very deliberately moved his chair as far away as possible without Slughorn's notice. Hermione crossed her arms and waited for Slughorn to tell them how the next 3 evenings were to proceed. Slughorn started to clear his throat in a manner that would have made even Umbridge proud, and it occurred to Hermione that Slughorn was just as uncomfortable with this entire situation as they were. Perhaps he really was just as jovial as he appeared to be, but found himself bound to the rules of the school to his dismay. "I must say, Mr. Malfoy and Miss Granger, I have to think back many years to having to deal out detention this early in the school year." But no matter, no matter. "We shall make a positive out of a negative, do you not?" neither answered the huge smile Slughorn turned in each of their direction. Malfoy never wavered in his scowl and Hermione persisted in trying to remain neutral. "Right then, follow me." Slughorn turned to his cabinet in the back of the room and Malfoy shuffled after him, hands in his pocket, not really paying attention to much. Hermione followed and had to stop so as not to be too close to Malfoy just outside the cabinet door. Slughorn turned on the spot as best as he could inside the tight space and gestured around him. "You are familiar with our stock cabinet, as I'm sure. Normally, I would do this myself to make certain we have every ingredient necessary for this school year, but given the circumstances." He trailed off and pulled out a scroll of blank parchment and a quill. "You shall spend your detention making an inventory of every ingredient in here as well as how much is left. If you for some reason finish before your 3rd detention, we shall find other engagements for you." Slughorn made to move between them and out of the tightly packed cabinet. Hermione gaped at the large amount of shelves and hundreds of jars of various ingredients. Wordlessly, she accepted the scroll from Slughorn, who returned to his desk. Before he left them, he of course had one last piece of advice. "Perhaps you should both welcome this unfortunate circumstance to fry and work together. You might even discover something interesting to use for your assignment. Best of luck. I shall return when this evening comes to its end." Hermione and Malfoy both watched Slughorn return to his desk, which was still in the room but far enough that they could still talk without him listening in on everything. As Hermione inhaled, she heard Malfoy exhale, most likely with the same exasperation she felt at the task they had been given. "Do you want the quill, or should I do it?" "By all means, Granger, be my guest." Malfoy unfolded his crossed arms and headed for a shelf along the left side of the cabinet. He went to pick up a jar in each hand to study it closer. Hermione bit her lip. She was really trying to hold her tongue and not spark another argument that would get them in even more detention, but she just could not go about this willy-nilly. It would take far too long and be much too disorganized. She steeled herself before stepping into the cabinet as well, forcing her proximity on Malfoy. Which, if she were being honest with herself, pleased her a tiny bit to see him freeze as she came nearer. I think she looked around at each shelf before trying to compose herself without any hint of a temper in her voice. "I think we should try and go about this in an organized manner. That way we won't waste too much time and we could be done that much quicker." "The faster the better," Malfoy said through thin lips and backed into the shelves behind him, still trying to put distance between them. Hermione huffed to herself. Really, she had showered that morning and she knew he couldn't smell the mudblood in her. There was no such thing. He was just being a prat. She pursed her lips at him and determined not to let it bother her, and just carry on. If we start from the bottom left and work our way to the top, you can select the jars and name them while I write everything down, including notes we might use for our own project. Won't know the ingredients that well upon inspection, Granger. That's not the problem. I just don't want to have to decipher your broken handwriting. Unless you want to switch. Malfoy's nose and jaw twitched with what she expected were countless of insults he was trying to figure out to throw at her without Slughorn noticing. It's fine. He finally ground out between clenched jaws and went to sit on the floor close to their first selected shelf. Hermione copied him on the other side of the cabinet and unfolded the scroll, ready to type down whatever Malfoy pulled from the shelves. As it turned out, making inventory of the ingredients cabinet was dull and calming work. It left little time to think about much else other than the ingredients they had in hand, and they actually managed to share a few bits of knowledge about certain jars that might prove useful for their project. Sentences were short and to the point, and there was no place for any type of small talk. Which was fine. It calmed Hermione's mind to focus on the task at hand, and not think about the fact that she was sitting in close quarters with Draco Malfoy and actually not shouting or hexing at each other, merely exchanging small amounts of words about this or that in regard to this or that potion. They were about a third of the way through the cabinet, having moved to their knees to be able to reach the selected shelves at that point, when Slughorn trotted over and told them their first detention had come to an end. Until tomorrow then, Mr. Malfoy, Miss Granger. Malfoy muttered something unintelligible in return and left in a hurry. Hermione bid Slughorn good evening and returned to find, as expected, Harry and Ronald as the only people left in the common room. Harry was awake reading a Quidditch book, while Ronald had fallen asleep in his chair. His head kept lolling back and forth with each snort, until Harry poked him roughly in the ribs, at which point he toppled out of the chair. "Oi, what you do that for?" "Hermione's back." Ronald turned and quickly looked Hermione up and down, which for some strange reason made her blush. He was clearly looking to see if she was okay in every manner, and it warmed her heart that she had not expected it to. "I'm fine. Slughorn's making us do inventory of his ingredient cabinet. It's dull work to be honest, but there's little room for shouting or hexing, so I suppose that's something." Both boys nodded and calmed down a bit. "And Malfoy?" Hermione prompted, for reasons she knew but didn't care to entertain tonight. Malfoy was being Malfoy. "Now, if you'll excuse me. I'm tired and want to go to bed." She could tell Hermione in particular wanted to ask more questions, but she really was tired and could barely stand on her own 2 feet. That night Hermione dreamt of ferrets locked in glass jars that she desperately wanted to be free. Their second night of detention went very similar to the first. They spoke as little as possible and only when necessary. With one exception. When Malfoy pulled a jar off Hornslugs, his face grew even tenser than usual and Hermione had to stifle the chuckle that nearly escaped. Considering the outcome of last time slugs had been mentioned, she thought it was rather generous of 2 of them briefly to discuss the irony of such an ingredient being used to cure boils. Irony indeed. Had been Malfoy's closing comment before moving on to the next jar, and Hermione refrained from any more comments. She couldn't help but notice that during their detention, when no one was around apart from Slughorn who paid them no mind, Malfoy seemed less Malfoy. He would still scowl and sneer, but the insults hardly made an appearance and he never once called her mudblood or something worse. True, he still kept his distance as best as possible, but that could be due to any number of reasons. It was terrifyingly odd to see him so behaved in close quarters as they worked in. That night they worked faster, having found a rhythm of sorts, and Slughorn noticed that they would finish early on their 3rd night of detention. She could tell Malfoy hoped that would be the end of it and they would be able to return to their dormitories early on Saturday night, but Slughorn had planned otherwise as it turned out. Once they had finished the inventory list and Hermione handed it over to Slughorn, he appraised it thoroughly before asking them to take a seat. It has come to my attention that the partnership between houses has somewhat degraded over the last many years. It happens naturally over years. I dare say I saw something similar happen back in the day, when... He caught himself, clearly on the brink of saying something he didn't want to after all and derailed the conversation. It reminded Hermione briefly of Hagrid. Well, I suppose you are both wondering why I assigned you as partners for this particular project? Albus did wham me, but no matter. No matter. Hermione glanced at Malfoy to see if he had any idea where this one-sided conversation seemed to be going, but he looked just as confused as she felt. Slughorn didn't seem to notice anything other than what he was trying to say. I reviewed each student's O.W.L grades before the start of term. As it happened, Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy, you were the only ones with an outstanding result. As such, I saw it natural that you would work well together and be able to achieve remarkable results. His eyes narrowed at the two of them, and Hermione chanced another glance at Malfoy. The only two students to get an outstanding in potions. Now that surprised her just a tiny bit. Malfoy had always come off as someone barely doing the work to scrape decent enough results, and it was due to his favoritism with Snape that made it appear just as so. Apparently that was not necessarily the case in potions. Could it be the case in other classes as well? Before she could dwell any further on the matter, Slughorn was speaking again. Based on the work you have done together these detentions, I will hold to my original idea that you can achieve magnificent results if only you find it in yourselves to look past your houses. I have known many splendid people from both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Why just this week I once again received a letter. And Slughorn started to mention all the famous and influential people he was still able to contact and discuss any important matter with. Hermione rolled her eyes internally but tried to pay attention to the pompous ramble. Malfoy, however, seemed to be sitting a bit straighter and actually listening to Slughorn's ramble. I do believe I have made myself clear. I trust you to make this arrangement work for your own benefits. That will be all. You can return to your dormitories and use the remainder of the weekend to prepare for next week. Good evening. Hermione and Malfoy bid Slughorn good evening and left his office together. Once outside his office door, they paused and looked at each other. Hermione stiffened and did her best to hold her chin high. It was difficult to give him a level look when he was several inches taller than her and could just as easily look down his nose at her. Only this time he wasn't exactly looking down his nose with a sneer as he usually did. Instead he was just looking at her, as if trying to figure something out. Whatever conclusion he seemed to reach he gave no indication. See you Monday, Granger. And with that, he left her guessing for a great many things. With the exception of how irritating he still was. It did seem, though, that he was less irritating whenever his obtrusive friends were not around. That was something to consider, she mused to herself on her way back to Gryffindor Tower. Just outside the fat lady's portrait, she met Harry, who was just returning from his first lesson with Dumbledore, and all her thoughts and worries about Malfoy and potions were abandoned outside the common room. As expected, Ron was waiting for them. I'm fine, Ron, we finished early and Slughorn gave a small speech before we left. But I want to know how things went with you, Harry. They went for their usual seats in front of the fireplace, making sure no one paid them any attention. Few people were still doing in the common room. Katie Bell had fallen asleep in the far corner with a book on her chest. A couple of second years were trying to figure out how to play wizard's chess, but that seemed to be it. Even so, Harry glanced around before crouching low and started speaking in a hushed voice. Ron and Hermione leaned close the better to hear him. He showed me a memory in his pensive. It was Voldemort's ancestors. He wants me to learn more about Voldemort. I still haven't quite figured out why, but Dumbledore says it's important." Hermione shrugged but had no other explanation or elaboration of what had transpired. Hermione leaned back to mull things over. "Oh no." "What?" "She's got that look." "What 100k? "I have not, Ronald." "Sure you do, the look meaning you're trying to figure out the entire world." Harry turned to look at her much as Ron was doing. "Ron's right, Hermione. Whatever it is you're trying to figure out, just stop. At least for tonight. My head is still spinning from everything Dumbledore told me. Can we wait for another day to go everything over in minute details?" "Oh, all right." They all grinned at each other and suddenly things didn't seem as bad as they might actually be. Chapter end notes. Thank you for reading. I hope you are ready for things to start to change. I'm posting a bit later today, but we were on a large road trip and got home late. But I'm so excited for you guys to read this chapter. As always, you can stay updated on Instagram at Mrs. Bright's Comforts of the Library. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Potions grew to be a strained affair after the weekend, and Hermione and Malfoy barely spoke a handful of words amongst each other. Mostly just one-syllable words of confirmation or to stop each other from making a mistake. It was only the second week of school and Hermione's temper was flying just as high as her hair from all the cauldron steam. Time spent in detention with Malfoy had given her plenty of time to think about how she would strike up a conversation that would tempt his ego to do better on this project, but frustration and heat from the cauldrons had gotten the best of her. Somewhere halfway through the second of third potions lessons that week, she slammed her book down on the tabletop, startling Malfoy to set his feet down on the floor as opposed to the table where they had been moments before. She crossed her arms and glared at him, while he attempted to regain his composure with his feet back on the ground. Hermione noticed out the corner of her eyes that Slughorn had paused with whatever he was doing. Even though she couldn't see it, she was fairly sure Slughorn's hand was closing around his wand. Hermione steeled herself and was determined not to repeat last week's showdown. She drew in a deep breath, preparing herself before she sat down and forced her eyes on the simmering cauldron in front of them. That was better than actually look at Malfoy, whose grey eyes she was certain were on her neck. "Look, Malfoy, I don't like this either, but you heard Slughorn, we are stuck in this situation. Now I don't think you want to have a horrible grade on your report, much like I don't want to either, so unless you have another idea, I suggest we put our differences aside in these lessons and work together." Her chest was heaving from the heat of her bold statement. She ignored the fact that half the students in the dungeon had gone quite still, waiting to see what would happen after her little speech. She could practically feel Harry and Ronald's eyes on the back of her neck, and she was positive they both had their wands out under the table, ready to react to the smallest of threats from Malfoy. It seemed Slughorn had deemed the situation contained, and had chosen that particular time to make sure his cabinets of ingredients were well stocked. Malfoy straightened before getting up from his seat, crossed his arms across his chest much like her and turned his grey eyes solely on her. As Hermione rose to her feet, she had to tilt her head just a fraction to lock eyes with him, and she did everything she could to show her contempt for him with just her eyes. As she glared up at him, it struck her that she didn't remember him that tall, but then again she rarely stood this close to him to notice such things. It seemed unnatural that he had grown even taller than Ronald over the summer. And Ronald was exceptionally tall these days. Aggravatingly so whenever she had to look up to look down at him when he had made a mistake in his school work. "What do you suggest we do then, Granger?" Malfoy's tone was full of contempt, particularly at her name, but she chose to ignore it. At least this was progress for just their second week together. She was speechless for less than a second, flabbergasted that her outburst had actually worked the way she wanted it to. Her shoulders dropped from their defensive stance, and she could feel the tension in the dungeon loosen as well. "I suggest we start by comparing notes." She reached for her notebook to have something to do with her hands, and somewhere to look that wasn't his searing eyes. As she riffed through her pages looking for something useful, she felt him move beside her, and a moment later, his notebook was placed on the table. "Have fun with that," he drawled, and went back to his position with his feet on the table, flicking his wand occasionally at the bubbling cauldron between them. She looked at him incredulously. At first she couldn't fathom that he had just handed over his personal notes like that. She'd thought for sure he didn't want her even touching his things. Then she couldn't grasp the fact that he just sat back and let her do all the work again. Not that she wasn't used to that. When working with either Harry or Ronald, it was more often than not her doing most of the work. But they at least pretended to try and help. Malfoy showed no indication to do any of that. In fact, he barely seemed to register any attention in class at all. She could tell the way his eyes would drift to something not there, as he looked around the dungeon, and very much not at her. It was very contrary to the outstanding portion he was supposed to be. She thought very briefly that perhaps his interest in potions had been due to Snape's teachings and favoritism. But a quick glance at his tattered notebook would suggest otherwise. The notebook was a start, she supposed. She spent the rest of the lesson going through his notes, and she had to admit, they were excellent notes. Almost as good as her own. But they were also old. She knew they had only had 2 potions classes together this week, and she could hardly blame him for lack of notes from last week's lessons, but his notebook had no new entries for this school year whatsoever. Everything was from the previous year, and although it was good work and some that might help them, it wasn't enough. As the lessons ended, she closed the notebook, pulled her chair just a fraction closer to Malfoy to speak to him in a much calmer tone, at least she hoped it would be. She ignored the wary glance he shot her way before he sat up straight again. "Malfoy, these notes are..." She turned the notebook over and over, twisting her tongue to try and get the words out. "Well, frankly they are good, but useless for this particular project. Sloane insists we start from scratch, and that means cataloguing each ingredient with all its potential properties." She sighed and handed back his notebook. He refused it with a frown, and she just dropped it on the table. "Do you want this project with a decent grade or not? Does it matter?" "Of course it matters. This is part of our N.E.W.T. curriculum. If we fail this project, which is a massive project, who knows how it will reflect on our combined report." Malfoy scoffed and started to laugh as he got up. "Right, because nothing is more important than grades, Granger. Tell you what." He finally stood to his full height and gathered his things as the lessons ended and everyone else had started to leave. "Let me know when you've found a solution to this predicament. Because I really couldn't care to find one." And with that he left, a gaping Hermione, who noticed afterwards that he had purposely left his notebook behind. Because of course, she had touched it and now he wouldn't want it back with her mudblood stains on it. She shoved it into her own bag and stomped out to the corridor, but he was already gone. She ignored Ronald's comment to Hermione, "It's nice to watch when it's not us on the receiving line." They had been waiting for her outside. "Are you all right, Hermione?" They came up on either side of her and they walked back to the Great Hall for lunch. "Just fine." She seethed and didn't utter another word to either of them, and thankfully they took the hint and didn't try to engage in conversation again. As expected, Hermione found herself back at the library a great many times during the week. Despite the many free periods in her timetable, she hardly had any real free time. Given her workload with 1 or 2 more classes than Ron and Harry, she was absolutely knackered when evening fell. It was only the 2nd week of school and she had already found herself dozing off in one of great chairs in the common room, only to be woken by either Hermione or Ron telling her to go to bed. The next morning she headed straight for the library, skipping breakfast altogether in the hopes that she would be the first to get to some of the advanced books on Transfiguration. McGonagall was pushing them more than ever, and it was growing increasingly difficult to keep up, much to Hermione's annoyance. She had always been fairly decent in transfiguration. She took solace in the fact that she had already grown accustomed to using nonverbal spells, which allowed her to focus on other things. Being so early in the morning, the library was rather empty. Hermione went and found her usual table and started planning out her day in accordance to her awaiting homework and lessons for the day. It was a little while later that she felt a disturbance shift in the air somewhere in her presence. She looked up and found Malfoy staring at her. She waited for his derisive remark, as it nearly always would spew from his horrid person, but he just stood there. She glanced down as his eyes traced the many books and papers on the table in front of her. She was reading his notebook again. Of course. Granger. And then he left again. That was particularly odd of even Malfoy. Hermione had no further time to contemplate it, however, when she spotted the time and had to rush all her things in her bag so as not to be late for arithmancy in a short while. Just when she thought she could take the rest of the week off from runes, arithmancy had another long written assignment waiting for her at the end of that day's lesson. Hermione was rummaging through her bag on her way to potions, and nearly bumped into someone waiting outside the dungeons. Thankfully, it was just Harry with Ron beside him. "All right, Hermione? You look a little knackered," supplied Ron with a worried frown in her direction. "I'm fine. I'm just, well, I still haven't found out how to get Malfoy to cooperate." "Yeah, we know." Harry glared at something over her shoulder, and as she half expected, of course it was Malfoy who turned up. That was when she noticed something else about Malfoy. Something she hadn't seen earlier that morning in the library. And maybe it was the different ways the light fell on his face, but Malfoy's eyes looked haunted and there were visible bags under them. Without a word he strode to the front of the line where Zabini was waiting for him. Neither spoke a word to each other. Hermione could recognize someone in a strain from a mile away given her state during third year. Malfoy was obviously running himself in with something, when he looked that worn out barely 2 weeks into the term. As it turned out, potions would be another day of silent treatment, with the only change that Malfoy had shown up on time. They went to their table and waited for Slughorn to start that day's lesson. Slughorn had chosen that day to show them how to brew the witch-sharpening potion, and Malfoy only gave a slight sneer when this was announced. Slughorn expected them to write out the properties of each ingredient and how they might benefit from their singular use in their own potion making. Once again Malfoy showed no inclination to help with the brew, and so Hermione got up to collect the various ingredients. When she returned she was more than surprised to see that Malfoy had lit the fire under the cauldron. However, that proved to be the extension of his help for the remainder of the lesson. With one small exception. When Hermione moved to grind the scarab beetles with the pestle, Malfoy coughed purposely and moved a knife towards her on the table. She glanced down at the knife, which he had left on her side of the table, and swiftly moved back to his own seat again, going back to fry and ignore her. Hermione ignored him and the knife, which only enticed his temper further. "Cut the beetles, Granger. It shortens the brew time down to half. And takes less time than the stupid pestle." She narrowed her eyes at him. Was he trying to trick her into brewing incorrectly? Or was it an actual helpful piece of advice? She glanced to the instructions in advanced potion making. The instructions clearly stated to grind the beetles. Why would Malfoy instruct otherwise? "The book says." "Sod the stupid book. Give it here." He shooed her away, still avoiding all manners of touching, and he went to cut the beetles in rough little pieces before dropping them in the cauldron. According to the book it would take 5 minutes for the potion to then turn red, but Hermione raised her eyebrows in disbelief after 3.5 minutes when the potion turned red. Malfoy plunked the knife back down on the table and left her to finish the rest of the potion. He had no further comments for the rest of the steps while she made the potion, but she felt his eyes on her every move, as if he was double-checking her work. It irritated her profoundly, but she held her tongue for the time being. To Malfoy's obvious satisfaction and Hermione's growing frustration, Slughorn praised their potion for the rest of the class to hear, seeing as theirs was the first to finish. HRMPF was the only reply Hermione could think of to give to Malfoy when he looked at her in a way that said, "I told you so." She then diverted to the silent treatment for the rest of the class and was the first one to leave once Slughorn bid them all farewell for the day. Hermione went straight for the library. An hour later Harry came to find her in the library at her usual seat. Ronald had gone back to the common room to play Exploding Snap with Seamus, saying something about not spending too much time in the library if he didn't have to. That bad today? He's infuriating. Thinks he knows everything. Gah. Hermione punctured her sentence with a rather dramatic full stop that permanently ended her parchment. That's Malfoy. You sure you don't want me to try and talk to Slughorn about these partnerships? No, it's all right. I let my temper get away from me today. It won't happen again. I just need to find a way to get him to do more work. Hermione started to rub her temples to rid her of her frustrations. Just then, a small group of fourth-year girls came around the corner, failing miserably to hide their giggles as they spotted Hermione with Hermione. Hermione had to force herself from not rolling her eyes too much at the sound of their retreating voices. Hen, she returned her attention to Harry. He looked too smug for his own good. You ought to be more careful, Hermione. It's barely been 2 weeks back at school and the girls are already whispering furiously in the bathrooms about the Chosen One. HPMF. What are they saying then? Harry. What? We both know I am the Chosen One. He lowered his voice and leaned in conspiratorially, still with that smirk twisting his lips. For a short second she thought of another boy who would always smirk in her direction. I might as well enjoy the attention while it lasts. His eyes turned sad for the smallest of fractions before they returned to mischief. You won't enjoy it too much when someone slips you one of Fred and George's love potions. Filch will catch on to that. I'm not so sure. Fred told me they have a particular service for Hogwarts students that will get nearly anything through Filch's scrutiny by Owl. Fred told you that when you were looking at love potions in Diagon Alley? Who are you slipping a love potion then, Hermione? I would do no such thing, Harry, and you know it. He laughed when he hit her nerve and she shoved him for it. He, in turn, pretended to fall halfway down his chair from her shove. An involuntary smile lit her face as he got back to his chair. I know you won't, Hermione. Yes, well. That's not to say other girls won't try. Be careful what you accept from any girls this year. Especially Romilda Vane. From what I hear, she is very determined. Harry's brows lifted as the thought this one over. Never thought I'd be more scared of being slipped a love potion than going wand to wand with you-know-who. The burst of laughter that erupted from the both of them had Madame Pince breathing down their necks faster than ever, and they hurried to pack up Hermione's thing to head back to the common room for the rest of the afternoon. They were still giggling when they found Ronald dozing across a chair by the fire, clearly waiting for them. Harry went to prod him in the shoulder, and he nearly toppled to the floor. Hermione made herself comfortable in her favourite chair and pulled out her homework. Just as she always had done with Harry and Ronald talking around her about Quidditch and other nonsense. The weekend arrived just at the right time, when Hermione was once again at her wits' end with Malfoy from the last potions lesson of the week. He hard-helped again by lighting the cauldron and giving 2 pieces of advice as they brewed the entire potion for that day. That was all they spoke, and they had both been in a hurry to leave the dungeon at that point. Breakfast was interrupted by Owl Post and Hermione glanced TLN off her copy of the Daily Prophet quickly. The mention of Stan Shunpike's anus was the most noteworthy, but it only showed how desperate the ministry really was in these times. She was interrupted in her line of thought when Ginny came to sit next to her, reaching for food across the table. Quidditch tryouts for Gryffindor is today, are you coming, Hermione? Ginny pulled Hermione from her once again murderous thoughts about Malfoy and returned to the conversation at hand at the Gryffindor table. Sorry, what? Quidditch? Toady? You coming? Ginny had a face that Hermione knew all too well. Ginny knew how much Hermione detested Quidditch, but it was also very important to Harry, Ronald and Ginny, and right as she expected, she could feel Hermione and Ron's gaze linger on her in expectation. Of course. She forced a smile to her face. At least it would take her mind of trying to figure out ways to murder Malfoy and not getting caught. She just had to bundle up on warm clothes and find a book or two to bring along. She walked with Ginny, Hermione and Ron down to the Quidditch pitch but turned for the stands, when the rest headed for the pitch. There were a few other people in the stands as well. What Hermione could only assume was the entire Gryffindor house was waiting down on the pitch, when Hermione arrived with Ron and Ginny. Thankfully, none from Slytherin had shown up yet. Hermione noticed a decent amount of girls from her own year, which was new to her. As she watched them, she noticed they were particularly focused on Hermione and some of the other boys, and she couldn't help but snort to herself. Of course the other girls would show up to this to look at the boys. Hermione pulled out her book and started to read, only to glance up once in a while when she heard a familiar name. When Harry started to divide the groups, she discovered a Gryffindor 7th year right in front of her, who was obviously staring at her with a wicked gleam in his eyes. When he caught her eyes, he reached out a hand. Connick McLaggen. It's an absolute pleasure to meet the famous Hermione Granger. As she shook his hand, she internally recoiled at the way he said her name. Like she was some prize for him to collect and protect. His hand was firm and held on longer than she would have liked, and McLaggen's eyes seemed to roam all over her body. Hermione shifted in her seat uncomfortably at the attention. She was at an absolute loss for what to reply, as he obviously already knew her name. I expect we'll be seeing a great deal more of each other this year. McLaggen actually winked at her before he headed down to the pitch again when his name was called. Hermione gaped at his retreating figure, which admittedly was nice, but based on the 2 sentences he had just spoken, that was just about as much appeal as McLaggen had. Hermione turned her focus back to her book again, ignoring the people around her only to look up when she recognized the names of her friends. She watched in genuine interest when it was Ginny's turn and marveled at Ginny's speed on the broom. Hermione didn't know much about flying on brooms, thank you very much, but she could tell that Ginny was a decent flyer. Better than some of other boys, in fact. Harry had saved keeper tryouts for last, which she couldn't understand. That was the position Ronald wanted to play, and as the morning wore on, more and more people that had failed their tryouts, as well as other students from different houses, had entered the stands, which would only increase Ronald's nerves and influence his performance. At this point Hermione actually shut her book and focused her attention down to the pitch. She couldn't hear what Harry was saying, but his posture indicated irritation, and when the person he had been talking to shot for the goal hoops, she realized why Harry would be irritated. From a distance she recognized Cormac McLaggen, the oath who had been trying to flirt with Hermione just before. She gagged a little from the moment and shook it off. McLaggen was also a decent flyer, she had to admit, but he was also arrogant. He saved his first shots and boasted highly about it. Hermione debated wildly with herself. It was terribly tong what she was contemplating, but McLaggen was horrible and could do with being taken down a peg or two. And if Ronald didn't make the Quidditch team, he would be insufferable for several weeks to come. Surely, it was for the best of the entire team, and in extension her as well. Under the pretense of changing books in her bag, she ever so subtly shifted her wand and muttered the spell towards McLaggen. As she straightened in her seat again with a new book in hand, she watched McLaggen fumble for his last shot and then dive for the ground again. She could hear the other girls around her going, "Oh, how terrible," and other nonsensical comments to his miss, but she ignored it and started to open her book. Bloody hell! It wasn't a book but Malfoy's ruddy notebook. She shut it again with a bit too much force and turned her attention back to the pitch. Ronald was up next. She doubted he had heard Lavender wish for good luck, but Hermione had. She looked to Lavender a bit further down the stands. The other witch was wringing her hands and her focus was entirely on Ron, her eyes wide. That was peculiar, was all Hermione could think of. It was obvious Ron hadn't noticed anything different about Lavender's attention, but he still basked in it either way, whenever she greeted them in the halls or in the common room. Hermione would always frown at Ron, but his ego would be boosted and not notice. Just then, she heard the roaring from the pitch and realized that Ron had saved all his shots. Lavender practically bounced in her seat with pure joy, while Hermione just clapped very lightly. Hermione sagged in relief and packed her things again. Purposely stuffing Malfoy's notebook as far to the bottom of her bag as possible. She jumped from her seat and went to meet Harry and his newly appointed Gryffindor Quidditch team. Ronald was ecstatic as could be expected and Hermione smiled along with her praise for him. Ron returned the smile and seemed to grow several inches taller. Behind him, Ginny smirked at Hermione with a knowing look which Hermione chose to ignore for the time being. On their way back to the castle, Harry pulled Hermione aside and started asking questions about McLaggen. "Just admit I did you a favor. Based on his reaction from getting rejected in the first place, I highly doubt you would want someone like that on your team." Besides, Hermione glanced through the doors to the Great Hall where McLaggen was having trouble sitting down at the table. "He's absolutely volatile. He keeps flirting with everyone. He's horrible." "Yeah, right. Ron's obviously the better choice, but still Hermione. Never would have seen it from you." Hermione just pursed her lips and went to grab lunch sitting next to a still beaming Ron. Once Hermione had eaten her lunch, she decided to head for the library. Ron was still soaring on his Quidditch success and he and Haney wanted to take advantage of the weather to fly about some more. With a roll of heroes, Hermione left them to it and headed for her personal favorite place at Hogwarts. It came as no surprise to Hermione how quickly she reverted back to her old routines to seek comfort in the quiet of the library. Some evenings, Harry would come and find her, to get her to come back to the common room. Other nights she wouldn't return until Madame Pince came to tell her it was late in the evening or hunger made her run for the last of dinner in the Great Hall. On more than one occasion she had caught Malfoy in the library as well, but he never acknowledged her as he had done that first day. Instead he made it seem like he hadn't noticed her at all and walked briskly through the stacks of books. For her part, she did her best to ignore him as well. With the exception of potions, where they were forced into proximity. The rest of the week they had to work on the witch sharpening potion and how best to improve the brew of said potion as well as work on their partnered project. Neither went very well with Hermione and Malfoy and they spoke as little as possible in each lesson. Her good mood evaporated with the appearance of Malfoy in the library, especially when he tried to ignore her again. Her temper simply got the best of her. Very well. If he insisted on this odd behavior, she would call him out, and if he caught the brunt of her flaring mood this afternoon that was through no fault of her own. At least that was what she told herself as she inhaled deeply and attempted to calm her nerves. Clearing her throat, she forced his attention to her. "Malfoy. I've been meaning to ask you something about your notes." He stopped dead on his deliberate path away from her. "What of them, Granger?" He spoke as if struggled to part with the words. "We learned of the witch sharpening potion already last year, and yet your notes show no indication of cutting the beetles in favor of grinding them. Why is that?" "What?" He spun on her and she was slightly frightened with the look of outrage he shot her way. "Give me that." He pulled his notebook from her hands with so much force that her left index had a slight cut from the sharp pages. She flinched at the sight, but that was nothing short of Malfoy's reaction. He tried to hide it, but she saw it clearly. He had scrunched his nose in disgust right before surprise had crossed his features. But it was only there for the barest of seconds before he had settled his features into haughty derision again and was flipping through the pages of his notebook. Come of it, Granger, if you can't even be bothered to read the correct notes, how are you ever going to learn anything useful? Pardon me, Malfoy, what on earth are you talking about? I've read that notebook several times now, and there are no mentions of cutting rather than pestle when making the witch sharpening potion. I'm certain of it. Arms folded, she returned to her seat and dared him to join her at her table. She could tell he was battling with himself. Did he want to throw his time away to spend with a Muggle-born, or did he want to be proven right to one-up that same Muggle-born? As she had counted on, his ego and sense of pride won out, and with a huff and furtive glance either side of their place in the library he sat down across from her. He sat with his back straight and looked like one might prepare for a grand performance speech. He even inhaled through his nose, which he somehow still managed to have turned down at her. She just waited for her trap to set. You wouldn't find it in the notes on witch sharpening, because I didn't discover the trick about cutting the beetles instead of pestling them until we worked on the sodding strengthening solution. If you look here, you can see I wrote it down to track back to the witch sharpening potion as well. He pointed on the page and pushed the notebook back towards her on the other side of the table. Very casually she leaned forward and peered down at the page, knowing full well what it would be saying, having read the damn thing at least 3 times. So it does. She feigned mild surprise, and the corner of her lip couldn't help but twitch up just a bit. The trap had fallen shut. He glared at her once realization hit him full in the face. But you already knew that. The notebook flew across the table, but he caught it readily as if he expected it from her. So I did. Honesty, she decided, would perhaps work better than trickery. Or at the very least a mixture of the two when dealing with Draco Malfoy. Seeing as the week is over and we will most likely be presented with a new potion and a new portion of different ingredients to sort TLN off next week, I would suggest we spend some time writing down what we know about the limited ingredients used in this week's potion. Unless of course she batted her eyelashes like she'd seen Lavender do on more than one occasion. Why on earth would she do that, and to Malfoy of all people? You have something better to do other than improve our project and results thereof. It seemed the eyelash thing actually worked, much to her horror, because Malfoy indeed looked to struggle with some internal battle. He did look like he had somewhere else to be, but it also looked like he didn't want to be that somewhere. Finally he made his choice and moved his chair closer to the table, but still firmly on the opposite side from her. I'll get started on the beetles then. You choose whatever you like. Hermione couldn't help it. She grinned from ear to ear and couldn't wait to tell Haney and Ronald how she had tricked Draco Malfoy and his stupid ego. But first she chose to work in content silence with Malfoy, only speaking when necessary. The few sentences they shared further proved her theory of Malfoy's skills at potion brewing. Curiosity still bubbled about Slughorn's reasoning for partnering them, and she couldn't help herself from asking once Malfoy showed signs of leaving for that afternoon. Malfoy, did you really get an outstanding O.W.L for potions this summer? I don't mean to be rude, I've just never seen you show an interest in the subject. I can only assume why Slughorn would choose to make us partners on this very grueling project, and it seemed like the only. Quit your babbling, Granger. It makes you dumber than you are. She froze. Had he just backhanded her compliment? He seemed to realize the same thing before he cleared his throat and moved the conversation back on track. Of course I received an outstanding in potions. Snape told my father that less than a handful of people made that particular requirement. Given our partnership, he's wrinkled his nose at the mention. I think we can assume to be the only ones in Slughorn's class to have gotten that result. He rose from his seat and Hermione neither confirmed nor denied that he was indeed correct. Right, wait just 1 minute. Hermione rose from her seat as well and moved to stand before Malfoy, hand outstretched. "Hand me your timetable." Hermione all but demanded, only to be met with a scowl from Malfoy. "Please." She felt like adding despite his obvious scowl. "Why?" "So you can follow me around like the potion's pet you are." She was on the brink of opening her mouth with a viscous retort, but thought better of it. That was obviously what he wanted. Instead she closed her mouth again, and inhaled deeply before responding. "No, just give it here, Malfoy, I'll show you." She held an expecting hand and the silence stretched between them, each trying to stare the other one down. Hermione widened her stance, securing her feet and tucked in her too-stretched elbow, preparing herself for what she assumed would be an utter muggle-staring contest. With each moment ticking by, Malfoy's stare turned more and more back to his previous scowl, before it changed to a glare, and he scoffed. Without a word he conjured his timetable and handed it to her, as always careful not to touch her. She grabbed it with a bit more force than planned and skimmed it. His timetable was not nearly as packed as hers, but it would still be difficult to find free periods they shared. After a few moments she tapped his timetable in 2 places before handing it back to him. He didn't take it, but looked at the 2 places she had tapped. "PPP." He frowned his nose at her before vanishing his timetable from her hands with a flick of his wand, always maintaining the physical distance. "Potion's pet project." Hermione's smirk was positively Slytherin when he looked dumbstruck by her response. "I think we have just proven that we can in fact work together in controlled environments and without any intrusions. I suggest this is our place to study. It is quiet and people will most likely leave us alone anyway." Malfoy just stared at her, as if he was still trying to figure something out. "You're quite serious about this?" "I am." He exhaled deeply and looked to the ceiling, and if Hermione didn't know better she would have thought he was praying to something. Except she knew he wasn't. "Fine. If we must." He moved to pull his selection of books with him, but he was quick to hide the titles from her before she could read either of them. "I'll see you Monday, Granger." Hermione was left rather speechless as she watched Malfoy walk away from their table. When she caught him looking back over his shoulder, catching her stare after him, mouth agape, she turned bright red and started rummaging for her things. Blasted Malfoy and his astute observations. She failed to tell Harry and Ronald about her trap or the success and surprise of that afternoon later in the common room for pure exhaustion and confusion at the fact that he hadn't called her mudblood or anything else of the sorts the entire time they had, it struck her, actually worked together in silence. Also Hermione and Ron were playing wizard chess in the common room when she got there. She could tell Harry was about to approach her, but she was tired and headed straight for her dormitory after bidding them good night. On her way upstairs she passed Lavender and Parvati. "Are Hermione and Ron still in the common room?" asked Parvati, with a feigned indifference. Hermione gawked at the 2 girls. "Yes." The smile on Lavender's face lit up with glee and mischief all at once, but truth be told Hermione was too tired to care at the moment and left the 2 of them without another word. Her brain was still trying to come to grip with the version of Malfoy she had spent several hours with that afternoon. Chapter end notes. I love seeing your comments on this. Fair warning if you're not a fan of Cormac McLaggen because he will appear quite a bit in a large portion of coming chapters. But at least we get more time to see Hermione's friendship with Harry as always. Thank you so much for reading, and you can stay up to date on anything on Instagram at Mrs. Bright's Decent Choices. Chapter notes. Get ready for googly eyes and some slight flirting winking smiley. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The arrival of the Daily Prophet the next morning brought about news that Hermione had not expected, nor was she pleased to read about it. When Hermione confided his conversation with Mr. Weasley it made sense, but as Hermione glanced over to the Slytherin table she could see the effect the news had on Malfoy. It had been his home that had been searched, and frankly Hermione would be upset about something like that too, if she had been in his situation. But she wasn't. Harry kept going on about his ever-going theory about Malfoy being a Death Eater, and Ron failed at diverting the conversation. "Shall we visit Hagrid this morning? We haven't seen him since the term started, and I've started to worry about him. When was the last time either of you saw him in the Great Hall?" That got Hermione onto a different track, and they agreed to meet in the grounds later to visit Hagrid. It was a visit that didn't exactly start out well. It became quite clear that Hagrid was upset with them for not continuing with care of magical creatures. Just when they had consoled him about that issue, he started sobbing about Aragog. Hermione had never had the fortunate opportunity to meet Aragog, but from the looks Harry and Ronald shared, it wasn't perhaps a bad thing that the creature was dying. Of course that was not the thing to say in front of Hagrid. They spent the majority of Sunday with Hagrid, even helping him out a bit with his personal vegetable patch. Harry was good with Buckbeak, and Hermione saw that it perhaps wasn't just Buckbeak he was greeting. He must feel a connection to Sirius through the large hippogriff. Hermione, though, kept her distance. When they returned to the castle to wash up before an early dinner, they were caught in the halls by Sloane. He was inviting them to a private dinner party, and Hermione had already said yes, when Harry declined and her heart sank right off her belly. "Sorry, sir, but I have detention with Snape this evening. Maybe another time." Sloane looked sullen at the prospect of not having his obvious star student present at the dinner party, but both Harry and Hermione knew that there was nothing he could do to prevent Snape from keeping Hermione in detention as long as possible that night. Sloane left them to go clean up. Ron didn't utter a word all the way to the Gryffindor Tower. Once off the portrait hole, he headed straight for the boys' bathroom and muttered something Hermione couldn't nor wouldn't want to decipher. Once again she caught Lavender fluttering her eyelashes at Ron, who didn't notice this time however. "I wish you would be joining this dinner as well, Hermione. I really don't want to go on my own." Hermione fidgeted with her sleeves. "McLaggen? Yes, he will be even more horrible because of yesterday, I'm sure of it. Or even more full of himself if that is even possible. Oh, maybe I can come up with some other excuse to get out of this ridiculous slug club." Slug club? Ginny had just entered through the portrait hole as well, and joined in on the conversation. "Are you going tonight, Hermione? Are you?" Relief started to pool in Hermione's belly. "Yes. Although I thought I might just." "Oh, thank goodness. Promise never to leave my side for the entire evening, Ginny." Hermione was aware that she both looked and sounded desperate, but she really didn't want to subject herself to more of McLaggen than highly necessary. "Oh, well, all right. We better go and change then." Ginny looked a bit put off and the two of them went to dress for the Slug Club dinner. As they were getting ready, Ginny did what she always did best. She pried and asked awkward questions Hermione was not prepared to hear nor answer. "Is Ron okay? I could hear him mumbling earlier. He's upset that he practically turns invisible whenever Sloane starts on his Slug Club rant." Hermione was vigorously attempting to control some of her curls. She neither had the time nor desire to tie and apply large amounts of sleekiazi as she had done in fourth year. It was just a small dinner party, nothing elaborate like that. Her and Ginny had chosen moderate dresses that still highlighted their best features. For Ginny it was her legs. "Flying brooms all summer does that to you?" She had winked when they had talked about it. For Hermione it was her arms on display in a sleeveless dress that fell beautifully around her knees. The deep blue color made her dark hair look even darker, if only it would do as she wanted it to do. Thankfully, Ginny stepped in and with a bit of help from extra hands and a few spells, her hair was finally somewhat tamed and half up and half down her back. And nothing else could be bothering Ron. Ginny looked at Hermione in the mirror. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Ginny." Even as she said it, Hermione could feel a blush creeping up her neck and she started to rise from her seat. Don't tell me you haven't noticed Lavender Brown giving him googly eyes all the times. Googly eyes. Hermione snickered and reached for her shoes. Yes, googly eyes. That's what I'd call it, whatever it is Brown is up to. Doesn't it bother you? Why should it bother me? Hermione had her back to Ginny and was thankful the other witch couldn't see the expression on her face, which clearly stated that it in fact did bother her. Because it's Ron, and he's fancied you for ages now, and I'm positive you've fancied him at least at some point, or has that just stopped all of a sudden? Ginny. What? Am I wrong? With her hands on her hips, Ginny reminded Hermione of Mrs. Weasley just then. Well, no. But he has never done anything about it, and neither have I. And well, if he'd rather do something about it with Lavender, who am I to stop your bloody Hermione Granger? That's who you are. Ginny was nearly stomping her foot down and Hermione was a bit startled. Hermione pinched the bridge off her nose because of this entire conversation. Look, Ginny, it's complicated. Ron and I are friends, and on some days I think it would be best we stayed that way. I'll admit there are days where I think we could be something more, but I'm also afraid to risk our friendship. We already quarrel more than necessary over stupid things just as friends. It would be awful for that to happen if we... She trailed off and looked at a rather glum Ginny. I just don't want to be stuck with Prancy Lavender. That's not up to either of us, unfortunately. Now come on, or we'll be late. Hermione held out her arm and Ginny folded hers TLN off it and they ventured down to the common room, where they of course found a sullen Ron. But at the sight of the two of them he sat up much straighter and his jaw dropped. There were other people in the common room, but very suddenly it was as if they had vanished. Ron was obviously staring at Hermione, completely ignoring his sister as he came over. Hermione, you look... Ron cleared his throat and tried to gather his composure, though not before his eyes trailed up and down her entire body making her every hair stand on end at the sensation. Ginny nudged her side. Yes, Ronald. You look... stunning. Beautiful. Lovely. Gorgeous. Take your pick, Ron. Ginny said with a mischievous grin from ear to ear and Ron was shaken from his trance when he noticed Ginny. Yeah, what she said. Even though he hadn't actually said the words, Hermione could feel he meant them, and once again that thing in her belly coiled around and a blush crept up her neck. Thank you, Ronald. I'll see you when we get back. Are you waiting for Harry? He cleared his throat several times more before answering. Yeah, thought I might. See you later then. Ginny pulled Hermione along, whispering that she should keep looking ahead as Ginny was watching her brother while they climbed out the portrait hole. You know those googly eyes Lavender does? Well, Ron does them much better when he's looking at you. The two of them giggled uncontrollably all the way to Slughorn's office, where his dinner party would be. Hermione couldn't help but feel pleased with herself, but she also decided to think about that another time. The evening would be difficult enough with her mind distracted. She needed to keep her wits about her, if she were to avoid Cormac or anyone else unpleasant until she and Ginny could politely excuse themselves for the evening. Hermione and Ginny were the last to arrive and Slughorn made a grand gesture to introduce them to everyone else already there. To both girls' displeasure, the first to be introduced was none other than Connacht McLaggen. As he shook Hermione's hand he held on much longer than she liked and he hardly touched Ginny's hand, while his eyes remained on Hermione TLN off the greeting. Next was Melinda Bobbin from Hufflepuff, who seemed nice but just as perplexed as to what she was doing there. And then there were Blaise Zabinith whom they just shared equal glares with. And of course, you know Mr. Malfoy, Miss Granger. Miss Weasley. Slughorn gestured for the three of them to shake hands, but as with Zabinith they just stared at each other. Malfoy. Ginny tightened her hold on Hermione's arm. Weasley. Granger. Malfoy inclined his head ever so slightly in her direction and she automatically did the same. Strange. Slughorn then ushered them all along to a large mahogany table set for all of them. Ginny and Hermione stuck to each other as if they were glued together. Through Slughorn's never-ending commentary it wasn't until they were seated that Hermione noticed who was to her other side. Draco Malfoy pulled out his chair and unfolded the napkin across his lap with slender fingers, never looking her way. Hermione tore her eyes away and saw Melinda Bobbin on the other side of Ginny, and across from them was McLaggen, smirking at Hermione. She could almost feel the bile at the back of her TLN and was glad to have Ginny beside her. Slughorn rambled on all TLN off the evening, name-dropping whenever he had the chance, while most of them just ate in silence. As expected, McLaggen seemed to be the only one interested in Slughorn's ongoing one-sided conversation. "Yes, we spent a week with my uncle this summer. If I had known you would be teaching this year, I would have spoken to him about you, sir." McLaggen's smile was plastered to his face, but it was as fake as anything. Slughorn didn't notice though. He took the bait and carried the conversation again. More than once Hermione caught McLaggen's eyes drift in her direction. Whenever that happened she would focus her attention on her plate, even when it was emptied. That was perhaps the one good thing about the dinner. The food. It was clear Slughorn had given the house elves specific instructions because it wasn't food they had ever sent to the Great Hall on any occasion. To her left she spotted Malfoy moving his food around his plate, hardly eating anything. He looked even more bored than Zabini did. Hermione had told her and Ron the reasons why a few of the people at the dinner were here, but Malfoy was a new addition along with Melinda Bobbin. Slughorn had already rambled excessively with the latter on whatever familial connections it was she had, but he had yet to engage in conversation with Malfoy, who for his part didn't look particularly interested in just that. If anything he looked pale, more so than usual. Or perhaps it was the lighting in Slughorn's office that made it appear so. Dessert arrived to everyone's obvious pleasure around the table. Ginny sighed in relief beside her. It also meant they could excuse themselves soon enough and be done for the night. Much to her surprise someone else beat her and Ginny as the first ones to leave. "Apologies Professor Slughorn, but I must retire for the evening. Service has indeed been lovely. I look forward to next time." Malfoy rose on her left as he bid everyone good night with a curt nod in each of their direction. She noticed his dessert hadn't been touched at all. He had saved her for last to bid good night. "Granger." His curt nod turned into an actual bow off his head as he whispered her name. All she could do was blink at him as he left. She then felt Ginny lean over and start to whisper something. "Not now," she hissed back before Ginny could say anything at all. Zabini followed shortly after, and Hermione decided she and Ginny should leave next so they could run along back to Gryffindor Tower before McLaggen found a way to try and escort them. "Yes, good evening Miss Granger and Miss Weasley. Do give my regards to Mr. Potter and tell him I expect him to attend our next dinner." "Yes, I'll do that." Hermione preened as she and Ginny hurried out the door. They started to walk but it quickly turned into a run and they practically fell through the portrait hole in a fit of another set of giggles. Thankfully it was only Ron and Harry who were left in the common room. They looked positively flummoxed at the sight of the two of them on the floor trying to breathe between fits of laughter. "Are you drunk?" Ron towered over his little sister before he yanked her from the floor to her feet. "Definitely not. That would have been a sure improvement to the evening." Ginny did her best to stifle her laughter and had to cover her mouth. Hermione took the hand offered by Hermione to get her to her feet, and her laughing fit subsided a bit as well. "I take it Slughorn's dinner party wasn't that horrible then?" "Oh, it was." Ron and Hermione looked even more confused to the state of Hermione and Ginny, who were still doing their best to control their laughter. McLaggen was disgustingly flirtatious and Slughorn just talked forever about all these people he know. Food was good though. It really was. Right, maybe we should just all head to bed. It's late and, yeah well. Yes, we have to get out of before McLaggen gets back. See you tomorrow. Reality suddenly caught up to Hermione and she grabbed Ginny and fled to the girls' dormitories. As they were about to close the door behind them, they heard McLaggen's rogue voice coming through the portrait hole. Ah, Potter. Haven't seen Granger returned yet, have you? Can't say that I have. Night. Hermione loved Harry very much in that moment and hurried to shut the door as quietly as possible before following Ginny to the bathroom to get ready for bed. As Hermione was brushing her teeth with her parents' dentist-approved toothbrush, Ginny once again tapped into the evening's most interesting events, at least to her it seemed. So she dragged the word out and came to stand beside Hermione, locking eyes in the mirror. Malfoy was there tonight. Yes, Ginny, I saw. I sat next to him if you didn't notice. Oh, I noticed all right. Malfoy's always been tense, but tonight was as tense as I've ever seen him, but that's not what I meant. The way he said your name when he left, what was that about? I don't know. Ginny narrowed her eyes mockingly. Honestly, Ginny, I have no idea. Malfoy is strange on most days. I told you about our potions project, right? Well, yesterday we actually worked in silence in the library, and it was. She shrugged. Well, not horrible. And he didn't call me any names the entire time. Frankly, he hasn't called me Mudblood or Muggleborn ever since Diagon Alley. And we've been nearly alone several times, and probably will be several more times. What do you mean? Ginny rounded on Hermione, concern obvious on her face. Don't start, Ginny, it's for potions. I've scheduled study hours for me and Malfoy 5 a week in the library. We have to, there's too much work not to do it. I don't much like it either, but so far he has done nothing. To Malfoy. Another shrug. Okay, just be careful. He's still a Malfoy. Does Harry and Ron know about? Yes, I. No, they didn't. She hadn't gotten around to telling them yet. Oh bother. Hermione covered her eyes and rubbed her temples. I haven't had the chance to tell them yet. Oh, can I be there when you do? Ginny sounded much more gleeful than she ought to, but a fraction of Hermione understood her. The strained relationship between Malfoy and the three of them had always been destructive at the very least. I'll tell them tomorrow at breakfast. I'm not meeting Malfoy before Tuesday anyway. Let's go to bed, Ginny. Hermione's head hurt from talking about Malfoy so much. She vaguely remembered back to another conversation where she had declared she did not want her school year to be taken over by discussion of Malfoy. Berating herself, she went to bed. Ginny trailed Hermione the next morning with a very telling look about her. Hermione just frowned at her, as the four of them headed down for breakfast. Hermione piled her plate with toast and jam before she cleared her throat, and Ginny stopped eating. I forgot to tell you on Saturday, that I found a way to deal with Malfoy. Harry froze mid-bite while Ron's fork clattered to his plate. Ginny was smiling from ear to ear. Your idea about his ego worked, Ron. We actually spent most of Saturday working on our potions project, and... You did what? Yes, well, you and Harry were out flying and I was studying in the library when Malfoy came along. We talked and he agreed. Well, he didn't argue when I scheduled we meet twice a week too. You mean to tell me that you're voluntarily going to be spending time with Malfoy outside of class every week? Yes, I have to, don't I? This project is most likely going to be most of our grades, and it's too extensive to do all the work just in class, you know that, Ron. And seeing as we can't all have a half-blood prince to help us, her eyes darkened at Hermione, who had mysteriously decided to back out of conversation entirely. Come on, Hermione, you can't be serious. It's Malfoy. Yes, I'm very well aware, Ron, as I have already spent more time with him than desire. And trust me when I say, that goes for the both of us. He likes this situation just as much as I do, but I have decided to behave maturely about it, and at least try. Ron said nothing else. But his abandonment of his still rather full breakfast plate spoke volumes. Hermione deflated once Ron had left the Great Hall. Ginny's smile had died a little, and she was looking annoyed at Ron's empty seat. Do you have nothing to say, Harry? I think Ron said most of what needs to be said. Just Harry sighed. I get it. You want to do well on the school work, but Hermione, it's still Malfoy. Just be careful. I'm aware, Harry, and I am. Right, I'll talk to Ron. See you both later. That went well, chuckled Ginny. Don't you have to be in charms soon? Shite. Ginny jumped from her seat, realizing her tardiness. Though she did give Hermione a one-armed hug before she scurried from the Gryffindor breakfast table, leaving Hermione to finish her breakfast alone. When she arrived for potions that afternoon, Ron was pointedly ignoring her. Harry looked pained about it, and opted for silence as well, which she assumed was in fear of saying the wrong thing that would set Ron off again. The silence didn't last long though, before Slughorn welcomed them to the dungeons. Hermione walked to her table and was surprised that Malfoy wasn't there. She looked around the room, searching for his blonde head, but didn't find it. Perhaps he was just late again. Either way, there really wasn't much Hermione could do about it, and she started preparing for whatever potion they would be brewing that week. Slughorn noticed the empty chair beside Hermione and his nose crumbled almost in on itself. If Hermione was right, and she was almost all the time, Slughorn appeared to be reconsidering Malfoy's inclusion in the Slug Club. Just then Malfoy chose to deign his presence to the potions dungeon. Mr. Malfoy, how kind of you to join us. Let us all begin then. Slughorn clapped his little hands and everyone started with their ingredients. Hermione glanced at Malfoy, who had once again put his feet up on the table. He pulled out his wand and lit the fire under the cauldron. Non-verbally she noted. What is it, Granger? I can feel your stare. Just say what you want to say. I was just thinking, I hope your tardiness won't be a problem for this project. Some potions require distinct precision. I'm aware. And that was that. Malfoy took hold of the jar of lassoings and started sorting to find the best one for their potion. Hermione went about her own work and tried not to be annoyed. Across the room she could see Harry and Ron mumbling while they worked. Harry was still paying close attention to his precious book, and Ron was trying to decipher the writing as well, but clearly with less luck than Harry. Hermione smirked and returned her attention to the cauldron in front of her. Silence fell throughout the dungeon as everyone worked on their potions. Once finished, Slughorn called for their attention. He then looked over each potion before declaring that they would leave their cauldrons to continue work on it the next time they had potions. Malfoy was already on his way when Hermione's instinct reached for him, but stopped herself the last second before she actually touched him. He saw it and turned to her. Yes, Granger. I was thinking tomorrow we could start with. I can't tomorrow. As if that was that, he turned to leave again. Excuse me. Once again she almost reached to grab a handful of his robes, but she thought better of it at the last second. There was no need for it anyway. He stopped in his tracks, and slowly turned to her, pure exhaustion edged into his features. We agreed that no. He ground out the one word and it almost made Hermione back down. Almost. Instead she crossed her arms and awaited what she was sure to be a poor excuse. We did not agree to anything. You decided for us to study, I simply had no response. And I suppose now you do. It would appear so. He just stared down at her. Well, she refused to back down again. It was just Malfoy. He no longer scared her. At least not as much as he used to do. Which is? She prompted, and he let out several frustrated sounds and ran a hand through his hair. There's more than school and homework to worry about, Granger. I don't have time for... He stopped himself and straightened, trying to think of a better way to phrase it apparently. I have other things too. Once again he cut himself off, and suddenly his entire demeanor was changing before her eyes. He raised his chin with closed eyes, his breathing evened out, and there was an entirely different yet eerie calm about him. Tomorrow, was all he grated out between a clenched jaw before turning on his heel, leaving her no room for a reply. Feeling a bit at a loss for how to respond to the situation, Hermione packed her things and left to find Harry and Ron waiting for her outside the dungeons. If you're going to be mad and yell, I'd rather not. I'm already frustrated as it is with Malfoy, I don't need any more. Before either of them could respond, she started walking away from them. Seconds later she could hear their footsteps trying to fall into rhythm next to her. We wanted to apologize for our behavior this morning, right, Ron? Yeah, well, son, why, Hermione? Thank you. But are you still sure about this? If one conversation with Malfoy makes you this upset, this term doesn't exactly look like it's going to be very cheerful. She could tell Harry was trying to play it down and have her back of, but that wouldn't do. I see why you would think that. Having to put up with grumpy me all the time? You poor things. That's not. Hermione, that's not what I meant. You know that. Harry pulled her to a stop, and he and Ron flanked her sides. She deflated from the sincere looks they both had for her. I know, you're just trying to look out for me. But I can manage. It's just Malfoy after all. But Hermione, if I'm right and Malfoy really is a Death Eater, not the time for that, mate. Sorry, but Hermione, if I'm right, we have to tell someone. Harry turned imploring eyes to her, while Ron looked a bit more uncomfortable with how this conversation was turning out. He kept looking in every direction to make sure they were still alone in the corridor. If, and that's a very unlikely if, Harry, if Malfoy does turn out to be just that, I shall let you know. Now can we drop the issue? Talking about it won't make it more real. Besides, you have other things to worry about. Sloane, for instance. He kept asking about constantly throughout dinner. You simply must come the next time. Her change of topic worked like a charm, and Hermione started to squirm before her, while Ron looked a bit put out again at the mention of Sloane's dinner party, but apparently two could play at that game because on their way back to the Great Hall for dinner, Hermione changed the topic of conversation once more, this time to Quidditch. This in turn prompted Ron to divulge into a long monologue about his performance at the tryouts, which had been fine the first few times Hermione had been forced to listen to it. But if she had to listen to it for the 8th time within just 2 days, she would simply go mad. Once seated at the Gryffindor table, she offered a meek sign of praise, which Ron hardly heard anyway, before she dug out a book at random to read while eating. Ron's constant boasting was clearly not getting on the nerves of everyone, despite making Hermione think fivus about her choice to confounding McLaggen. Lavender Brown was enraptured by Ron's constant stream of prattle about one particular save he barely managed against Dumbledore. Much to her annoyance, Lavender would admit sounds of admiration and indignation at just the right places whenever Ron paused for breath. Hermione only noticed out the corner of her eyes, which she firmly tried not to roll at the scene. Hermione shot her a look that told her he felt similarly about the exchange. Lessons continued to test each student's ability to pay attention and compile hordes of new information. Luckily for Hermione, this was a speciality of hers, but even so, she found she had to work much harder than ever before. Though not counting her 3rd year, which had been one massive ordeal she never wanted to repeat ever again. Defense against the dark arts was just as horrible as last week, only Snape seemed to have grown even more temperamental and the slightest comments would set him off. His sneers grew larger and he hardly spoke without an insult of some sort to follow on their lack of progress with their non-verbal spells. Admittedly, Hermione had the least insulting comments, but not for lack of Snape's trying. Unlike Harry, Hermione decided to lay low in defense against the dark arts and simply just do the work. She had other more pressing matters to attend to. Like another Slytherin, for example. She left Harry and Ron to verbally abuse Snape after another horrible lesson, and headed for the library for what was to be her first study hour with Malfoy. Who hadn't turned up yet, of course not. She hesitated for just a fraction of a second before she sat down. Looking around just once more, she couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. And foolish. Why had she let herself believe that Malfoy of all people would actually uphold any agreement he had made with her, though it had been reluctantly done so? She felt infuriated with herself for actually expecting him to show up. It was Malfoy after all. He never did anything that didn't gain his own ass. But this would be for his benefit as well. Aggressively pulling out her books, she silently fumed at Malfoy for not showing up. She was so angry, she only looked up when a chair scraped across the floor close by. Malfoy was arranging his belongings on the table across from her, giving her a slight nod as he did so. Hermione gaped and stared at him. "Do close your mouth, Granger. You're causing a draft." Clapping her jaw shut so fast it hurt, she narrowed her eyes at him. And really looked at him. There were deep grey bags under his eyes, and he looked, faded was the only word she could think of. Even more so than he had looked just a few days ago at the dinner at Slum. He hunched over his books and paid no attention to her, but that was as it had been on Saturday as well. She couldn't quite describe it, but there was something off-putting about the mere air around Malfoy. "You're late," was hardly the reaction she should have given him, yet it was the one that fell from her mouth the easiest. "Yes, well, as I told you yesterday, I have other things more important to deal with aside from school work. Such as business of mine to tend to, and yours to pay no mind to." "What have you planned for today then, so we can finish at some point during this if at all possible?" She narrowed her eyes even further, before pulling out the new notebook she had designated for this project and turned to the first pages. "I think we should finish cataloguing the ingredients from last week and find out which best used for calming measures." Malfoy nodded and went back to his books and papers without another word. Time passed slowly in this manner. Hermione never minded the silence reserved for reading and schoolwork, but studying in silence like this with Malfoy was much different. There was a tension in the air around them, that made it difficult for Hermione to concentrate. It hadn't been like that on Saturday, and she thought back to why that might be. She had insulted him to persuade him to work with her, and he had been more agitated than her for most of the time. Today it seemed to be quite the opposite. And it bothered her. She did not like to not have the upper hand that way. Almost half the time had passed, when she dared to pose him a question that had been nagging her just a bit since yesterday. "If you truly believe there are more important things than school and this project, why still do it? Why bother studying here?" She left the implication hanging in the air. "With me, a mudblood." Malfoy let out a heavy sigh, rubbing his index fingers on his temples. He craned his neck a few times as if he was taking time deciding if he would stoop to answer her. When he placed his hands back on the table, she noticed how his quill was close to breaking in half as he picked it up again. "My mother." The words were barely audible above a whisper that he struggled to get out through clenched teeth, never looking at her. "If you insist on continuing being an insufferably know-it-all, my mother has determined I finish my studies at this ridiculous school, and obtain decent grades." If it weren't for her, Hermione noticed how all of Malfoy changed when he started talking about his mother. As he was spoke he seemed to relax and breathe easier. She stayed absolutely quiet, afraid to interrupt the sincerity she felt with every word he spoke. Even the angry one. With father in Azkaban, it is her way to and control things to be as close to normal as she desires. Though I don't see how she can, what with he cut himself of, seemingly realizing what he was talking about. Still Hermione said nothing. Draco cleared his throat and resumed his reading and note-taking. There, new information for you to store in that ever-accumulating brain of yours. And that concludes the chit-chat for today, Granger. The rest of the hour was indeed silent from the both of them, up till the point where they shared their findings and what would be useful and what would not. Hermione hurried to gather her things, determined to be the first to leave. But not before she said one more thing to Malfoy. Hoisting her heavy bag on her shoulder, she stood before Malfoy, who was still pulling his things together on the table. Truthfully, Malfoy, I agree. There are more important things than school, but I think it is a decent choice for you to honor your mother's wishes. She left Malfoy agape in the library and headed out the doors of the library, hiding a tiny smile behind hair that had crept into her face. Chapter end notes. I can tell you so far, that the story is closing in on having 25 chapters, and it's nowhere near finished. Just to give you all an indication of how much you can look forward to. As always, go to my Instagram at MissHusbandTights for more information and teasers. Sluggish interactions. Chapter notes. Get ready for even more flirting, winking smiley and a bugger of McLaggen. Skeptical smiley. I had a good titting spree this week, which is why I want to reward you guys with another chapter. Also, you should know that the chapters will only continue to be a similar length as this one. So much to look forward to. See the end of the chapter for more notes. With the end of September, Hermione felt that she had finally found a semblance to routine back at Hogwarts. Lessons continued to grow increasingly difficult, but that never stopped Hermione from wanting to learn everything she could. She kept herself very busy and hardly saw Hermione and Ron other than in the evenings. Due to her potions project with Malfoy, she found herself spending a vast majority of her time at the library. Half the time in the company of Malfoy himself, where they rarely spoke. It had been disturbing at first, that he would hardly say a word, but after a few meetings like this she found the silence durable. And frankly, it was nice for a change to be able to study with someone who didn't interrupt all the time with confusing questions. It wasn't that they didn't speak at all, but they kept it to the point and only when necessary. Malfoy never spoke ill of her or derogatory when they were in the library. He was just company. Who she happened to work together with on a particularly grueling project. It had only been close to 4 weeks, and they were barely scraping the surface of the work they were expected to do. By the end of September they had successfully catalogued and categorized a vast amount of ingredients and their brewing abilities. It turned out that Malfoy knew a great deal about brewing, and she had admitted as much at some point, that it was a bit of a surprise to her. Why is that, Granger? Well, I never pegged you as an academic, is all. He had looked at her in a strange way, but hadn't commented further on the topic at the time. They just continued in their silent manner, occasionally discussing one thing or another to confirm each other's work. But she'd managed to surprise him as well once or twice. In their 3rd week of working together, she had come across the ingredient of lassoing flies. Oh, yes, these were particularly useful but took forever to stew. She had exclaimed in her excitement, jotting furiously in their notes. What do you mean? Malfoy had paused whatever it was he was reading about, looking at her with a peculiar look on his face. Hermione was too caught up to notice anything and had jabbered on unperturbed. Well, when I had to brew Polyjuice Potion in 2nd year, I remember the lassoing flies were one of reasons it took forever to brew. She had scribbled this in her notes, that the use of lassoing flies would lengthen but also strengthen whatever potion they were used for. You brewed Polyjuice Potion in 2nd year. Yes, one, and that was when Hermione had caught up to her present self and what she had almost told Malfoy. She paused herself and placed her hands on the table, palms down, trying to appear calm. She couldn't discern the scrutinizing look Malfoy was directing at her. Yes. It was a test of sons, you might say. But I managed it. She gave a slight shrug like it was no big deal. As opposed to the fact that it had been a rather big deal and the most difficult thing she had done at the time. You managed it. Malfoy copied and rested his arms on the table as well, almost waiting or daring her to say more about the matter. His features had changed in the moments they had exchanged words. If she hadn't known better, she would have assumed he looked impressed by her statement, but given it was Malfoy, of all people, she quickly deduced that it couldn't be the case. Yes, I did. The potion was just fine, the results however, well. She trailed off to try and end the conversation, but Malfoy crossed his arms then and leaned back in his chair, expecting her to go on. Let's just say Polyjuice should not be dealt with lightly. Hermione concluded the conversation and she forced her attention back to her notes. Yet she had felt Malfoy's calculating eyes on her for the rest of the day. She could tell he was planning something, or trying to at least, but she refused to ask about the matter, and either way, the following day he was back to his normal passive self. Every day Hermione would get back to the common room after a study session with Malfoy. Harry would jump on her with dozens of questions. At first she had made the mistake of trying to answer them, but it made them go in circles of Harry's persistence that Malfoy was up to something. You're sure he didn't do anything? Like for the 100th time, Harry, he hardly speaks a word with me during the hour we study. She emphasized the last word with a glare in his direction. Out the corner of her eye she pointedly noticed that Ron was ducking his head behind some Quidditch magazine. I hardly think Malfoy would start singing his praises for whatever brilliant dark ideas he might, or might not, have at the moment. Now please, stop this, Harry. Here, mate, look at these flying techniques, maybe we could try them next Quidditch practice. Ron shoved the magazine in Harry's hands, and though Hermione loathed the idea of yet more talk about Quidditch, she was thankful for the distraction and mouthed a silent thank you to Ron, who beamed back at her. Ron's tactic worked a bit too well for her liking, when she found herself with another invitation to dinner with the Slug Club and she discovered that Ginny couldn't come because of Quidditch practice. Ginny had apologized a dozen times, but in the end it was Quidditch that won out for the witch, and Hermione was left alone to get ready for another night off being ogled by McLaggen. Her trip to Slughorn's office seemed longer than before. Hermione pulled her dress robe tighter around herself and steeled herself for the night to come. She had decided to wear dress robes for the evening, as opposed to a dress like last time. A dress would display her figure more prominently, and she didn't want to give McLaggen further reason to lock his gaze on her. It wasn't that Hermione didn't like her curves, she knew they were there. But given the normal appearance of the Hogwarts robes, she hardly ever thought about her figure in any way. It had always been hidden in robes or unflattering skirts. She supposed that was partly the reason why Ronald hadn't noticed she was a girl until 4th year. She scoffed at the memory, refusing it to ruin another night for her. Not that it would turn out to be a particularly pleasant night all the same anyway. As she made her way through the corridors she could hear voices growing louder and bolder with each step. Closing her hands in tight fists, she went down the last steps and was greeted by a booming Slughorn. "Miss Granger, how lovely of you to come once again." "I'm sure you will. Oh, I do beg your pardon." He pulled his wand and vanished the spot of drink he had accidentally tipped over her arm. Was he rather drunk already? Hermione made as if it was no bother at all and started to skirt her way while keeping an eye out for McLaggen. He hadn't been in the common room when she left Gryffindor Tower, but it seemed he hadn't shown up yet either. Someone else was missing too. "On your own this evening, Malfoy?" Hermione tried to smile at Malfoy and was met with the smallest of smirks she had yet to see from him. "I am more than capable of entertaining myself, Granger." "I'm sure." She tickled her eyebrow at him. Where did that come from? Malfoy actually smiled at her, and it threw her so much that she smiled back, accepting the drink Malfoy snatched from a tray out of nowhere. She took a sip and cast her eyes around the room only to spot McLaggen enter, all swagger in his steps and a predatory gleam in his eyes. Hermione quickly turned her back, forgetting who she was standing next to, and found herself nearly nose to nose with Malfoy. Now it was his turn to raise an eyebrow at her, whilst glancing over her shoulder. To her surprise, he even wrinkled his nose at McLaggen's appearance. "Where is Zabini?" Hermione found herself asking, not so much for concern for Zabini, but more so to appear in conversation and to keep McLaggen at bay. Malfoy seemed to notice this and was debating for one moment whether to help her or not. His answer came out rather reluctantly, eyes averted from her close presence. "Quidditch accident. Took a bludger to his kneecap. It had to be regrown." Malfoy took a sip of his drink and inched a step to the left, putting more distance between the two of them. Always maintaining a physical distance. Hermione nodded and accepted the silence between them once more. Sloane then called for the dinner to start and everyone hurried to their seats. Malfoy inclined his head in her direction, but she hesitated a moment longer and was left alone to find some place to deposit of her nearly untouched drink. A tray appeared out of nowhere and she set her glass down and turned to find a seat. Sloane had transfigured the large round table from last time to accommodate the lack of 3 of his priced students. Hermione realized too late that her hesitation had left her with only one option. And of course it was right in the middle between Malfoy and McLaggen. As she approached the table, McLaggen got up and pulled the chair for her. She stared at him for half a moment before coming to her senses. "Thank you, but I am perfectly capable of sitting down on my own." Taking great care to avoid McLaggen as much as possible, she yanked the chair from his hands and hastily sat down. "Feisty." It was barely audible and she was positive it was only meant for her ears, the way that single word had been said in a sultry tone, that made her skin crawl. She craned her neck in the opposite direction and noticed a steel-faced Malfoy staring straight ahead at nothing at all. Just as last time, Sloane took it upon himself to direct the conversation in whatever direction he saw fit that would bolster his ego as well and make his infamous connections with every possible famed witch or wizard. Hermione tuned most of it out, only giving a slight answer when asked directly. She turned her attention to her food, which was again rather nice, and a step up from what the others would be having in the Great Hall. However, she kept getting interrupted by McLaggen trying to maneuver his way into her personal space. To anyone else it appeared as nothing, but to Hermione it was fairly obvious that he was moving his entire person inches closer to her throughout the evening. At some point he even pretended to drop his fork, and as he bent down to pick it up, she felt his eyes wander all the way over her legs before he sat up again, with what she was sure he assumed to be an alluring smile in her direction. It didn't fail her notice either, that he managed to move his chair several inches closer to hers on that instance as well, and there were mere finger's breadth between her thighs and his. "Two can play at that game," she thought, and excused herself from the table under the pretense of needing the bathroom. It was a move with risk, she knew that, and was faced with that particular risk when she returned and saw how her chair was practically squashed up against McLaggen's chair. Deciding on the lesser of two evils, she pulled her chair and moved closer to Malfoy, whom she knew would at least keep his physical distance. He always did after all. And she was right, when he caught her moving her chair closer, much to a disgruntled and confused reaction from McLaggen. Malfoy scooted his chair a bit further as well, giving her the space she had hoped for. "How do you like the food this evening?" Malfoy stopped moving his food around with his fork and looked at her. It was the same as the last dinner, he had barely eaten a thing, he just moved it around his plate. And upon further inspection she noticed that his neckline on his dress robes weren't as snug around his neck as it should be, at least from what she knew of wizarding fashion, which wasn't much. "It appears to be a bit sluggish for my taste." Hermione did her utmost best not to laugh, She really did. She had to use her napkin to cover her mouth and pretend to cough, because surely Malfoy hadn't just made a joke at his own expense. I agree. She managed to get out behind her napkin, before she folded it neatly in her lap again. She caught McLaggen glaring in her direction but decided to concentrate her attention on Malfoy. Simply because he wasn't ogling her in the same possessive way McLaggen was trying to hide in plain sight. They continued to eat a few more bites in silence, rather Hermione did, while Malfoy just poked about his food some more. It wasn't until dessert was served that Malfoy spoke again. I never pictured you one for tradition, Granger. Dress robes. He inclined his head and raised an eyebrow at her questioningly. Ah, yes, well, circumstances deemed them. Yes, well. You, however, have chosen to neglect your traditions, I see. Indeed, Malfoy was wearing a navy suit once again, yet she was unsure if it was in fact the same outfit he had worn to the last Slug Club dinner. This hardly calls for my traditions. And there was that familiar sneer and upturned nose she had come to expect from Malfoy. I see. And what would your traditions pertain? Hermione opted her cutlery and the last of her dinner for what was surely about to be an excellent argument with Malfoy. They hardly ever argued when they worked on their potions project, and for some reason the potential at the moment stirred something in her. I highly doubt it would make sense for a Muggle-born such as yourself. The change of word did not go unnoticed by Hermione, who froze in her seat. Yes, because heavens forbid pure blood traditions be shared with the rest of the world of wizard kind. I would hate to ruin the exclusive membership it is to be pure blood. Granger, it's not something you spare it, Malfoy. Hermione had had enough. She excused herself with a headache to a befuddled Slughorn, and she almost had to trample her way over an enthusiastic McLaggen, who wanted to escort her back to the Gryffindor common room. Walking through the corridors, Hermione could feel her magic crackled with her temper. She opted for a detour of a few extra corridors to calm down before she went back to her dorm. This turned out to be a good plan as she came upon Harry, Ron and Ginny laughing in the common room. Ron was the first to spot her and his laughter died when he saw the look on her face. You all right, Hermione? He got up and she saw they were all still in their Quidditch outfits, which was... Well, as much as Hermione hated the sport, she could appreciate the outfits they would have to wear. Ron looked. Hermione felt herself flush and she shook it off, mentally and physically. It's nothing. I got stuck between Malfoy and McLaggen at Slughorn's dinner and you can imagine how that went. Ron made a face and she could tell he wanted to punch something, but held it back. What's with the dress robes, Hermione? I thought you hated those. Ginny observed from her place on the floor, as Hermione made her way to join them. I do, and her point was emphasized when she had to account to the large amount of fabric around her body just for sitting down again. But I thought it would work better to deter McLaggen, and his eager eyes are. And did it? Harry chimed in, failing to hide the grin in his voice, causing Ginny to whack him on the shin. No, it did not. If anything, it was made worse. If I hadn't left early, I'm fairly sure I would have ended up with McLaggen in my lap the way he kept moving closer all TLN off dinner. Ron gagged on nothing before choking on nothing but air. Hermione felt a pang of sympathy for Ron. Yes, well, it was really Malfoy and his stupid pure blood delusions that made me angry. I don't know why I expected differently from him anyway. She scoffed and pretended to straighten her dress robes for the non-existent fluff. What do you mean? I just thought after the many hours we've spent together on our project, that he would see reason that just because I'm Muggle-bomb doesn't make me any less than him and his pure blood bigotry. It was silly of me, I know. He's a Malfoy after all. She shrugged and fell back in her seat, Harry on her left and Ron moved to sit on her right. Maybe it is silly. Harry shrugged. But who cares, it's just Malfoy. He's a prat, we all know that. No need to change that, right? Hermione giggled and felt a wave of appreciation for her friends, who nearly always knew how to make her feel better again. They all delighted in verbally abusing McLaggen for the rest of the evening, only stopping to go to bed so as to avoid said McLaggen before he returned from the slug dinner. The following week was perhaps one of the worst of the year so far. Hermione felt agitated at the littlest of things, and unfortunately it was Ron and Harry who felt the brunt of it. Of course it had little to do with them and everything to do with McLaggen still trying to come at her and asking her to go with him on the first trip to Hogsmeade. She had to apologize to Harry and Ron several times for letting her temper get the best of her after yet another run-in with McLaggen. He had tried to be subtle the first few times, but eventually his patience wore out and he moved on to a different tactic. Hermione was thankful she had spent so much time sneaking around the castle with Harry and Ron, that she knew quite a few shortcuts that made her avoid McLaggen as much as possible. Thursday morning Hermione grabbed a hold on Hermione and Ron on either side and used them as human shields on their way down for breakfast. She let go of Harry first but held on to Ron to sit next to him when they got to Gryffindor table in the Great Hall. Hermione only briefly spotted the scowl that greeted her from Lavender, but ignored it as she tried to keep an eye out if McLaggen should try and approach her again. Thankfully he was nowhere in sight, and she could eat her breakfast in peace. "You can't keep using us as shields all year, Hermione," Harry pointed out, waving a sausage in her line of sight. "I know that, but I don't know what else to do by now. I've turned him down a dozen of times, it only seems to make him that much more eager. Honestly, it's a nightmare, really. I spend most of me time in the library, we know. Because I don't fancy running into him in the common room or any other place, and so far the library seems to be the safest choice." Hermione started her breakfast, mentally going over her timetable for the day. Ancient Runes was going to be difficult with the translations she still had to do, but perhaps she would have some spare time later. Except, no, on Thursday she would be working with Malfoy, who had been just as unpleasant all week, almost like the first week of term all over again. Before that weekend slug dinner they had nearly reached a mutual agreement to at least be civil with one another when they absolutely had to talk to each other. But apparently that had been shot down Moaning Myrtle's pipes in the past few days. So Hermione wasn't surprised that Malfoy was late to meet her later that day. It stoked something in her temper, but she decided that for today, she didn't care. Instead she pulled out her Ancient Runes translations and set to work on those. After nearly 15 minutes the chair across from her was pulled out and Malfoy sat to glare at her, arms crossed and things very much still in his bag. Hermione pushed her things aside to glare right back at him with her arms crossed as well. "Malfoy. Granger. You're late." "Well spotted. May I ask why?" "You may. Doesn't mean I'll answer." "Ah." Hermione jumped from her seat in frustration and started pacing back and forth on her side of the table. Malfoy just stared at her as she silently stomped about. Hermione tried her best to keep her temper, she really did, but the last week had torn her down and she refused to let it continue. The rest of the term would be absolutely horrible if she did so. Instead she decided to do something drastic. "Why?" Exasperation coursed through her body as she plunked down in her seat again, eyes shooting daggers at Malfoy. "You're going to have to dig a bit deeper in your vocabulary, Granger. Why do you think yourself better than me?" She could tell her question had caught him off guard because he had opened his mouth to shoot whatever answer her way, before closing it again. "I should think, that don't give me any of that nonsense about pure blood. I would like to hear why you think you're so much better than me." He leaned back, clearly thinking things over. "I would think it is obvious." "Not to me." "Of course not." "Malfoy. Exhibitor, you are clearly controlled by your emotions. Emotions impair your judgment. Emotions impair your judgment." Hermione heard what he had said but couldn't quite believe it. She rolled her eyes and started to go back to ignore him, when he continued. I have been raised under certain notions that you would fail to understand. Things are expected of people like me. My family alone with its many generations have always that's your family talking, Malfoy. He stopped short, narrowing his eyes at her. Perhaps. But in I am part of my family, and therefore I have the same beliefs and expectations. And that's exactly the problem. Problem? Yes, you have been raised with all these expectations and goals set out for you, that you have never been allowed to think for yourself, to have any dreams about what it is you want to do. Everything has always been about what you must do for your family. Have you ever, in your entire life, had any dream for the future that was purely your own and nothing your father or anyone else in your family had any say in? Malfoy was about to open his mouth again with what she was sure to be a load of shite, but he closed it apparently at a loss for words. All my life, Hermione continued when it appeared Malfoy would not speak again just yet. I have been told I was special, and not because I have magic. My parents told me this long before we knew that. They told me that whatever I could dream, I could work hard and I would get it. They told me to dream big. They told me to go after what I want in life. Not what they wanted me to have for their sake. They always encouraged me to go after what would make me happy. Can you honestly say that you and your life is the better one being forced into a role set by generations of your parents' beliefs? They stared at each other. She could tell by the way his eyes darted from side to side and his jaw was flexing that he was thinking things over in great detail. His features changed by the second as he was assumingly coming to terms with whatever conclusion he was reaching, but before he could say anything, Hermione didn't give him the chance. I'm done for today, Malfoy. See you tomorrow. She flicked her wand and all her things flew into her bag as she left the library, with Malfoy's eyes on her back all the way out the library. All throughout the weekend Hermione's bad mood lingered. She did her homework as always, and she was quite proud of herself for not snapping at Harry or Ron when they asked for her help with their homework. She felt so miserable that she threw herself into her homework with little attention to anything else. Sunday afternoon, however, Harry and Ron cornered her in the common room, forced her into warm clothes and all but dragged her outside. They made her leave her book bag behind and then carried on dragging her halfway across the grounds before they let go of her. Where are we going? She demanded, setting her jacket right around her shoulders again. Does it matter? Ron teased her with a smile that made her belly curdle. Hagrid wants to show you something. Me? Oh, why me? Because I told him how upset you've been and Hagrid said he has just the thing to cheer you up. Now come on. Harry took hold of her hand and started pulling her along. In turn she reached to grab hold of Ron's hand and he looked rather pleased with himself when she did so. They came round to Hagrid's hut where Fang was snoring outside in the pumpkin patch. Hagrid was quick to come out after just one knock. Hermione, I got just the thing for ya, it's this way. Hagrid nearly scooped Hermione up by her feet when he went to guide her the way around his house. Behind his little hut, there was an enclosure of small furry creatures. Hagrid, are these Neasels? Hagrid was practically beaming at both Hermione and the little fur balls. There were 5 of them, one slightly bigger than the others, all with long tails swishing about always trying to hit each other with it or getting tangled with another. Hagrid explained how a stranger at a pub had wanted to drown the poor creatures because he couldn't find anyone who wanted to buy them. Thought me furs years could help take care of em. Special project, eh? That's brilliant, Hagrid. Can I? Course you can, Hermione. Here ye are. Hagrid bent and picked one off smaller ones for Hermione to hold. It settled in her arms instantly and Hermione felt a strange warm sensation spread in her chest. Hagrid nearly cooed at the sight. "Ah, he likes ye, Hermione. Maybe he does, but I doubt Crookshanks would be pleased to share the spotlight." "You're right about that." Ron came round to try and stroke the Kneasel, but it hissed at him. "Careful there, Ron." Hagrid chortled as he placed the tiny Kneasel back with the others. Ron started arguing, but Hagrid ignored it as he tended to the Kneasels. Hermione went to sit down next to the enclosure, fingers reaching for the 5 eager creatures. They all struggled to come closer to Hermione, but whenever Ron or Hermione tried to come nearer they would hiss and retreat. Hermione chuckled to herself when it happened the 3rd time, and Ron looked crestfallen. "Maybe they just prefer women over men. Can that happen, Hagrid?" "Dunno. S'pose. Given the treatment THA wizard had for 'em. 'Cept they like me." The smile was evident even through the massive beard, and one Kneasel tried to claw its way up his sleeve. "Well, you saved them, Hagrid. Of course they like you." Hermione went to hug their large friend before she thanked her 2 best friends for cheering her up. Malfoy was far quieter and much more civil with Hermione in the coming potions lessons. It seemed they had indeed retreated back to their initial silent treatment and occasional suggestions when brewing in lessons. On Wednesday, Slughorn tried to corner Hermione for another invite to a slug club dinner, which he wormed his way out of with Quidditch practice once again. Hermione squirmed on the inside at the thought of having to deal with McLaggen all on her own again for the evening. To her surprise, Malfoy was waiting for her in the library Thursday afternoon, books already spread out and blank scrolls of parchment ready for their work for the day. He hardly looked up from his seat as she took hers, again across from him, and they worked in silence for most of the time. At some point she could hear girls giggling somewhere in the library and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She noticed Malfoy lean back in his chair and trying to be nonchalant about spotting the source of the noise. "HPMF McLaggen showing off again?" Malfoy grunted in disapproval. "I wish he'd shove of his broom." Hermione muttered under her breath at the mention of McLaggen. The words were out of her mouth before she realized it, and she found Malfoy staring at her quite in stunned shock. Well, Granger, I didn't think you had it in you." Suddenly he was sporting what could only be described as his Slytherin features, as his eyes lit up with mischief, so much similar to the kind she had seen with Fred and George Weasley so many times over the years. "What? You see what he's like? I swear, if I catch him trying to, I'll hex him." She punctured her parchment so forcefully that she nearly tore it in half. "I don't think I've seen you this angry, Granger, not since." He trailed off and tried to hide the fact that he had moved his hand to cup his jaw by scratching behind his ear absently. Hermione remembered the last time she had let her temper get away with her in that manner and how her knuckles had connected with Malfoy's face. The memory alone had her fists curling tightly. "Yes, well, I wouldn't mind if N1C Lagan were to take a bludger to his knee, but unfortunately he didn't make the team." Hermione grumbled, and she couldn't help the smirk that touched her lips at the memory. Malfoy knew nothing about this, of course, and could only ponder about her aversion to McLaggen in general, which he seemed to share to a certain degree as well. They spoke nothing further about it and finished their potions work for the day. Saturday night Hermione was dreading going to yet another slug club dinner without Ginny, who once again had Quidditch practice thanks to Harry's planning. Hermione had scowled at Harry on her way out as they were all headed for the Quidditch pitch while she headed for Slughorn's office. This time she had chosen to wear a dress, McLaggen be damned. She wanted to feel nice about herself once in a while and had decided that she would take control of the situation and try and talk more with Melinda Bobbin, just to avoid the others. She adjusted the short sleeves on the dress, and pressed her palms to her belly as she went through the corridors. But when she arrived she found only Bobbin, Zabini and Malfoy to be attending. Once again Slughorn had transfigured the table to their small number of guests, and Hermione found herself seated between Malfoy and Zabini upon Slughorn's request, that they should all get to know each other outside of their houses. It was Melinda Bobbin who asked the question. Hermione forced herself not to ask. "Where is Cormac McLaggen tonight, sir?" But it wasn't Slughorn who answered. "Bludger accident," Malfoy drawled with a twitch of his lips. Hermione whirled on him and they locked eyes for a moment. Her lips couldn't help but twitch either as she reached for the drink she could see out the corner of her eye. "They just appear out of nowhere, the bloody things." Zabini chimed in and raised his glass as well to Hermione. She found herself clinking glasses with Zabini and Malfoy in return before chugging the entire glass in confusion to this revelation. It was by far the best dinner with Slughorn Hermione could think of. Granted, Slughorn commandeered much of the conversation with his mere presence, but without McLaggen to ogle her all evening, Hermione was able to relax more, even with two Slytherins on either side of her. But as the evening wore on she found that Zabini was a decent conversationalist as long as they didn't talk about anything related to family, and Malfoy was, well, Malfoy. He piped in with curt responses once in a while as he poked his food around his plate. Hermione held back her comments about him not eating and instead asked him about his Quidditch practice. "Ah, there it is." Zabini sidled his way into her periphery again. "What?" "Don't answer her question, Draco. Potter clearly sent her to spy on our form before our match." Hermione broke out laughing and was surprised to hear Malfoy do the same. "I highly doubt that Blaise Granger wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a bludger and a snitch, let alone inform Potter about anything I'd say, if I were to say anything." She was about to retort about the chauvinism of his rude comment, but closed her mouth. He had a point, somewhat at least. "I know which one is the snitch, you prat." She pierced her last roast potato with such force, only in doing so she missed it and it flew across the table into Slughorn's wine glass. "Oh!" He spluttered and fished out the urine-soaked potato before giving it a shake and popping it in his mouth. For the second time Hermione surprised herself and half the dinner party when she, Zabini and Malfoy all broke out in roaring laughter. Slughorn even joined in on the dying laughter before gesturing for dessert to be served. Hermione bit her upper lip to keep from laughing again and found Malfoy and Zabini struggling to keep it together as well. "My apologies, Granger. Next time, I'll have you show me how to handle the snitch." She looked to Malfoy and was startled by the sincerity in his expression. It froze her. Everyone's plates had been served dessert, and it was only when the scoop of ice cream on her spoon fell to her plate again that she looked away. She wasn't sure, but from the look in his eyes there had been some hidden meaning behind his words. And when she turned to Zabini she was sure of it because he was positively snickering into his dessert. Rising to the challenge, Hermione schooled her features as best she could and turned to Malfoy again. "I shall look forward to handling your balls, Malfoy." In the end it wasn't the lack of McLaggen's presence that was the best part of the dinner. It turned out to be Zabini nearly projectile spitting ice cream all over Slughorn's waistcoat at Hermione's comment. Chapter end notes. I just want to say a huge thank you to every one of you reading this. It means the world to me to see how much you like it. I really enjoy writing this story, and to share it with you is such a huge part of why I enjoy titting it. Also, side note, because you're getting a second chapter this week, I might be pushing next chapter to Wednesday opposed to Tuesday as normally. Please come find me on Instagram at @MissUsBtights if you want to stay updated and get little teasers. Winking smiley. Admissions and accusations. Chapter notes. First of, thank you so much for every kudos and comment. It means the world to see your response to this story. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Malfoy's attitude changed quite a bit after the third Slug Club dinner. Hermione knew better than to give him any sort of thanks, despite the fact that they both knew he was behind McLaggen's absence in some way. But what surprised her more was perhaps Zabini's greetings to her in the corridors and when they had potions. He would greet her with her name and the same sly smile she had come to associate with Zabini. He wouldn't say anything else before moving along chuckling to himself. Harry and Ron had looked absolutely dumbstruck the first time it had happened, and truthfully she had felt similar. As much as she tried to explain it to the two of them, she quickly just referred to it being something weirdly Slytherin and to not pay attention to it. This was of course difficult as they had potions with Zabini at least thrice a week and would run into him and some of the other Slytherins on occasion in the corridors as well. But the biggest change was in Malfoy. He started showing up on time for their meetings in the library, and was actually prepared. On one occasion he even made suggestions for their continued line of work, making her raise an eyebrow at him. "I do have thoughts of my own, Granger." "Yes, I know. It just happens very rarely." "That's just because your brain actively runs on overdrive the entire time. It's not letting anyone else to do any amount of thinking." He passed her the scroll he had been writing on and she found a list of suggested ingredient combinations they would have to test somehow. "This looks good," she was forced to admit, and Malfoy just nodded in acceptance. "We will most likely have to ask Sloane to use the dungeon at some point to test these. We won't have time to do it in the ordinary lessons." She was musing as she scanned the list again. "I had the same thought." Hermione faced Malfoy at his admission. "Right." Not really believing their silent progress, Hermione turned to her current work in silence and let Malfoy to do the same. Only he broke the silence after a little while with another question. One Hermione never in a million years would have expected from Malfoy. "How?" He actually seemed to be struggling with the words and the question he had in mind. Hermione kept quiet, as this often proved to work with Harry and Ron when they had trouble forming words of things they wanted to say. The tactic appeared to be working with Malfoy as well, she marvelled just a moment later. "What was it like? Growing up without magic? And when you found out you had magic?" Hermione stared at him, completely frozen in action. Her jaw dropped and she thought very hard on how to answer him. He on the other hand looked at her in earnest. She tried her very best to determine if he was going to bully her again in some way based on her answer, but something told her that wasn't the case. She carefully placed her quill on the table and turned her gaze to his and held it while she spoke. "Well, when I was a child I didn't know any better. Growing up as a muggle we believed magic to be something out of fairy tales. It wasn't real. Many of things we can do with magic, muggles have found other ways to deal with. As have I. But there were times when I was a child that strange things would happen to me. There was a time at school when a group of girls had me cornered for something stupid and then suddenly their hair had turned purple and much too frizzy." Malfoy chuckled at that point and Hermione couldn't help but smile a bit too at the memory. It wasn't her finest moment, but at the time it was her emotions and her magic that had carried away with her. Little things like that happened on occasion when I would feel something very strongly. Then one summer McGonagall came to visit and explain things. Suddenly things just made sense. It had been a long time since Hermione had thought back to that time and the level of emotions it brought with it. It was a memory she hadn't even shared with Harry and Ron. She remembered how McGonagall had shown up in her tartan robes and invited herself in for tea before she had begun to explain the existence of witches and wizards. Her parents had been stunned to silence with furtive glances at their daughter. Hermione had felt like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. She had hardly believed it, but if it really was magic that she could do, it certainly explained a lot. She had felt so relieved to know what, or rather who she was, or who she was going to be. When McGonagall started to explain this a bit more, my parents had started to argue. They didn't want me to leave for a school on no map without the opportunity to see me. But a smile tugged her lips further up. When McGonagall turned their teacups into little mice they suddenly felt differently. McGonagall explained that magic needs to be taught and trained, or it would explode unwillingly. Which could be dangerous. Hermione shrugged. In the end that was the point of conviction for them. Once I started Hogwarts I felt so overwhelmed at the same time as I was elated. But then of course school started and things quickly changed in many aspects. Everything that had happened since their first year at school was unnecessary for them to go over again. They had both been there and had lived through it. There was no need to relive memories that would turn sour. Malfoy hadn't looked away the entire time she had been talking, only nodding his head once or twice as she spoke. She waited in silence again, letting him think things over. Expecting an answer at some point in his own time, she returned to her work, leaving him to sort his way through it. Whatever it meant to him. But he said nothing more that day. The second week of October would be their first trip to Hogsmeade that year. Hermione had been looking forward to it for quite some time. There were several things she wanted to shop for in the little village. Despite her displeasure at Harry and Ron for using yet another spell from that stupid prince, she decided to let it go for now so as not to ruin their day in Hogsmeade completely. Although the weather was doing a great deal on its own to make it as unpleasant as possible. Despite her many layers, scarves, gloves and woolen hat, she was still frozen almost solid when they finally reached the little village. Hermione wanted to get a few sugar quills at Honeyduke's and neither Ron nor Hermione objected to paying the sweet shop a visit. All of them regretted it once they nearly bumped into Slughorn, who was just about to leave. Begrudgingly, Hermione had to accept another invitation for yet another Slug Club dinner the coming Monday, which Harry managed once again to work his way out of. She hadn't told either of them about the last dinner and how pleasant it had actually turned out to be. Somehow she doubted they would believe her. Sometimes she hardly believed it herself, that she had actually enjoyed herself for almost an entire evening sitting between Malfoy and Zabini. Ron's mood, however, was always sure to turn sour at the mention of the Slug Club, so after they made their purchases at Honeyduke's, she quickly suggested they head to the Three Broomsticks to one-up a bit. Unfortunately they had a run-in with Mundungus on the way, and Harry was practically fuming once they made their way to a table in the Broomsticks. "Hermione, listen, now is neither the time or place to be upset about this." "Upset is not even the word, Hermione." I know, Harry, but listen to me. Mundungus is long gone now, you heard Tonks, and frankly I think he's a bit scared of you after just now." "He better be," muttered Harry and took a swig of his butterbeer in steaming silence. They all finished their butterbeer in silence, each one of them seemingly upset about one thing or another. Once they had all finished they decided that was that, and bundled up in all their clothes to start the trek back to the castle. The wind seemed to have grown increasingly angrier while they had been in the Broomsticks, and Hermione pulled her scarf as close around as much of her face as she possibly could. It left her with little chance to see much else than immediately in front of her where she put her feet down. They were about halfway to the castle when Harry and Hermione noticed the argument going on between Katie Bell and her friend. Katie's friend was trying to make Katie show her whatever it was she was carrying. It was difficult to see through the sleet in the urine, but also because Katie kept pulling it back to her chest, refusing to let go. "Stay out of it, Leanne. It's perfectly fine." Katie's voice rose above the wind while her friend, Leanne, made another attempt for the package Hermione could now see in her hands. "It is not fine, where did you get this?" Leanne tugged on Katie's arm, who twisted and then dropped the brown package. Hermione, Harry and Ron had come up beside them by now and they all turned to see something poke out from the package. Something silver and green and very shiny was sticking out of the package, and all around where it had landed on the ground, the sleet melted away. Katie started to bend down to pick it up, but Hermione was quick to pull her away. "Don't touch it," he ordered them all with a strange look on his face, while trying to maintain a grip on a struggling Katie. Leanne came to help hold Katie back, who seemed to be putting up quite the fight. "Let me go, I have to bring it back with me." Katie shoved and pushed against Hermione and Leanne, she even tried to knee Harry in a most sensitive spot. Luckily she missed and Harry put his arms around Katie's torso. Katie, what's wrong with you? Leanne was clearly panicking, and it became obvious she had no idea what to do. What do you mean? Hermione came over and placed a hand on her arm, trying to calm her. This isn't her. Katie would never do something like this, it's like she's... Hermione turned to look at Katie, and her eyes. There was definitely a peculiar sheen to them. Imperious, mused Hermione, and felt a shudder down her spine. As she said the word, all four of them looked around, even though they knew they would find no one. When? Hermione asked through Katie's continued ramblings about needing to deliver the object in the package. I don't know. Leanne had started to cry then, and Hermione took her hand for silent comfort again. We should get back to the castle. Sort this out back there. Ron bent down to pick up the package, which froze Katie in Harry's arms. Careful, Ron. You mustn't touch it. Hermione let go of Leanne and was halfway to Ron. But Ron merely folded the paper carefully back around the glittering object before he took of one of his scarves and wrapped that around it as well. Let's go. They hurried their way back to the castle and went to find McGonagall. Katie was reluctant to follow them, but something compelled her to stay with the package, so she followed them as they raced for McGonagall's office. McGonagall was most surprised by their hurried visit to her office, and though she let them in, it seemed she had just been about to retire for the day. There were signs of other people having been in her office, but they were long gone. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, Miss Bell and Miss Welsh, what on earth is the matter? McGonagall rose to her full height and pulled her robes tighter around her stern frame. Professor, please, we think Katie has been imperious. At those words McGonagall's lips thinned even further and her eyes grew wide. She then ushered them all inside before she spoke an incantation and a silver cat sprinted down the corridor. Katie was forced to take a seat, which she did as long as she could see the package Ron was still holding. Professor, you don't understand, I have to deliver that package. It's urgent that I do so. Her voice had taken on a strained lilt and her hands were wringing furiously in her lap. Yes, dear, and you will in just a moment. She rounded on the others, who looked just as alarmed as Hermione felt. Explain. Which they did. Leanne started to tell how Katie had gone to the bathroom in the Three Broomsticks, and once she came back, she had been determined to return to the castle and deliver the clearly cursed package. Harry, Ron and Hermione supplied with information from when they caught up with Katie and Leanne on the way back to Hogwarts. Katie was growing more and more wretched in her seat, and Hermione noticed she was trying to scoot closer out of her chair to get to the package. As Hermione finished telling about their trek back up to Hogwarts, the door to McGonagall's office opened and Snape entered, his robes billowing behind him. Hermione felt as well as saw how Harry went positively rigid by her side. You sent for me, Minerva. Snape's voice filtered through the office, silencing everyone else. Apart from Katie's small whimpers as she continued to want to get close to the package, which Ron had subtly pushed further away from her on McGonagall's desk. Severus, yes, it would appear one of our students has been imperious. She ushered for him to take a look at Katie, while quickly going over the most important details for Snape to know what they were possibly dealing with. Hermione moved to stand next to a trembling Leanne, and tried her best to console her with soothing words and noises. Snape crouched in front of Katie and looked piercingly at her eyes. How anyone could fathom to stare into those black eyes for more than a few seconds was beyond Hermione's belief. Which in turn confirmed their suspicions that Katie indeed was not herself. It is not a strong one, but she will continue to pursue what it is she has been tasked to do. I assume this has something to do with her state. Snape moved to the desk and using his wand he began to unwrap the package completely. Inside was an ornate silver necklace with green gemstones that glistened in the light. But it also shone of something indistinct, and Hermione inhaled in surprise when she recognized it. Harry's posture told her he recognized it as well. And of course nothing went by Snape's attention like that. "What is it, Potter?" "Granger." He swirled on the spot and directed his gaze on the two of them. Harry averted his eyes, having spent far too long under Snape's penetrating eyes, but Hermione didn't have that experience and was too slow. I've seen that before. In Diagon Borgin and Burke's." Harry piped in, eyes locked on the necklace now. "Your point being, Potter?" Snape waved his wand as he magically lifted the necklace to study. As he did so, he scrunched his nose and a deep frown marred his forehead. "Nothing, sir. I was just wondering how it got here." From the way Harry said it, Hermione was almost positive Harry had a very clear idea of how it got there. "If you have something to say, Potter, spit it out before we grow roots to the spot." "Severus, there is no need for that." "Mr. Potter, do explain what it is you are hinting at." Hermione looked to Harry, who was in turn looking between his head of house and Snape. Finally he seemed to reach a conclusion and started on his suspicions on Malfoy again. Hermione almost groaned inwardly at the look that manifested on Snape's and McGonagall's faces. "Those are some serious accusations, Mr. Potter." Snape's teeth were clenched and Hermione could tell he had half a mind to go strangle someone, whether it be Malfoy or Harry only time would tell. "Indeed, they are." As it happens, McGonagall swept around her desk to pick up some scrolls of parchment to study, as if they had the answer to the predicament they all found themselves in. "Mr. Malfoy has been in detention with me the entire morning. He is falling behind in Transfiguration, a subject I had planned to discuss with you, Severus." She inclined her head in Snape's direction. "Of course, Minerva. I shall most definitely have a talk with Mr. Malfoy on the topic." "Thank you. So you see, Mr. Potter, there is no possible way that Mr. Malfoy could be behind whatever this is." When McGonagall turned to look at Katie, her eyes softened to that of concern and not the stern look she had been saving for Hermione. Hermione saw Harry deflate slightly, but from the set of his jaw she knew he was still blaming Malfoy in some sense, and it would only be a matter of time before he came with a new theory. "Now, Severus, what do you suggest as the best way to maintain this situation?" Snape turned back to study Katie a few more moments, waving his wand around her frame a few times before letting out a deep sigh. "The Imperius has attached itself to her. She will not relent until she had delivered this to whomever was meant to be the recipient. Unfortunately, the only way we can rid her of the Imperius is to find the person responsible or—" He straightened his back and turned to McGonagall, and Hermione watched as some sort of silent conversation passed between them in the beat of a heart. "Very well." McGonagall came to stand before Katie, her wand out. "Miss Bell, I should like to escort you to the hospital wing, but for me to do so, I will have to calm you." "What?" Leanne piped up in a squeaky voice and she took a step forward. "Miss Welsh, you are more than welcome to come. In fact, I think it would be best if you did so." Then she moved the tip of her wand to Katie's chest and a silent spell hit her in the blink of an eye. Snape was quickest to react and he caught the limp form of Katie as she nearly slumped from her chair. Hermione gasped. McGonagall performed another set of spells and then Katie was level and floating on her own, her dark hair falling to the floor. She looked almost peaceful, like she was asleep. "What have you done to her?" Leanne was now sobbing and tried to wake Katie. McGonagall pulled her off. "She has merely been stunned for the time being. We shall take her to Madame Pomfrey, who will renovate her again, and we shall be able to rid her of the Imperius." "How?" They could barely hear the single word TLN off the sobbing. "There are spells, but they take time and precision. Miss Bell will most likely need to stay in the hospital wing for a short amount of days. Now come along. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, might I suggest you return to your common room for the rest of the day?" McGonagall placed an arm around Leanne and staffed them towards the hospital wing. Snape followed behind them, using his wand to place another spell on Katie that hid her from sight as she floated along after them. Hermione stood between Ron and Harry, frozen, as they watched the group turn around the next comer and out of sight. "Bloody hell!" sighed Ron and leaned on the wall beside him. Neither said another word on their way back to Gryffindor Tower, but both Harry and Ron kept running their hands through their hair, making it stick out at all odd angles. They looked ruffled and both seemed to be brooding in their own way. She was fairly sure she knew what Haney was brooding about, but couldn't think what Ron would be so upset about, apart from the obvious. Back in the common room they found their usual spots and tried to get warm by the blazing fire before either of them spoke. Hermione jumped to start. "I know what you're going to say, Harry, and you heard McGonagall. Malfoy couldn't have done it. But what if no, Harry? He might be behind other things, we don't know. But this today with Katie." Hermione shook her head as she was reliving Katie's desperate behavior. "It's just not possible." It seemed impossible to get her hands warm again even despite the fire in front of them. HRPMF. Harry chucked his gloves and scarves on the floor by the fire and appeared determined to continue to brood in silence. Hermione turned to look at Ronald. "And you?" Wanting to get whatever it was over with, she poked his knee, gaining his attention. "You're right, Hermione. Malfoy might not be behind this. But that doesn't mean he's not planning something else. I don't like how you study with him so much." Hermione let out a deep breath at Ron's concern for her. It was absolutely unnecessary, of course, but it was still touching all the same. "I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself, Ron, you should know that." I know. That doesn't mean I have to like you being alone with Malfoy like that." His face turned into something that looked as if he had smelled something horrible. "I would hardly call it alone, sitting in the middle of the library." She couldn't contain the eye roll as she turned her attention back to the fire. Ron stayed quiet for a long while, and she felt his gaze on her. At last he bent forward over his knees, putting his face level with her own. A tentative hand reached out and closed around her wrist. "Just promise me you'll be careful, Hermione." The gesture caught her completely by surprise, but his hand was gone again almost the instant the words had left his mouth and he was standing beside her. She looked up at him, and there was a serious look about him that she couldn't place. "Of course." She choked out before Ron nodded and left for the boys' dormitory, shortly followed by Harry. News about Katie's accident, as they called it, travelled through the castle during Sunday. That evening everyone seemed to know what had happened, and Hermione, Ron and Harry had to barricade themselves in Gryffindor Tower to avoid any more questions. Of course some of other Gryffindors still had plenty of questions, but they saw reason enough not to bother them once Hermione used her prefect voice and secured them a bit of privacy. "I love it when she does that, and it's not us." She heard Ron whisper to Harry, and she had opened her mouth halfway ready with a reply before she changed her mind. She flung herself into her favourite plush chair and she read in relatively peace the rest of the evening. Well, as peaceful as it could get with Ron and Harry playing wizard chess next to her. Monday it was back to usual again. At breakfast, Harry and Ron both cautioned Hermione to be careful around Malfoy again, and she assured them that she would be. Yet, she needn't bother because the Malfoy that showed up for that day's potions lesson looked positively defeated. He didn't even respond to her quips about his tardiness or his lack of participation in the brewing. He just sat in his seat, staring into nothing with that haunted look about him. Hermione paused her chopping and turned to study Malfoy for a second. Something he would usually notice and spew something horrid at her, but today he was there physically, but definitely not mentally. He looked gaunt with purple smudges under his eyes, and he kept fidgeting with the single ring he had on his left hand. As he kept turning it over and over on his pointer finger, she noticed the engraved M on it. Despite the many moments she kept looking at him, he didn't turn his gaze on her once, as he would normally do. Instead his features were attuned to something none other appeared to be able to see. Biting her lip, Hermione was also battling some inner conflict. In the end, she decided that potions class was not the right place to do so, and perhaps when it was just the two of them in the library would be better to approach his new almost shut-down behavior. "Malfoy, could you start the fire?" She tried, and as if by turning on a switch, he just reached and did it. No hesitation, no argument and no look in her direction. As much as Hermione disliked Malfoy and his entire attitude, she couldn't help but think that this version of him was far worse. It was a mere shell of the sneaky prat she had come to get to know, a slightly different version of. It was as if he had clocked out of his body, and left it at its bare minimal functions, but only when asked. She asked him once or twice more to do a few things for their brew of the day, and he wordlessly complied. Hermione couldn't stop herself from feeling something. She didn't know exactly what it was. She only knew that despite Malfoy not being her friend or anything of the sorts, she didn't care for this version of him. Chapter endnotes. I've moved things around a bit so the regular post schedule is now on Wednesdays. Let the games begin. Chapter notes. I have come to find that I very much enjoy writing about the ostentatious slug dinners. Too bad there won't be many left soon. So enjoy another round of flirty Zabini winking smiley. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The Slug Club was to gather for another dinner that evening. Hermione found she was not as nervous as the last time to attend. Thinking back, she had rather enjoyed herself. Either way, Ginny would be coming again that night, as Harry had his lesson with Dumbledore and there would therefore not be any Quidditch practice. Ginny was not very pleased about the prospect of another dinner, however. "Do we have to, Hermione?" Ginny was struggling to get her dress to serve properly around her bottom, and then gave herself a self-satisfied look in the mirror. "Yes, we've already promised Slughorn. It would be strange if we both declined at this hour." Hermione tried her best to tame her curls, but deemed it a lost cause and simply tied a hair ribbon in the back to at least try and keep it out of her face for dinner. If McLaggen as much as opens his mouth, I swear on Merlin's beard." 111. She made a rude gesture with both her hands while scrunching up her face. Hermione giggled. "Or better yet, Fred and George might have some new product they need to test. I could always write to them." "That's the spirit, Ginny. Ready?" They stood side by side to give each other the okay for the evening. Ginny had chosen another dress that flaunted her legs wonderfully, and Hermione had gone for a deep purple one she had claimed was rather subtle, but once Ginny gave her the once-over declared that it made her bum look bloody edible. Hermione had roared with laughter, and was still trying to catch her breath when they came down to the common room, where they found Harry and Ron waiting to see them off. However, they weren't alone. Parvati and Lavender were trying to engage the boys in conversation. Well, Lavender mostly, batting her eyelashes wildly in Ron's direction. Hermione inhaled deeply, which made her breasts much more visible in her dress for the evening, and she let the air out of her lungs again rather deflatingly so. Of course Ginny saw this and was quick to commandeer Ron's attention. "See you later, boys," she crooned, and though Ginny only paid attention to Ron and a now seething Lavender, Hermione however, noticed how Haney's eyes lingered on Ginny's legs for a heartbeat longer. "Hermione!" Ron jumped from his seat as by catapult. The motion nearly had Lavender topple over from her perch on the armrest of the chair. She was quick to gain her composure though, and scooped Parvati through the arm to leave with a scowl on her face. Parvati shrugged and complimented Hermione on her dress before being dragged off by Lavender. "Yes, Ron?" Hermione made to smooth out the non-existent wrinkles in her dress. It had merely been to occupy her hands, but the movement caught Ron's eyes and they drifted down her body before they very slowly made their way up to her eyes again. Behind him Ginny was grinning wickedly, signaling a thumbs up with both hands. I mean to say. Well. He made a hand gesture up and down her body awkwardly. Realizing what he was doing, he quickly stuffed his hands under his armpits and cleared his throat several times. Nice. You look nice. Thank you, Ron. I'll see you both when you get back from your lesson with Dumbledore, Harry. I was actually about to leave for that. I'll walk you out. Harry went to give Ron a pat on the back. That was meant to be reassuring, but his whispered smooth, mate, seemed to have the opposite effect, and Ron collapsed on himself. Yeah, well, see you all later then. Ron slumped over to take a seat by himself, and Hermione felt horrible for the look on his face just then. Harry had joined Ginny by the portrait hole, waiting for them to leave. The two of them were looking at Hermione. She really shouldn't do what she was about to do, but Ron looked so miserable, and if it could cheer him up just a fraction. But they were just friends, right? That thing in Hermione's belly unfurled itself and pushed her to be the bold one. Ginny looked at her expectantly, while Harry just looked puzzled. Hermione wavered another heartbeat before she decided to seize the moment. See you later, Ronald. Standing behind his chair, she placed her hands on his shoulder and gave him the smallest of kisses on his cheek. She definitely did not want to linger to see what this new action had done to Oh, shut up. She hissed at Ginny on their way out the portrait hole, because Ginny was absolutely bursting with glee. Harry looked somewhat pained, and only half-heartedly gave the two of them a wave before heading to Dumbledore's office. As soon as Harry was out of earshot, Ginny rounded on Hermione. She was practically cackling by then. What was that all about? Hermione just shrugged, because honestly it hadn't been that big a deal. But there was no deterring Ginny once she started. Don't even get me started on Lavender nearly throwing herself into Ron's lap like that. Did you see the look on her face once he spotted you? Priceless. Ginny continued to cackle all the way to Slughorn's office, while Hermione chose to remain tastily silent on the subject. Admittedly, seeing Lavender all over Ron like that was not pleasant. But it wasn't actually until Ron had noticed her, that the thing in Hermione's belly had stirred, and it was surprisingly silent again. If Ron hadn't spotted Hermione tonight, would she have minded the attention he was getting from Lavender? She wasn't so sure. She just knew that she had shown that smallest sign of affection for Ron because he had looked so sad when they all left. Anyone would have done something to cheer him up. Except anyone didn't. It had only been her to do so. Hermione bit her lip and tried to tune into what Ginny was still rambling on about. Don't know what Harry meant by it, but I promised to keep my wits about me tonight anyway. Right. They had reached Slughorn's office, and to both their dismay, they could clearly discern McLagan's slithering voice from far away. The two of them shook it off and headed for the door to the office. Upon entering, they obviously drew attention to themselves, but Hermione had not expected people to pause whatever they had been up to as they did. Ginny took the attention as a boost of confidence and pulled Hermione along to greet Melinda Bobbin, whom Hermione had spoken to a bit more and found to be fairly reasonable in conversations. She could feel the leeching stare of McLagan on her backside as she moved across the room and awkwardly tried to twist her body away from his view, only then she realized that someone else would get a glimpse of her from behind. Twisting back on herself, she was met with a smug Zabini who raised and wriggled an eyebrow and a glass to toast her. Evening, Granger. His voice slithered down her spine and she strengthened her hold on Ginny, who stepped into Zabini's line of sight. Zabini. He turned his dark eyes on Ginny, and much as Ron had done to Hermione just a few minutes ago, his eyes roamed up and down Ginny's body before his eyes fivinkled in her direction. Weasley. Always a pleasure. He cocked his head a bit and actually winked at the two of them. Charmed, I'm sure. Ginny mock-drawled and narrowed her eyes at Zabini, who had turned his attention back on Hermione. He sipped from his drink again, spending a bit longer than usual to lick his lips. Nice dress, Granger. Where have you been hiding? The lilt in his voice matched the twitch of his lip, as his eyes dipped once again very suggestively. Was he flirting? Hermione nearly balked at the idea, but then thought better of herself. If she had to choose between mocking flirtations with Zabini over being ogled in every sense of the word by McLaggen, it was an easy choice. So she straightened her back, purposely giving him the show he so clearly asked for. Ginny went wide-eyed beside her and tried pulling her by the "I prefer to keep things away from the public eye." She accepted a drink from a tray that floated by, and took a slow sip with her eyes narrowing on Zabini. His lips were fivitching, showing perfectly straight and white teeth behind them. "Have you fondled any snitches lately, Zabini?" She threw back with a demure expression she had only seen in movies before. Ginny's expression was clearly entertained but also a bit concerned based on the way she kept glancing between the two of them. "Can't say that I have. Maybe later, Granger." It was a playful chuckle Zabini let out before he sauntered over to meet Malfoy, who had just then turned up. "Hermione Granger, you know how to play." Ginny crooned and playfully punched her shoulder. "Barely." "That was bloody brilliant, it was. If he wasn't such a prick, I'd say snogged his brains out, just because he'd let you." Hermione had no words but her eyes grew twice their normal size at Ginny's brazen declaration. "He would not, and anyway, you can't be serious. You're with Dean." "I am." "That doesn't mean I can't enjoy a decent view sometimes." She turned her head cautiously and Hermione followed her line of sight to where Zabini was talking to Malfoy. "You have to admit, Hermione, Zabini does have a nice." Exactly what Zabini had that was nice, Hermione didn't get to hear because just then Slughorn called for their attention. "Oh, wonderful, you are all here now. I have a special surprise for you all this evening. She is a student of mine from several years ago. Well, not that many years ago, but I say." He cut him off before he could embarrass himself anymore and introduced his guest of honor for the evening. "Miss Gwenog Jones from the Holyhead Harpies, ladies and gentlemen." Ginny's grip on Hermione's arm turned vice-like, and she had to pull to release her fingers before they left bruises on her arm. Slughorn then proceeded to make introductions to each and every one of them, and for once Ginny was left speechless. Gwenog Jones was a tall witch, taller than even McLaggen Hermione had noticed. She had sleek strawberry blonde hair that she had pulled tightly back in a ponytail. Her cheekbones made her eyes stand out but in a pleasant way, that enticed you to smile, which Hermione did when she greeted the tall witch. "And this is Miss Hermione Granger and Miss Ginny Weasley. Miss Granger has the cleverness as you did, Gwenog, while Miss Weasley has the broom abilities, I have been told." Slughorn praised each of his favoured students with each introduction, and Hermione had to hide her grin when she saw Ginny's ears turn flaming red at her Quidditch appraisal in front of none other than Gwenog Jones. "Another Quidditch gal, pleasure." Gwenog enthusiastically shook Ginny's hand and started talking about some Quidditch match of the season Hermione knew nothing about. She let Ginny take the lead on that one and instead found her eyes wandering the rest of the room before they settled on Malfoy in what appeared to be a whispered argument with Zabini in the corner. They stopped abruptly and grey eyes locked on her own, freezing her on the spot. As if a curtain had been drawn, Malfoy retreated and that shell of his appeared. Zabini noticed as well because he frowned at his friend before heading for the table, where Slughorn was now encouraging people to take their seat. Opposed to the other dinners this evening had seating cards and Hermione discovered that she had been placed between Zabini and Malfoy again. McLaggen noticed too and decided to move a bit too close to her before taking his own seat. "What has one got to do to get close to you, Granger?" He brushed a finger along her lower back and she twitched away, bumping into Zabini who just came over to claim his seat. "Bugger off, McLaggen. It'd be a shame if another bludger were to clash with that pretty face of yours." Zabini shoved McLaggen out off way with a saucy smirk for McLaggen and waited next to Hermione. The two Boys stared at each other for a moment, each trying to make the other back down. In the end it was McLaggen who stepped back. "Not convinced you'd look good in green, Granger." "We'll see about that." Zabinai shot back, and with an arm around Hermione he steered her to their chairs. She was so surprised by this, that it took her a minute before she shook off his arm. "I can find my seat perfectly fine, thank you." For a moment she thought Zabinai actually looked hurt, but then the composed facade was back up and he bowed mockingly. "Of course, Granger. Wouldn't want you to sully yourself with the public." Zabinai winked, sat down with another word and started pouring himself an obscenely large glass of wine. Seething, Hermione sat down as well. She let a minute go by while everyone else found their seats and Slughorn staffed the conversation again. As Malfoy went to sit, his robes brushed Hermione's bare arm just briefly, and whether it was the brush of air or something else, she couldn't tell, but goosebumps broke out all over that Anne. It was something entirely different from McLaggen's disturbing touch. Hugging herself tightly, she leaned slightly towards Zabinai. "Thank you, Zabinai." She muttered under her breath and pretended to study her cutlery. In turn he raised an eyebrow at her, before his eyes zoomed over to Malfoy. Hermione turned to look, but Malfoy had his attention deeply fixed on the still empty plate in front of him. "Don't mention it. McLaggen's a prick. And that's coming from a Slytherin?" The sly grin he sent her told Hermione that Zabinai might not be such a terrible person after all, despite the rumours. He seemed to read her perfectly, for what he said next stumped her. "We're not all bad people. We just make bad choices sometimes." And with a shrug he downed what was left of his wine and tuned into the conversation at the table again. Which left Hermione just as speechless as Ginny had been earlier. The food was perhaps even better that evening, and Hermione suspected it was due to Gwenog's presence. She was pleased to see that Ginny had found her voice and was talking animatedly with arms in the air and a huge grin plastered all over her face on one side of Gwenog Jones. Hermione spoke a little with Zabinai once or twice, who continued to try and flirt with her, but otherwise remained quiet throughout dinner. As did Malfoy. In fact, if she hadn't looked and saw his chest rise and fall with his breathing, she would have been sure he had been a statue. He hadn't even touched his food, nor had he even picked up any of his cutlery. He just sat there, that empty shell, and stared vacantly into nothing. Hermione was just about to ask Zabinai what could be wrong with Malfoy, when a large crash sounded somewhere close outside Slughorn's office. Everyone paused and looked to the door, as if expecting another crash. It didn't come though, instead a loud wail sounded and then someone started pounding on the door. Slughorn looked utterly confused as he counted his guests around the table. The pounding continued and was accompanied by a shrill voice. "Draco Malfoy! You get your bony ass out here, or I swear on Merlin's white none of them heard just exactly what white part of Merlin Pansy Parkinson was obliged to swear upon, because Malfoy had just risen from his chair much too quickly. He had knocked his chair over. He stood panting from the quick reaction, and from the silence from outside, Pansy had heard the commotion too. "If you'll excuse me, Professor. Thank you again for a lovely dinner." He made a small bow at the waist in that strange mechanical voice of his. As he turned to leave, his eyes caught Hermione's. "Tomorrow, Granger." It was the only 2 words he had spoken that had sounded like himself. That hadn't been spoken as a machine or sounded rehearsed as every other retort had sounded that evening. Every head at the table turned to watch Malfoy open the door where a furious Pansy Parkinson was waiting for him. "How dare you? That you actually have the nerve to just walk away like that. I am absolutely not here." Malfoy hissed, and Hermione noticed that his voice was closer to normal with that hiss as well. Before the door closed entirely, she just spotted Malfoy grab hold of Pansy's arm as he dragged her away, while she continued to sputter offences at him. Sloane made a clapping motion and gestured for everyone to continue with their dinner, and he started the conversation back again. What? Hermione waved a hand towards the door with a questioning brow at Zabini, who paused with his glass before his lips. Even 7 levels of hell has no fury like a woman scorned. Or rather, a Parkinson scorned. He tipped his glass in a mock toast and doined the rest of the contents. Oh! Realization hit Hermione like a punch to the stomach, and she looked to the closed door behind them once again. Apparently, it would seem that Malfoy had broken up with Pansy Parkinson earlier that evening. But I thought. She realized she was voicing her line of thought, and beside her Zabini made to pour her another glass of wine. She declined. We all did. But Draco. He clearly hesitated, considering how much he should disclose about his friend. It was understandable. She was not Malfoy's friend, nor his anything for that matter. They just had to work together. Right, seeing as you have to work with him on that stupid potions project, you should know that the past week has been rough on Draco. He's seemed fine up until today. Well, I don't mean fine, I mean... Relax, Granger. I know what you mean. We've all noticed it, but he refuses to talk to any of us. Something happened this weekend, and he just shut down. Whatever it was, he decided to shut Pansy out completely as well. Lord knows he should have weeks ago anyway. He shrugged and popped a bread roll in his mouth with a salacious wink for Hermione. I see. Now, let's forget about Draco. I want to know more about you, Granger. What makes you tick? He propped his tanned arms on the table and rested his head in his hand, staring openly at Hermione. She gawked back in return, while she struggled to come up with a clever response. She could feel Ginny watching her from across the table. Hermione sucked in her lower lip by habit as she was thinking, but realized it had drawn Zabini's gaze right there, and he was licking his lips very slowly. Neasels was the first thing that popped into her mind, and she hated herself for just blurting out the first thing like that, even more so because of the amused and confused look Zabini had put on. He didn't move away though. Neasels. Yes, the way they pun. She then actually purred on the word, and slither around your legs. As soon as the words had left her mouth, she reached for her glass and doined whatever was left in it. Whatever it was burned all the way down her throat, and she forced the cough to stay in her throat, and only had to clear her throat a tiny bit so as not to ruin the sultry illusion she was trying to maintain. Zabini appeared to be very entertained by her performance. He jerked both eyebrows at her, and there was a particular gleam in his eyes then. Yes, who wouldn't mind to slither in with you, Granger? He leaned back in his chair looking very satisfied with their exchange, only he seemed to have forgotten just how much he'd had to drink and how it affected his balance. Because the next moment he was lying flat on his back with a turned-over chair halfway still under his legs. It didn't stop him from leering up at Hermione, though, and she couldn't keep the grin off her face in return. She was definitely laughing at him, yes. Which was also what she kept telling Ginny on their way back to Gryffindor Tower, when the redhead persisted on grilling her about the dinner. Do I have to worry about finding you and Zabini in some deserted corridor at some point? Definitely not. I wouldn't be so sure. Did you see the way he leered at you? Yes, I saw, Ginny, but it was only flirting. I would never do such a thing. It's Blaise Zabini, well, Zabini. They giggled, because there was indeed no one like Zabini as they had discovered that night. At least he's no McLaggen. Ginny shuddered. She had had the unfortunate pleasure to have McLaggen on her other side, but had kept her attention firmly on Gwenog Jones the entire evening to promptly ignore McLaggen. Which had not pleased him. Thankfully, he had also left the dinner early and they had yet to run into him on their way back. Hermione had quickly told Ginny about his comment to her before dinner even began, and Ginny's fake gagging noises was just as accurate as Hermione felt about the situation. What was the deal with Malfoy though? was that Parkinson nearly knocking down the door. They were nearly back before the portrait of the fat lady, and Hermione paused. According to Zabini, they broke up. Rather, he broke up with her. Interesting. Ginny drew out the word and had a devious look about her. Why would that be interesting? I don't know, it just is. Ginny threw up her hands. Gillyweed. She gave the password and the fat lady opened her portrait for them. Harry was already back and was waiting to tell Hermione and Ron about his lesson. He gave Ginny an apologetic look as she bid them all good night. Once he had told them all about Dumbledore's memory of a young Tom Riddle, they spoke very little. They were all too knackered to UI and make sense of anything, and decided to talk things over the next day. The Great Hall was buzzing when Hermione came down for breakfast the next morning. She took one look at the Slytherin table and instantly knew what most of the whispered conversations were about. Been sneaking around. Almost knocked his head off. Slytherin had to pull them apart. It was obvious that things had spread like wildfire and Hermione had no doubt that only a small percentage of the whispers she heard were actually true. Harry and Ron were already shoveling food on their plates and in their mouths when she joined them. They, however, did not seem bothered by the accumulating gossip. Then again, why should they? They had herbology first thing in the morning, and it was an excellent time to UI and talk things over from the previous night. After they had finished the discussion about the importance of knowing what Voldemort was like as a child, the thought still brought goosebumps to all three of them. Hermione was asked to talk about her evening, which she did in as little detail as possible. She was sure Ginny was going to rat her out at some point anyway, but as long as it could be prevented she left the details out of it. Parkinson nearly brought down the door to Slytherin's office trying to get to Malfoy. Apparently their romance has died out. But oh, I forgot, Haney, you can't worm your way out of Slytherim's Christmas party. He's determined to schedule it around your available time. Harry and Ron both groaned for very different reasons. And well, for the Christmas party we're meant to bring guests. Hermione hated herself at that exact moment for turning beet red because Ron had turned a very expectant look on her. Harry, bless his soul, had chosen that particular moment to duck under the table for an escaped pod they were trying to capture and squeeze. Guests? So not just the precious slug club then? No, it'll be rather a big thing I suppose. And I thought you'd like to go with me, but if you'd rather keep your distance to the slug club, I can always. I wouldn't. I mean, I don't like to keep my distance. Hermione looked to Ron and saw that his ears had turned flaming red. Meaning he was just as awkward about this as she was. Thank Merlin. Right. That's settled then. Harry suddenly reappeared from under the table and Hermione swiftly moved to carry on with the work they were supposed to be doing. She tried her very best to ignore Ron for the rest of the lesson, because his pleased smile did nothing good for either of them. She also chose to ignore the fact that he seemed to walk slightly closer to her down the corridors on their way to lunch that day, even more so when they happened to pass by Zabini leaving the Great Hall. Zabini mock bowed to Hermione, winked at her and sauntered off again. What's that all about? Ron had turned a slight shade more red in the face as he stared daggers at Zabini's back. It's nothing, Ronald, let's just have lunch. Come on. They ate in silence, after which Hermione headed for the library to meet with Malfoy. As expected, he wasn't there when she arrived. If she were being honest with herself, she hardly expected him to show up at all that day. Still, she pulled her things and started her schoolwork. Unexpectedly, however, Malfoy did turn up. But he looked much more worse for wear than she had seen him throughout the year. Without a word he sat and started to work on something she couldn't tell. After a few minutes of silence in that manner, she pushed her quill and scrolls aside and waited. As she waited, she once again found herself studying Malfoy. He had hunched his shoulder over his work and his hair fell down his forehead, nearly obscuring his eyes. She noticed it had grown since the start of term, which wasn't unusual of course, but the fact that he hadn't groomed it to his usual sleek style was. She noticed how his robes hang more loosely on him and there was an air of defeat about him. If she didn't know any better, she would have thought he had been kissed by a Dementor. Her wait didn't take long before Malfoy exhaled and let go of his quill and notebook as well. Leaning back in his seat, he returned her stare. His grey eyes had the same haunted look they'd had for several days now. If she looked closely it appeared his cheeks were a bit hollowed as well. When was the last time you ate? Or slept for that matter? Cutting right to the chase, she saw him retreat back into himself again. As always his eyes grew distant and there was a shift about him that she had yet to find an explanation for. Neither is any of your concern. He drawled but kept his glare on her. But she would not falter under his gaze. Not that day or any other days for that matter. Not anymore. Not after seeing a sliver of the person behind the mask. It is if it's going to affect this. She gestured to the number of scrolls littering the table between them. Malfoy, I've experienced firsthand what exhaustion can do to you. Hermione decided to relent a fragment of truth about herself, in the hopes it would get him to reconsider whatever it was he was doing, because clearly it did him no good, which in turn did her no good. Look, Malfoy. She rubbed her temples to ease her frustrations. You clearly need sleep. From the looks of it, you haven't slept in days. If breaking up with Parkinson keeps you from sleeping, maybe you should. This has nothing to do with Pansy, so let's leave her out of whatever this fine. Look, Granger, let's just get through whatever you have planned for today. I have other things to deal with. Like what? Like getting that bloody. He cut himself off and narrowed his eyes at her. Crossing his arms he scoffed and his laughter almost tinkled out of his chest. Of course. Should have known you'd butt in sooner rather than later. Nice try, Granger, I'll give you that. But aside from potions, my business remains just that. Mine? Oh, but you forget, Malfoy. I have that persistent brain that always has to know everything. Their scowls grew equally in size and somehow they reached a silent agreement to work in heavy silence for the rest of their designated time for the day. Chapter endnotes. Thank you again for every kudos and comment. I love getting your reactions. Also don't forget to follow me on Instagram for updates and artwork that I find as inspiration for this story and the individual characters. A puzzle chapter notes. This is a chapter I have been looking forward to sharing for so long. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The next few weeks would turn out to be some of the most trying in Hermione's memory of attending Hogwarts, and that was saying something considering all the stupid things she had done with Harry and Ron through the years. And as it turned out, Ron was to be one of the reasons she grew frustrated. At first everything seemed to be going rather well between them. By far the best things had ever been between them. He would send her these looks from time to time across the common room, or when they were eating in the Great Hall. It was a look that had her smiling to herself and averting her eyes, because most of the time she didn't know how to respond to it. Ron seemed to have gained a bucket load of confidence since their talk about attending Slum's Christmas party, and he would on more than one occasion make sure he walked closely by Hermione as they moved between classes. Several times she caught his arm or hand brush against her own, whether intentionally or not, she did not know. He seemed to determine that more than an inch was too much distance between them, and Hermione was okay with that. It had only been a few days of this behavior, when all of a sudden one morning, it stopped. Ron came down to breakfast with a scowl on his face already, and as opposed to the other mornings, when he had made sure to sit next to Hermione, he sat opposite her and refused to look at her. Haney joined them and had an apologetic look on his face, and at the time the only thing he could do was shrug. Hermione didn't really know how to react at first. The pleasantry of Ron's behavior had been terribly nice. She had no idea why he suddenly wouldn't even look at her. He wouldn't even talk to her when she greeted the two of them good morning. Morning, Hermione. Sleep all right? Harry tried to get conversation going, but when he and Hermione both turned to look at Ron, he seemed to think better of the situation. Morning, Hermione. Yes, just fine. How about you, Ron? Fine. Ron gritted about between clenched teeth and reached for a plate of sausages, which he proceeded to spear rather aggressively. His sour mood continued throughout the day, and Harry seemed like he wanted to tell Hermione something, but never really had the opportunity for it. So once again, Hermione found herself rather secluded from her best friends and sought refuge in the library. Ron's mood swings weren't new to her, but usually she knew the source of them and could work around them in her own way. But this one was different. They had been on track to something altering in their friendship, and now it appeared that something huge had fallen in that pathway and put a near-permanent block to it. Hermione spent a great deal of time pondering things over. She never did seem to reach any conclusion to her feelings, because if she were to be honest with herself, she had never sorted her feelings out for Ron. They had been friends for so long, and in most regards she considered him as a close brother. Except when she didn't. But thinking back, those instances had only taken place when Ron had initiated something, albeit small things. Like a compliment here, or a gesture there. Apart from that small kiss on the cheek before the latest Slug Club dinner, she hadn't actively done anything to indicate that she ever wanted to be more than friends. And even that kiss had been a spur-of-the-moment thing, because she felt bad for Ron at the moment. Hermione cringed at her own realization. By now it was obvious to her, and frankly nearly anyone with the Weasley surname apparently, that Ron fancied her. But when Hermione reached into her own heart, she realized that she didn't fancy Ron. Maybe she had at one point. It was hard to distinguish for her with all the good times and arguments they'd shared over the years. Their relationship had always been on the edge of so many things. Truthfully, for the past few days she had entertained the idea of being something more with Ron. But now? With his sudden change of mood and quick retreat to being cross with her for no apparent reason, Hermione reached her own conclusion that it would be best if they just remained friends. Their friendship had already survived many trials, and would likely be tested by many more, but if they were to be romantically involved, that would complicate matters a great deal more. The only problem now was how to explain this to Ron when he wouldn't talk to her. The other thing that grew to frustrate Hermione was the continued passivity of Malfoy. Since his alleged break-up with Pansy Parkinson, it seemed he drew more and more into himself. Hermione only noticed this because apart from an occasional chat with Harry or Ginny from time to time, Malfoy was surprisingly the person she spent the most time with. He had always been pale in her opinion, but since their last Slug Club dinner he seemed to have taken a dip in his colouring as well. He continued to look like someone who only slept or ate when forced to, and refused to talk about the topic with Hermione whenever she brought it up, which was at the start of their every meeting in the library. He would simply show up, keep his mouth shut unless she asked him something directly, and then do the work she tasked him to do. And that was another thing, his work didn't seem to change at all. He still had some excellent points in regards to their project, and his knowledge of combining the different ingredients never faltered. When Hermione thought back to the fact that he was behind in Transfiguration, it did not match the Malfoy she worked with on so many occasions. Nor did it make any sense how he would choose to direct his attention to their project over anything else really. On Friday she decided to take their work to the next level. She cleared her throat to get his attention. It took him a moment to finish whatever it was he was reading, a silent agreement between the two of them, that they always respected and waited for the other person to finish what they were in the middle of before breaching a new conversation. Malfoy placed his book on the table and turned his still vacant eyes on her, waiting for her to speak. Based on your list of suggested ingredient combinations, I think we can begin test brewing in November. But before we do that, we need to figure out a purpose for our potion. A purpose. Yes. We might just be brewing for a school project, but that does not rule out the fact that this potion could turn into something useful. She started shuffling TLN off her notes just to have something to do instead of being scrutinized by Malfoy and his piercing gaze. All right. What do you propose then? She stopped mid-shuffle. Quite frankly, she had expected more of a struggle with him. But looking at him, she realized there was no fight left in him. Perhaps we could brew something that would help one detect something. To what that might be, we will have to figure out later. And then she continued to talk for a solid amount of time about how they should and come up with a combination of ingredients that would all help in detection of something not as it should be. That sounds fair, was Malfoy's bland response before he went back to reading his book. Hermione sat back, quite frankly a bit out of breath from her lengthy explanation, and felt rather, well, honestly, as if she had just explained something to Ron and Harry. The thought alone sent her temporism gagam. Malfoy, what is going on? Where have you gone? He looked up again, still completely devoid of any emotions. What do you mean, Granger? I'm doing the work, aren't I? As you've so firmly thought out. Yes, but then I don't see a problem. He was about to ignore her again, when Hermione slammed her book shut so viciously that she was quite certain Madame Pince had jumped in her seat in the other end of the library. Well, I do. This was supposed to be a partnership. Not me figuring everything out and you just doing as I tell you to. I thought you liked being the bossy one. What I'd like, is for you to do your part as well. As I said, that's what I'm doing. Now, if you'll know. You're just doing what I tell you to, or what I expect you to. Since you made the list of combinations, you've hardly done anything else and left everything up to me. I refuse to do so. We both know you are just as capable at potions as I am, so why capable? And there was the slightest of snorts from him before he retreated again. Malfoy, Hermione rubbed her temples, she could feel a headache starting to creep up on her. She took in a deep breath and let it out. She repeated the action a few times before speaking again. Whatever this is, she gestured vaguely in his direction in circular motions. Figure it out during the next week. Have a nice weekend. She started to pull her things together to go somewhere else. They only had a few more lessons before it was the weekend, but she was still somewhat avoiding Hermione and Ron and hardly had many other places to go. But at the moment she needed to be somewhere else other than sitting across from Malfoy. And if I don't? She was halfway down the corridor of books before she heard his silent question. He had turned halfway in his chair to look after her. In turn, she put on her prefect posture and voice. Just see that you do. How the weekend passed by without any more arguments with Ron was a conundrum Hermione had given up on fairly recently. After she had come to terms with the fact that she was no longer interested in any romantic relationship with him, she had decided to let him stew in his own mood for as long as he'd like. She had no qualms with him, it was obviously the other way around. Luckily, Harry had decided that they needed quite a bit more practice before their very first Quidditch match, which would be against Slytherin. This meant that Harry, Ron and Ginny spent most of both Saturday and Sunday flying whenever the weather permitted. Which was nearly all day thanks to the late fall sun showing itself for perhaps one of its final times before giving into an autumnal slumber. At one point, Hermione had felt a need for fresh air and decided to pay Hagrid a visit to see how the Neasles were doing. She had taken Crookshanks along with her, but once he started to smell the litter of younger Neasles, he'd bristled at her and she had reluctantly let him wander off on his own. Hagrid was beyond pleased by her visit, but confused why Ron and Harry were not with her. Ron is in a mood, was all the explanation she needed, to which Hagrid had just nodded. She then helped Hagrid groom the furry little beasts to make sure their claws were well cared for. Never in my wildest dream did I think I would be performing Kneasel manicures. Hermione chuckled to herself. Manicures? Was that zero? Hagrid had looked absolutely flustered when Hermione had tried to tell him about the process and point of having a manicure. Not that it did much good, he still looked confused when she went back for an early dinner that evening. Honestly, it was a relief when Monday came round again, and Hermione could go back to her timetable of where she was supposed to be. Given her departing words to Malfoy of Friday, she had decided to give him the benefit of doubt for Monday's lessons, which turned out to be good on her behalf, because Malfoy was the same vacant shell of himself as the week before. If anything, he had gotten worse over the weekend. Deciding to let him sort things out, she threw herself more into her school work. And if that had been the end of it, Hermione was sure that Malfoy would have stayed in his shell of who he used to be. But as things tend to happen without being planned, it inadvertently sets other things in motion. Paying little mind to Malfoy or even the other students in the dungeon in potions in the middle of the week, Hermione worked in such concentration that she hardly thought of Malfoy at all. The last few lessons in potions had proven to be much the same. He would sit passively and silently do what little things she asked him to do, while he seemed to be very concentrated on figuring something out. She had discovered when he was in that state, he could only manage to carry out small tasks. This was after she had asked him to remove their cauldron, to which he had just stared at the thing as if he could make it disappear by looking at it. Truthfully, that might be true were they a bit more advanced in their training of non-verbal and wandless spells. However, since then she had taken a more cautious approach to Malfoy. At least in potions. She would still poke the bear a bit when they were in the library. But even that hardly resulted in a response anymore. It was as if Draco Malfoy had departed his own body. If she didn't know any better, she would think he had been kissed by a Dementor quite suddenly. That particular day, however, Hermione was in a mood herself, and she had no time to deal with whatever it was Malfoy still seemed to be struggling with. So she let him stew while setting her potion to stew. Really, it was her potion anyway when all Malfoy did was stare into space for minutes on end. Hermione's mood had taken root that morning when Ron, again, refused to acknowledge her, and he had even ignored Hermione's attempt to pull her into their conversation over breakfast. When they had lined up for potions just under an hour ago, Ron was sulking with his eyes on the floor and arms across his chest. To his credit, Harry had tried talking to her about the weekend and her visit with Hagrid, but Ron's foul mood next to them had dampened the entire exchange, including Hermione's mood as well, as it seemed. This was why she had decided to tune Malfoy out quite a bit more than usual that particular day. She was absently cutting up some ginger roots, and had quite forgotten that she had just asked Malfoy to do the same mere minutes ago, and so, when she reached for the small knife, her fingers didn't not touch the cool surface of the wooden handle she had aimed for. Instead, her fingers collided with another set of soft fingers, that gently stroked along her index finger in the process. Hermione was so startled by the action that she was positive her lungs stopped working for a frozen moment in time. She heard rather than saw a similar reaction beside her. An intake of rushed breath. They both paused, each of their gaze locked on the place where their hands had stopped in mid-air. She didn't dare look up, afraid of whatever reaction Malfoy would have to this. It had always been him who'd been so careful not to touch her in any way. She had come to rely on it in a way. She didn't really care either way. It had always been his aversion because of her Muggle heritage. Very slowly, she let out a breath and pulled her hand back, watching out the corner of her eye as he did the same. "I'll go clean these." She didn't notice whatever it was Malfoy had suddenly deemed in need of a cleaning. Not that she cared either. Taking great care to not seem too obvious, she tracked his movements across the dungeon to the sinks in the corner where he loudly deposited whatever it was he had picked up. Very noisily he then proceeded to clean his hands in a very meticulous manner before cleaning the disposed tools. Hermione let out a sigh that was a mix of disappointment, anger and resignation. possible a great deal more than just those three, but currently they were the emotions she felt the strongest. She also knew herself well enough not to speak of it for the rest of the lesson, lest she jinxed Malfoy for his behavior. So she chose the higher ground, for now, and let Malfoy clean himself of her Muggle bomb touch. She would most definitely comment on the moment at a later time. When he returned to his seat, his eyes had turned vacant again, and she knew that even if she were to taunt him, she wouldn't get any sort of response out of him. The following day Malfoy failed to show up for their study time in the library. It was the first ever where he completely stayed away. He had been late on a number of occasions, but he always showed up. The first thing Hermione could think of was that it was something to do with what had happened in the dungeons. And honestly, if that was the case, Malfoy would definitely hear about it. She refused to let something as stupid as non-existent bigotry about blood purity get in the way of her schoolwork. She had half a mind to go stomping her way to the Slytherin common room to beat some sense into him, but thought better of it. She kept thinking about what exactly she wanted to say to him, once he showed up again. Because he was bound to. If no in the library, they still had one more potions lesson that week, and she didn't care if Slytherin or any of the others heard what she had to say about blood purity. Quite the contrary actually, she wanted them to hear it as well. Hermione spent the rest of the afternoon in the library by herself. And this was fine on most accounts. She was used to it. She didn't want the pity she could clearly feel from Harry when he dropped by in the late afternoon to see how she was doing. Nor did she want to listen to his excuses for Ron. If Ron has a problem with me, he should just say, "I'm tired of having to try and fix things I don't know how I've done you wrong in the first place." You can tell him that, as I know you probably will anyway. And when he's done being a prat, you can tell him to apologize to me and we can try to move. Although Harry hadn't said a thing, she felt that he agreed on the sentiment and simply left her to work in solitude for the rest of the evening. It wasn't until her stomach made its protest of her skipping dinner that she decided to head back to bed and perhaps any leftover snacks in the common room some students were prone to leave lying around. Rubbing her sore neck from reading that much, she slowly made her way upstairs and through corridors, taking extra care to avoid any places where she suspected Peeves or Mrs. Norris might be hiding. At one point she was forced to take a detour because she could hear Peeves cackling, and suddenly Hermione found herself on the third floor outside a familiar bathroom. Only tonight it wasn't Myrtle she could hear sobbing on the other side of the door. This voice sounded less feminine, but equally distraught. Hermione shifted on the spot, indecisive of what to do. Part of her wanted to leave, because she knew if it was her crying, she would want to be left alone. But another part of her, the part where her prefect voice originated, very much wanted to see if there was anything she could do to help. After a moment's hesitation she made her choice and silenced her shoes, non-verbally of course, so as not to cause attention to herself. Taking a few deep breaths, she pulled her shoulders back and slowly pushed the door open. Thankfully it didn't make a sound, which meant Filch had actually been doing his job instead of chasing after students. Hermione edged her way in and let the door fall shut behind her. Their crying was louder once she found herself on this side of the door, but that was also partly due to the sound bouncing of the tiled walls. The stalls looked much the same, if not worse for wear. Glancing around, Hermione saw no Myrtle around and thanked Merlin for that. There were very few people Hermione couldn't stand, and Moaning Myrtle just happened to be one of them. Though she wasn't even sure she could be accounted for, as she was no longer really any sort of person. Two of the sinks had been turned forcibly on and water was overflowing heavily, and Hermione suspected it had been to muffle the sound of whomever was crying. Hermione slowly made her way around the corner of the nearest stall to peer to the back of the bathroom, and was utterly shocked. Against the back wall sat Draco Malfoy. He had his back against the wall with his knees drawn up to have his head resting between them. He didn't move. He just sat there crying by himself. Hermione felt so shocked to her core that she had no idea what she was supposed to do. This was a sight she had never imagined in a million years should she leave. No, she had seen him in this state and leaving him felt too young, despite how angry he might get once he spotted her. Hermione had never considered herself a very calm person, apart from the normal sense. She was not the person you would seek out for comfort, unless it was Ginny. But then again she and Ginny had formed a different bond over the years than most would have. But to anyone else, Hermione was the sensible one. The practical and logical one. She most definitely was not the one you would turn to for comfort in a time of distress like Malfoy was clearly feeling at the moment. But she had to make a choice soon on how to go about this. She couldn't just stand there and watch him cry. And yet trying to console him felt too intimate to whatever working relationship they had achieved over the past month or so. Blowing out a large puff of air, she carefully made her way closer, trying her best to avoid the puddles that had started to make their appearances on the floor. She caught her startled reflection in one of them and tried her best to school her features into neutrality. A few feet to Malfoy's left, she slowly lowered herself to sit beside him, still maintaining the physical distance he would always crave between them. Even more so after she had watched him clean his hands so thoroughly in potions the other day after barely touching her fingers. Despite the stupidity of his pure-blood bigotry, now was not the time to test his limits. She opened her mouth, but paused just as she was about to speak. Calling him Malfoy in this setting seemed too impersonal, and yet calling him Draco was far too intimate. Biting her lip, Hermione thought about how to let him know that she's there without using his name. In the end she settled for two simple words, that would let him decide how things would carry on. I'm here. Her voice was a whispered offer of help drifting through the murky puddles of desolation. It was an offer of something more that she has yet to determine how to shape. It was an offer of company in a time of need for a person who clearly had no one else to turn to. As her words left her mouth and settled in the void between them, she saw his shoulders stiffen for a fraction of a second. And just when Hermione thought the situation couldn't turn any more strange, it did. Because just then, Malfoy heaved in a huge sigh, and upon letting it out he tilted sideways and landed his head in her lap, where he continued to sob silently. Instinct had her raise her hands in the air, palms out beside her face, and her entire body froze upon the physical contact. She felt like a deer caught in the headlights, and she had no idea what to do. Very slowly she could start to feel his tears-soaked TLN off her skirt. Thinking back to how her mother had consoled her so many times when she was a child, she forced her body to relax and shifted slightly to be able to stroke his hair. She rested one hand on the floor beside her for balance support, while very slowly she began to stroke down his hair and neck with her other hand. She didn't say anything else. Her hand untangled the few strands that had gotten knotted in his burst of emotions, and she found she rather enjoyed stroking his hair. It was softer than she expected, but also thicker than it appeared. It didn't move through her fingers like silk or satin, but the feel of it was light. The motion of continuing to stroke through it and down his neck appeared to have a calming effect on the both of them. With each minute that trickled by, his crying slowed and his breathing eased, falling in sync with Hermione's. She had no idea how late it was, and she found she didn't really care either. Glancing up, she spotted the moon had decided to make an appearance. Slivers of moonlight found their way through the small windows, lighting stripes across the floor and the now much larger puddles. One stripe fell across Malfoy's head, and she noticed how his blonde hair almost shone in the light. She let out a small humming noise at the back of her throat, and felt Malfoy twitch in her lap. I can't do it. His voice was raw from crying and barely audible. Hermione didn't answer. She felt the weight of his words, even though she had no idea what he was talking about. But she was certain that if she were to speak, he would instantly lock up, and the moment of Malfoy being utterly human in her lap would cease to exist. So she remained silent and waiting. I can't do it. It's too much. This is a sentence he repeated over and over again, and still Hermione remained silent. There would be a large wet stain on her skirt. I don't know how to fix it. I can't do it. He'll be so angry with me. In between sobs, one of his hands had found its way to clutch at her skirt, almost like a child clutching a piece of clothing off his mother's for comfort. Something in Hermione's chest cracked a little at that point. Because even if Malfoy was a horrible person to her most of the time, he was still a person. And seeing him utterly broken like this reminded her of that fact. When he confided the next "I can't do it," she decided to try for an answer. "Then maybe you shouldn't." She whispered the words as a possibility and waited for him to push her away. But instead he just held the hem of her skirt tighter. "He'll be so angry with me. Mother will. I can't do it. SSH, it's all right." Hermione began to stroke his hair again, and his tirade of "I can't do it" ceased more and more with each stroke. "I don't know what to do," he finally said, and Hermione felt that he was trying to control himself again. He had stopped crying, but he didn't move. "Maybe you should just do one thing at a time," she suggested, and stopped her hand to rest it softly at the back of his neck. "He's already angry with me. I'm taking too long." He began to stir as if he had then realized what had escaped his lips. Hermione froze, bit her lip in anticipation for the lash out, and waited. Malfoy let go of her skirt and eased himself to sit next to her. She noticed that he didn't pay any attention to creating physical distance this time. That was pretty much water under the bridge. Draco Malfoy had been sobbing in Hermione Granger's lap. The pureblood had been consoled by the Muggleborn. All pretenses had been thrown out the window in one night, and something new was about to emerge from the shallow waters of bathroom puddles. As Malfoy rested his head back against the wall, she saw signs of one of his many masks slipping back into place, and she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Even more so when he spoke again. "This never happened, Granger." His voice was almost back to its usual drawl, but there were still signs of the layer of emotions being peeled back as she watched him. "Of course not. I'll just go and bin my skirt to deposit of the evidence then." "That's not. I said too much, Granger. You need to forget about this. Did you ever think to ask for help?" He froze with an odd look, focusing on her. "Why?" "So you can run along to your precious Potter and talk about how you found Draco Malfoy CRYMG in the bathrooms." And there was the sneer and horrid words she had come to expect, except this time they seemed more directed at himself than at her. Because he was just then realizing upon whose lap he had emotionally broken down. "No." She started to rise, getting her legs to cooperate. They were stiff from sitting in the same locked position for so long, and it proved more difficult to stand than anticipated. Malfoy raised an eyebrow at her wobbly attempt to gain her feet. "No, I would never run along and tell Haney. You may not know me very well, Malfoy. But that's not the kind of person I am." Using the nearest stall for support, she rolled each ankle twice before planting her feet solidly on the wet floor and smoothed down her tear-stained skirt. She looked at him then, and he was staring back at her. His eyes were the same grey as always, but only then did she realize that the storm they had been concealing was no longer there. It had broken in a dam of tears down her skirt. They stared at each other for a long moment, each trying to decide how to proceed from there. Finally, Hermione made the choice to reach out a hand in a matter of speaking. "I came in here to help someone who was upset. That someone happened to be you. And I may not know a thing about what you're going through, nor do I suspect I want to know. But I would never tell anyone about anything like this." She moved across the puddles on the floor on her way to exit. His eyes never left her with each step of the way. "You probably won't listen to me anyway, considering you never do, but if you need to talk, you know where to find me." As it is, I happen to be rather great at solving problems, Malfoy. She left before he could respond but paused on the other side of the bathroom door. Leaning back, she breathed heavily and tried to calm her heart, that was currently trying to battle its way out her chest. Harry had been right. Malfoy was up to something, and from the sounds of things, he was tied to Voldemort in one way or another. But she couldn't tell Hermione that. Not yet anyway. Hermione would never stop in his pursuit if he found out that he had been right about Malfoy all along. There would have to be another way to sort this out. Hermione just had to find it. And find it she would, because she was Hermione Granger and no puzzle was too big for her to solve. Even one strange puzzle as Draco Malfoy. Chapter end notes. I truly appreciate every kudos and comment you guys leave behind. I hope you are ready for things to change just a bit between our two stubborn creatures. Although, don't expect too much. It is a slow burn after all. Winking smiley. As always, please come say hi on Instagram at @Mrs. Missed Moments. Chapter notes. I'll be making a few small edits over the next week or so. Nothing big to impact the story, so don't worry. You don't even have to look for these changes if you don't want to, as I said, it won't influence the story as it progresses. See the end of the chapter for more notes. It was a good thing Harry and Ron were so preoccupied with Quidditch that weekend. It was to be the first match off season and they were set to play Slytherin. Hermione was certain that if Faye hadn't been so set on training to win this particular match, she would have a much harder time keeping her new revelation about Malfoy to herself. Adding Ron's still sour mood, she barely saw the two off to him anyway and found much time to herself to ponder what had happened in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. After she had left in a bit of a hurry, she had worried all night that Malfoy would come find her in the Gryffindor Tower and try to erase her memories of what had happened along with everything he had said. She hadn't been able to calm her heart, and sleep finally found her in the early morning hours once she came to the conclusion that Malfoy was not coming for her in that way. She was fairly certain she only managed a handful hours of sleep that night, and she somewhat dreaded going down for breakfast on Saturday. But once she managed to drag her tired body down to the Great Hall, there was no sign of Malfoy anywhere. Her first reaction was that he must be out practicing Quidditch like the Gryffindor team, for she never saw Malfoy that day. By nightfall she felt almost certain that he had taken to avoid her just as she was trying to avoid him, which was strange to say the least. After all, it had been he who had put fearful words to something that deeply disturbed him. So much so that he had chosen to confide in her of all people. A Muggle bomb? Not to mention the fact that Malfoy appeared to have gotten himself into some sort of trouble with Voldemort that now proved to be too much for him. So much so that he was crying by himself in girls' bathrooms. This frightened Hermione quite a bit, because this was after all Malfoy. He had grown up in a society of eluded dark magic. But then again, perhaps she knew little of his upbringing just as he knew little of her upbringing as well. It wouldn't be the first time that Malfoy had spoken louder of things that went beyond his capabilities. It was another piece of the puzzle she had started to put together in her head. Truthfully, it took up more time than she cared to admit. But she tried not to think about that, and instead focused on how she might convince him that whatever it was he was trying to do was not the right path. It was a delicate subject, and one she could only discuss with herself. And normally that was her favored type of discussion. But she wouldn't get any further as long as they were avoiding each other. However, as she witnessed with her fellow Gryffindors, Quidditch seemed to be the talk on everyone's lips that particular weekend, and the volume just grew as Sunday loomed nearer. Hermione kept her distance to Harry and Ron, because Saturday evening she noticed Ron looking particularly gloomy and she hadn't the stomach for another silent assault of whatever it was she had or hadn't done. Her talk with him would have to wait till after the game, when his nerves would hopefully have warmed and she could broach the subject of his mood for the past few weeks. But then of course, Hermione had to go and muck things up. When Hermione noticed the shine of a tiny phial in his hand over Ron's goblet at breakfast, Hermione had paled. Then she grew furious at Harry for doing something so stupid, all for a game of Quidditch. Harry, of course, feigned ignorance and tried to boost Ron's spirits even further with talk of the weather. Hermione stood fuming, battling an inner conflict. She could look the other way and let them play their stupid Quidditch and then yell at them afterwards. Or she could ruin the game for them even before it started. She chose the former, stomping away furiously, determinedly not talking to either of them before the game. She had been so angry, she had forgotten to grab food for herself, but she absolutely refused to return to the Great Hall to face Harry and Ron again. Digging through her bag, she found a bruised apple she had swiped a few days ago to keep her sustained during a long study session in the library. It wasn't much, but it would have to do until later. She went and found seats in the stands among her fellow Gryffindors. She spotted Katie hugging herself with several scarves and a gloomy look about her. Hermione approached her tentatively. Outside of her being on the team with Hermione and Ron, she had hardly ever spoke to Katie. "How are you feeling?" she ventured, and Katie turned her attention on Hermione, and she instantly saw the answer in her face. She looked positively defeated. "Pomfrey says I shouldn't play this game. That I should hold off on Quidditch for at least another few weeks." Her arm made a small twitch just then, and she reached for her scarves more tightly. "I still do that on occasion. They say it's the Imperius still lingering in my body. It's why they don't want me on a broom, I suppose. For my own safety." Hermione watched Katie focus on one of the players zooming about the pitch. Dean Thomas was playfully tailing Ginny around the pitch, the two of them sporting huge grins as the wind whipped them about. "Is Dean any good?" "He's all right, I suppose. We'll have to wait and see." Hermione waited in silence with Katie while the rest of the school came to find their seats in the stands, while the teams of Gryffindor and Slytherin got ready for the game in their separate changing tents. Hermione could feel the same nerves she always felt when Harry and Ron were to play a game. They started slowly in the pit off her belly and spread throughout her body as the minutes trickled past. It had been like this since she had witnessed Harry's first Quidditch game on the team in first year. Back then he had nearly fallen off his broom. And the accidents only seemed to become worse and worse with each year, and of course that made her nerves that much worse as well. It didn't matter that she was furious with the both of them at the moment. She never wanted them to get hurt playing this stupid game. Hermione was nothing if not a multitasker, and she could be furious and worried for them at the same time. "Huh, that's interesting." Katie's voice drew her attention to the players re-emerging onto the pitch. She spotted the 7 red figures walking in tight formation and easily pinpointed the red hairs of Ron and Ginny, closely trailing behind Harry's dark hair. On the opposite end of the pitch she saw what had caught Katie's attention. 7 green figures were approaching, but there was no blonde hair among the group. "I wonder why Malfoy isn't playing today," murmured Katie as she tried to gather who had replaced his seeker position. Hermione had a small inkling why that might be, but she kept that to herself. She would have to wait for Monday's potions to find out for sure if she was right. Naturally, she assumed she was right, but it was always good to support her theories with further information. Down on the pitch Madam Hooch blew the whistle to start the game, and Hermione nearly jumped in her seat at the sound. She would never get used to Quidditch. Beside her, Katie seemed to perk up and her eyes grew more vibrant as the game went on. They both winced once Zachariah Smith's voice started to comment on the game, and Hermione found herself yelling boo-hoo once or twice along with Katie, when Smith would get too passive-aggressive with his comments. The entire Gryffindor team played really well, but Ron especially seemed to be on his best form. Hermione had no doubt that it was because of Harry's slip of the hand earlier, but she couldn't help but admire Ron as he saved yet another quaffle and the crowd roared like the lions they all were. Hermione never even found the time to pull out the book she had brought with her. Quite suddenly Hermione was zooming across the pitch at a tremendous speed, and Hermione had clutched Katie's hand just as she was grabbing for Hermione. Hermione was moving so fast she could barely see the different colors on his uniform. Just when she was afraid he would crash, he pulled back on his broom and reached a victorious hand in the air, where something gold shimmered between his fingers. He caught it. He caught the snitch. Katie jumped from her seat and started clapping. Hermione was just about to start her applause when she spotted Ginny from halfway across the pitch. Her red hair streaked behind her as she went straight for the spot where Smith was now giving the final score of the game. A large crash sounded seconds after and Hermione spotted Ginny untangling herself from the toppled form of one surprised Zacharias Smith. She then turned to apologize to McGonagall, but even from Hermione's vantage point she could see the smile on Ginny's face as she apologized. Next thing Harry had rushed over and was hugging Ginny in a tight embrace. And then, oh! Hermione narrowed her eyes at the scene, as Harry seemed to realize what he was doing and very hastily stepped aside to let Dean hug his girlfriend in a rush of victory. Standing sheepishly beside the embracing couple, Hermione averted his gaze and for a short moment looked positively defeated despite his victory. It lasted for less than a heartbeat and Hermione was certain no one else had seen it, because just then Hermione composed himself and plastered on a huge smile to greet the rest of his team landing beside him, Dean and Ginny. "Are you coming, Hermione? I can hear talk of a victory party in the common room already." Katie looked far happier than just an hour ago and her mood rubbed off on Hermione. "Yes, I just want to talk to Harry and Ron first. I'll meet you back there." Katie went to join a bunch of cheering Gryffindors as Hermione made her way to the changing tents. Just as she was about to go inside, Harry emerged followed closely by a very happy Ron. They were both grinning and there was a bounce to their steps that only came along when they had won a Quidditch match. "That was a very good game. Congratulations both of you. But Harry, you really shouldn't have done it." "Done what, exactly? You know what I mean." "I'm certain I have no idea whatsoever." "Hermione, I saw you tip it into Ron's cup." "How else would you explain it's still sealed shut, Hermione?" And then Hermione pulled the little file of Felix Felicis from his pocket and it dawned on her. It had been a trick all along to encourage Ron and his nerves. The same realization seemed to reach Ron at that moment. "So you never..." He looked dumbstruck, which quickly turned angry at her again. "Of course that's the only reason I would play so well, right Hermione?" Ron grew redder around the ears with each foul word spilling from his mouth. His fingers turned white around the broom handle and Harry looked even more confused at the turn of events. "No, Ron, that's not what one right." He nearly spat the word at her, and she had never felt as remotely hurt as she did just then. Ron had been furious with her before, that much was obvious, but this just seemed to build on top of everything he had been quietly stewing on for the past weeks. He shouldered past her and stomped towards the castle without a second glance in their direction. "Hermione, you know that's not what I know, Hermione." He sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. "I know. And I think Ron knows too, he's just..." Harry trailed off because they both knew how sensitive Ron could be when it dealt with his Quidditch abilities. "And I don't know why he keeps being so angry with me. What is it I'm supposed to have done?" Hermione could feel her eyes prickle with tears. Blasted. Now was not the time to start crying, even if they were tears of anger. Harry was just about to open his mouth when she cut him off. "You know what, save it. If he wants to tell me, he can at any time. I'll see you back in the common room." She turned on her heel and didn't stop when Harry tried to call her name, that only made her walk faster to get away from him and their stupid Quidditch obsession. With no real purpose to where she was going, she just stomped about the corridors furiously at herself. But even more so at Ron. And a bit at Harry, though that was hardly his fault. She definitely didn't want to go back to the common room just yet. That place was sure to be packed with many Gryffindors and loud cheering, which was in stark contrast to her current mood. In the end she wound up just walking her anger away. Each step seemed to tear off a piece of her anger as she mulled things over. Ron was being an idiot, that much was for certain. And he would continue to be so until she confronted him about the matter. Hermione was just being Harry, getting stuck in the middle as always. It would be the easiest to talk to him first. They were still her best friends despite the past few weeks. And if she were being honest with herself, they were the closest thing she had to a family outside of her parents, and she missed them. Despite their constant jabbering about Quidditch and complaints about homework. They were her brothers, she realized with a jolt. Her hand closed around the front of her jumper over her heart. Brothers, yes, that was perhaps the best definition she could label them with. Even though Ron had straddled that line for quite a while now, she had finally made the choice to keep him on the right side of the line where he would remain a brother figure to her. She paused by a window that faced the forbidden forest around the castle. With no way of telling how much time had passed, she was sure the party was well under its way back at Gryffindor Tower. Hermione figured she might as well get things out in the open and to fix her friendships before they grew worse than they already were. Slowly, she made her way back to the Gryffindor common room, and even before the fat lady swung her portrait open for her, she could hear the laughter and overall joy from the party that was going on. She only made half a dozen steps into the common room when she saw it. Hermione had never felt her heart stop as it did just then. It was as if time itself decided to hit a pause button only to give Hermione the time she needed to study the scene before her. Not that she needed to. It would be an image forever seared into her memory. It appeared Lavender had finally given up her coy attempts to gain Ron's attention and had gone for the more direct approach instead. As Hermione watched Lavender twine her fingers in Ron's fiery hair, while Ron's hand moved down Lavender's back, a fire slowly died in Hermione's belly. Lavender was sitting in Ron's lap and his hands didn't seem to know where to hold on to her, so they moved all over her body trying to find a place to rest. Meanwhile Lavender was too busy preventing Ron from engaging in any form of conversation. Ron looked tremendously pleased with himself and was thoroughly enjoying the moment and seemed to be completely oblivious to anything else going on around the two of them. And just when Hermione thought she had finished crying for one day, she felt tears in the corner of her eyes again. Only this time she was confused why she was crying. Time slowly began again around her, and as she shifted on her feet a pair of green eyes caught her just before she pushed her way out the portrait hole again. Moments later Harry found her silently crying in an abandoned classroom. Hermione, Harry had never been good at talking about feelings like that. Sparing him the discomfort, she gestured him to take a seat next to her on the desk. She leaned on him and rested her head in the crook of his neck. After a short moment his arm came round to cradle her to his side and she savoured the embrace of her friend. "I'm sorry, Hermione," he whispered to the top of her head. "Don't be, Harry. Ron can kiss whomever he likes." "That's not the reason I'm upset." "I don't think so, at least." Harry craned his neck to try and look at her for confirmation. She wiped her eyes, sniffled and tried to find the words to explain herself. "I'm not crying because I want to kiss Ron. Maybe I did want that at some point. But lately, She jumped from the table and started pacing. It sometimes helped her to form her thoughts into words when they grew to be too jumbled in her head. Bit by bit she pulled them apart and confided in Harry, her resolution to maintain her friendship with Ron. "Hermione, you and Ron have always felt like brothers to me. What Ron and I might have had, it was too. I don't know a word for it, but we would hardly last. Our tempers are too much. And honestly, I want him as my friend, stupid as he is sometimes." They both chuckled at that point and she went to sit next to Harry again. "I think the reason I'm so upset at seeing him with Lavender, was the way he was with her. So open and passionate right in the middle of everyone. It's like he was a different person, one that never thought to be so passionate with. Well, with me. A sigh escaped her as she leaned on Harry again. I don't know. I don't want that, but it still hurts to see it like that. I guess that's how I can explain things. I think I understand. Hermione lamented, and Hermione had a suspicion she knew what he was referring to at that moment. Hermione was about to breach that particular topic when the doors to the classroom sprung open and Ron appeared with Lavender wrapped tightly around his neck. There was a loud popping noise and Lavender turned her large eyes to the scene in front of her and Ron. Oops, this one seems to be taken, let's go this way. She giggled furiously and started tugging on Ron's arm, who just seemed rooted to the spot. He stared between Harry and Hermione with a strange frown between his eyes. Lavender continued to tug with little cooing noises. What's going on here? Ron finally breached the silence that had blanketed between them. There was suspicion in his voice, and with a glance to her left where Harry looked equally puzzled, Hermione felt her temper rise again. The nerve of Ronald Weasley. Nothing whatsoever. She nearly hissed on her way across the room. And even if something was gone, that's none of our business, Ronald Weasley. Hermione was glaring daggers at Ron, who had the decency to look ashamed of himself just a little, while Lavender cowered behind him. Hermione could feel her angry tears starting to make a return visit, and before either of them noticed it, she screamed, "Oh pugno!" and stormed down the corridor. She could hear both Ron and Lavender's high-pitched squeals of pain for several minutes after. She half expected Harry to follow her again, but was glad that he didn't. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she marched through the castle. She even noticed one of the charmed armors jump back in its place as she barreled by. Her hair was flying behind her and she could feel her magic crackling from the very tips of it. Hermione had not let her magic run loose since she was a child and she found out she was a witch. But that particular moment she was close to letting it spring free on its own accord. Taking a few deep breaths, she did her best to reel it in and let go of the image of Ron and Lavender. She had no idea where she ended up, but found a huge tindo landing where she could sit by herself and watch the stars drift by. It was only then she realized how late it had become. She hadn't had anything to eat apart from her apple in the morning and a few snacks Katie had brought to the game. She cursed Ron once again. Then she cursed herself for forgetting food like that. That hadn't happened since her third year, and that was for an entirely different reason. Ignoring her now obviously rumbling belly, she pulled her legs close to her chest and just sat watching the stars in solitude. Slowly her anger ebbed out like the tide on a cool summer's day. She felt her chest heave in air as she let her mind drift to years before, when her friendship with Ron and Harry had been far less complicated. She scoffed at herself. Maybe Malfoy had a point, maybe feelings did impair your judgment. Just then, as if she had conjured him out of thin air by thinking about him, Malfoy stood next to her. Granger. Her name sounded like a riddle he had just stumbled upon. Very slowly he moved around her to perch opposite her on the ledge of the window. As he did so, she hurried to wipe her eyes as quickly as possible, not wanting to give him any reason to taunt her. Which was stupid really, considering the last time she had seen him, he had been sobbing in her lap. What are you doing here, Malfoy? She kept her voice low, afraid it might reveal too much of her emotions if she spoke any higher. He shifted in his seat. She could feel him hesitate. I was just finishing on a project. For the time being. He cleared his throat, just as her belly gave another loud rumble. Careful there, Granger, you might scare half the forest away. Even without looking up she could sense he was snicking. Some of the old Malfoy had returned, it seemed. She couldn't quite figure out how to feel about that just yet. Didn't really find time to eat much today. She confessed, still keeping her gaze on the forest below the window. Figured as much. Hang on. What sounded like rummaging soon revealed a small packet of biscuits on the ledge between them. He left them there for her to take on her own time, and she was so hungry she reached for them within seconds and tore the paper off. Good thing I let go, or I might have lost a finger or two. And I need those. He wriggled his left hand and the light caught on his silver ring as he did so. Only then did she look at him. Malfoy looked far better than he had 2 days ago. He looked like a person who had actually gotten a decent night's sleep again. There were still purple smudges under his eyes, but they were less marked, and his grey eyes shone brighter again. He wasn't wearing school robes, she noticed, but black trouser and a green jumper. The green colour made his eyes that much more vibrant, almost like liquid silver. Hermione withdrew her eyes and concentrated on munching the entire packet of biscuits, not really caring what Malfoy thought of that. Nor did she think to share with him. So, Granger? Why the sad face? As casually as if he was talking to any of his friends, he leaned back and rested his arms on his chest, with a raised eyebrow in her direction. Why do you care? Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Maybe I have a penchant for crying females. She couldn't help the snorting laugh that escaped her, and hated the smug look Malfoy turned out in response. Out with it. Has Weasley been a prat again? How did you know? Weasley's always been a prat. He shrugged as if this was obvious to everyone but her. And perhaps it was. Some days the prat in him is just stronger than others. Today seemed like a valid prat day for Weasley. And you? When should I mark the calendar for a Malfoy prat day? The corner of his mouth twitched to match the spark in his eyes as they focused on her. Any day you'd like, Granger. The Malfoy smirk had returned, but for some reason it didn't repulse her as it would have done several months ago. No, this time it made her squirm. The fire in her belly that had died out just an hour or two ago, slowly began to turn to kindle again. I'll just jot that down then. Should be every Wednesday, I presume. It seemed far too easy to laugh along with Malfoy just then. But it also felt good. Silence fell between them for a while after. Hermione averted her gaze to the forest again, but she could feel him watching her. As if he was trying to solve her puzzle just as much as she was trying to solve his. Minutes went by and still neither of them spoke. When she finally dared herself to face him again, she did indeed find his serious gaze trained on her. Just as she was about to speak, he jumped from his seat. See you around, Granger. Malfoy turned to her and bowed, much like Zabinaya would do in mockery whenever he saw her around the castle these days. Except when Malfoy did it, there was a notion of sincerity in it. Even more so when he stood tall again and froze her to her seat with just his eyes. Without another word he turned and left her completely befuddled with a roaring of emotions going through her head. Deciding it would be best to wait a bit before she headed back to bed, she stayed and thought for a while longer. It was then it occurred to her that Malfoy had looked far better than the previous weeks. So why had he opted out of the Quidditch game earlier that day? Usually he never gave up on the opportunity to scorn Harry and Ron on the pitch. He had definitely not looked ill in any way, so that couldn't be his reason for skipping the game. Hermione moved to stretch her legs and get some motion back in them before she could walk again. Glancing up and down the corridor, she noticed a very familiar tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching ballet to a bunch of trolls. Curiously, Hermione slowly stepped closer to the stretch of wall she knew quite well. She had no intention of entering the room of requirement tonight, but as she ran her hand over the rough surface of the stone wall, she wondered if someone else had been spending time in there that day. Perhaps someone with piercingly silver eyes. Chapter end notes. Thank you to each and every one of you who have found your way to this story. I am very happy that you like it just as much as I do, and I hope you are prepared for the slow burn. As always, you are more than welcome to find me on Instagram at Mrs. Brights and come say hello. Wednesday Pratt's chapter notes. If you haven't already noticed, the story is currently being translated to Italian as well, if you wish to read it in that language. You can find a link for this at the very beginning of the story with links and credits for translation. Also, I hope you're ready for the length of the chapters to grow from here on out. Because the way these two stubborn heads tend to argue can take up quite the word count. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Time moved in an extremely strange fashion. Whenever Hermione wished she had more time, it seemed to speed up and slip between her fingers. But on the slim chance she felt things were taking too long, it seemed to drag behind and leave her even more frustrated. It was a similar feeling of being caught between two places that followed Hermione around Hogwarts for several days after the famous first Quidditch game. It was time she once again felt herself spending alone, or rather limited, with Harry. Ron was obviously too busy with Lavender, or rather, Lavender was much too busy with Ron. Harry once or twice chose to follow Hermione to the library just for the peace and quiet and needing a break from Lavender's constant cooing over Ron. Honestly, it upsets my stomach sometimes. She's even worse than Fleur was around Bill. Harry quickly glanced around in case Madame Pince showed her scrunched face at the volume of his voice. But no one approached them in their hidden corner. Yes, from the limited views I've been forced to witness, Lavender is quite persistent, was the only way Hermione could describe the relationship that had been quick to sprout between Ron and Lavender. It didn't upset her as much whenever she spotted them, which she made an attempt to avoid all the same. The fire she had once attributed to Ron had long since died out, and she had no intention to stoke even the smallest of embers on that one. However, that didn't mean she would subjugate herself to witness Lavender attempt to remove Ron's tonsils with her tongue on every occasion possible. Harry and Hermione had reached a silent agreement to talk very little of Ron's new relationship status, which was perfectly fine between the two of them. Hermione often thought to breach another subject with Harry, but whenever she thought she had the nerve to do so, they would be interrupted. Today wasn't any different. Harry glanced at his watch and made a face Hermione knew all too well. "I'd better be going, Hermione. I'd rather not be here, when?" Harry trailed off as he started pulling his things together. She could tell he was avoiding looking at her, and she let him. The topic of Malfoy was always a touchy one, and she never spoke of her work with him in front of Harry nor any of the other things she had discovered or talked with Malfoy about to Haney. She still had too many pieces of that puzzle left to solve, before she would even breach the subject with Harry. "I'll see you at dinner, Hermione." She waved him off and turned her attention back to her notes. But not even a moment had passed before she could hear Harry pause down the hall of library. "Malfoy. Potter." Even from afar Hermione could feel the tension rippling between the two of them. She glanced up but could see neither of them. Silence stretched out between the never-ending stacks of books, and Hermione waited with bated breath. Things between her and Malfoy had been better since the weekend of the game. Malfoy had seemed more and more like his usual smug self whenever she spotted him around the castle. And when it was just the two of them, he was back to being his quiet self, yet always ready with a quick reply to anything Hermione suggested. If the tension in the air was any indication, today would be a risk of a bad day just based on his brush with Harry on his way to meet her. Just then Malfoy came around the corner with his shoulders were stiff around his ears, and his features were pulled tight in some emotion she was unable to decipher. He had clearly pulled on one of his masks, which she had started to notice he would do, when he was not completely uncomfortable with the situation at hand. "Granger." The way he spoke her name was similar to how he had said Harry's name, and something deflated inside Hermione's stomach. Malfoy took his usual seat opposite her and started pulling out his books, not really looking at her. There was a subtle anger to his features now, and the way he moved his things around told her that she should choose her words wisely, lest she poked the bear too much. Setting down her quill, she leaned back and crossed her arms. She waited patiently for him to react to her attention on him. When he did, his brows furrowed. "I forgot to mark my calendar today, it would seem," Hermione offered as her greeting that day. "Whatever for, Granger? I thought we'd agreed only Wednesdays to be Malfoy's Prat days." She couldn't help the smile that started to curl her lips, and was immensely pleased to see the beginning of one forming around his as well. Not that she was paying any attention to Draco Malfoy's lips. "I decided to get a jump start this week. My apologies for not informing you." Malfoy made a mock bow one-handed, and that was all that was needed to clear the air of the tension that had seeped into him from such a short interaction with Harry. "Please do make sure you give me at least a 24-hour notice the next time you decide to be a prat, Malfoy." "Will do, Granger." They turned back to their work and carried on in their usual manner, in silence and concentration. A while later, it was Malfoy who breached their silence. "I thought about what you said about this potion, how it should have a purpose. So we don't just brew at random. And I agree." Hermione almost felt like someone had punched her in the stomach, and from the grin Malfoy was showing, she looked like it too. "Don't be so surprised. As I believe you've stated, we are both capable of brewing potions. I'd even go so far as to say we are rather brilliant at it." "Well, I can only speak on my own behalf of course, but even so thank you Malfoy, but do get to the point of this babbling. It does you no good." This time she smirked on purpose for the effect his own words had on him. He cleared his throat before he continued. "As I was saying, a purpose would make our brewing experiments that much more achievable." Malfoy nodded. "All right, we agree. Do you have any suggestions how to proceed then?" "As a matter of fact, I do." "Of course you do." Hermione didn't even try to hide her eye roll, nor did Malfoy seem to care when he handed her a scroll of parchment in carefully scribbled notes. Hermione noticed he was not as careful in maintaining the physical distance between them, nor did he actively allow it. She unfolded the scroll and read. As she read, it was her time to furrow her brows. "But this is..." She looked up and saw Malfoy's expectant features entirely concentrated on her. "It is. You said you wanted to try and strengthen something, correct?" "Yes, but this is already a very useful potion, and very difficult to make." "What would these changes even mean?" "I guess that's what we need to find out." Malfoy gave a lazy shrug, as if he hadn't just handed her 12 inches deep instructions on how to alter a very complicated potion for something even stronger and more efficient. "Felix Felicis is one of its kind. You really think we can do anything about it that would change it for the better?" "I do. I like your confidence, Malfoy, but this if it's too much for you, Granger, I would like to hear your suggestion." He laced his fingers patiently and placed his hands on the table between them. His eyes were earnest and there was no mask over his features. This was all Malfoy. The real Malfoy she had consoled in a flooded bathroom. The real Malfoy who had consoled her with a package of biscuits. And this real Malfoy wanted to tamper with the recipe for brewing Felix Felicis, the potion that created luck. Hermione quickly scanned his notes of suggestions again before trying to come up with an answer. She could tell Malfoy was testing her in some way. Perhaps he was even goading her to do this on his terms, but looking down at his work, she had to admit that the theories and work behind his estimations seemed to be accurate. At least as far as she knew. We would have to get permission from Slughorn to brew outside of potions lessons. And permission to use ingredients from his personal supply. I don't think half the things you have listed are common for Hogwarts potions students. All through. And all fairly easily obtained, would you not agree? After all, what other advantages could there be from being part of old Sluggy's inner dinner guests? There was a sneer to the way he addressed Sloane, and Hermione had a thought. How did you manage to swing your invitation anyway? Harry never mentioned you were part of the initial selection on the Hogwarts Express, nor was I for that matter, and I still don't understand why he wants to include me all the time. Malfoy actually scoffed at her and started to chuckle quietly. Firstly, I made myself important to Sloane by being brilliant. He ignored her eye roll once again. Secondly, you cannot expect me to believe you do not know your own brilliance as well as I know my own. I hardly think for someone who is said to be the brightest witch after age, you can be unusually slow on the uptake sometimes, Granger. I'm not really sure if that's a compliment or not, Malfoy. Then use that big brain of yours to figure it out, why don't you? They retreated to a silent staring contest for a short while. Both seemed to be thinking about a great deal. Finally, Hermione heaved a sigh. I suppose we can ask Sloane to borrow the classroom and a select number of ingredients for next week. Good. Fine. After another few moments of staring at each other, they went back to their work. Hermione finished her list of proposed ingredient combinations slightly quicker than Malfoy that day, and decided to leave early for her next lesson. She really wanted to rush back to her dormitory and deposit some of her heavier books for later use without having to run into Ron and Lavender, who seemed determined to snog in every chair in the common. Malfoy just waved her off absently as she started to leave. He was still deep in thought with his calculations. Hermione had been so preoccupied that it was only on her way out, bumping into a large and broad-shouldered someone, that she realized she had stuffed her wand at the bottom of her bag. Steadying herself on her feet again, she cursed her bad luck for running into Cormac McLaggen of all people. Hermione! His voice pitched higher on saying her name, and his eyes lit up like a child who had just been presented with an extra Christmas present. Though she would hate to think what kind of present he thought she was to unwrap from the look he was giving her. It must be my lucky day. You always seem so busy for the shortest of chats, and at Sloane's dinner you are always seated most unfortunately. Don't worry, I'll make sure you and I are seated together next time. There's really not, come on now, we Gryffindors need to stick together. McLaggen moved smoothly for a boy of his size to squeeze next to her and place his arm around her shoulders. There's no need to go mingling with the likes of those people. I really don't think. Have you chosen who you want to attend Sloane's Christmas party with? He fisted his upper body slightly to be able to face her, and there was a determined gleam in his eyes when he focused on her face. On her lips she realized with a jolt. I haven't, no. And I really should be lucky day indeed. How about you and one oi, Granger? Never in her life had Hermione Granger been more pleased to hear the definite venom that was Draco Malfoy's voice. He was striding out the library doors, headed straight for where Hermione felt positively trapped under McLaggen's huge arm. Malfoy, can't you see Hermione and I are rather busy? McLaggen strengthened his hold on Hermione's shoulder and was about to turn them away from Malfoy. Malfoy glanced between the two of them. No, can't say that, can. Granger, we need to go over the final details for tomorrow's potions. He jerked his head in the opposite direction for her to follow him, but McLaggen still held on to her. Cormac, I really need to. You have plenty of time for that tomorrow, I'm sure. McLaggen drawled and turned a vicious glare on Malfoy, who just turned one right back. Actually, it can't. And without further attempt on either side to get McLaggen to back off her, Malfoy reached out and closed his fingers around Hermione's upper arm and pulled her out of the uncomfortable touch of McLaggen. She was so surprised by this motion that words left her brain momentarily and she hardly registered Malfoy's parting words to McLaggen. Pleasure, McLaggen. Do take care of rogue bludgers. Hermione found herself being pulled along by Malfoy's hand on her upper arm. He held on tight but not so much that it hurt, and she did her best to skim along one step behind him. Once around the first corner she tried to get her arm out of his hold. I can walk on my own, you know. Obviously not. The drawl had returned to his voice, and yet he still didn't let go. Yes, I can, if you just calm yourself, Granger. They came round a second turn and were alone, and only then did he let go of her and started pacing on the spot. Should have hexed the sod. No, you shouldn't. If any hexing should be done, it should have come from then. Why didn't you? My wand is at the bottom of my bag, she explained as she rummaged around for it, seconds later brandishing it in his face. He had the decency to flinch from her wand in his face. But thank you, Malfoy. For she gestured in the direction they had just come from. That. He nodded stiffly. Silence fell between them again, and Hermione watched as Malfoy straightened and pulled on one of his masks. Why do you do that? She had no idea where that came from. But having just been rescued from the clutches of Connick McLaggen by none other than Draco Malfoy, she felt a need to know this. Do what? Breathe. I'd thought even that bodily function was easily explained to someone as yourself, Granger. Hermione rubbed the bridge of her nose in exasperation. Of course this version of Malfoy would be even more of a prat and refused to acknowledge that he had just done Hermione a favour. No, I meant this. Waving a hand in his face, she stepped closer to just being a few feet apart from him. She lifted her chin the better to study his face as it shifted before her. Why is it you feel the need to change so vividly on such short notice? Protection. He breathed the word and she felt the tail of his breath on her cheeks. Neither spoke another word until sounds stopped, bringing them back to the surface of reality around them. Without another word they both set off for separate destinations. Hermione forced herself not to look back as she walked away. She was half afraid what she might have seen if she did so. Cormac McLaggen was nothing if not persistent and stubborn. He would try to corner Hermione on several occasions more to try and ask her to Slughorn's Christmas party, and Hermione found herself using Haney as a human shield once again. He had argued a little to begin with, but after a couple days of this, he quickly realised that it got McLaggen to retreat from his futile attempts to get back on the Quidditch team as well. Walking arm in arm with Haney through the castle was a great comfort to Hermione, but she also knew she couldn't do so all the time. They had made an agreement to walk to breakfast together and meet up for lunch and dinner as well. With the exception of whether or not Ron would shoot up with a lavender suction to his person at any occasion. This happened quite a bit to Hermione's dismay, which left her struggling for her own way through the castle on more than one occasion. Fortunately, she found that McLaggen didn't dare bother her in the library. Apparently, he had done something terrible to upset Madame Pince, and whenever McLaggen tried to enter the library she would follow him around like a hound. This had only happened once, after which McLaggen had left with a scowl on his face. That same afternoon he had been waiting for her outside the library. However, being brilliant as she was, Hermione had seen this coming and had prepared a decoy thanks to Fred and George Weasley. After that she just had to worry about running into McLaggen by accident, which she did everything to prevent. Day by day she found herself spending more and more time in the library for various reasons, one being to avoid McLaggen of course, and she discovered that Malfoy spent more and more time there as well. Eventually they seemed to drift to their usual table even when not scheduled to meet for their potions project. They would just sit in companionable silence and work on their separate things. It was peculiar to find herself completely comfortable around Malfoy. Only a few months ago she would have been nervous and prone to grasp for her wand at every twitch from Malfoy. But she wasn't. Without either of them saying so, they had reached a point in their partnership that they had even developed a small level of trust between each other. It was because of this small level of trust that Hermione dared to ask something she had been thinking about for a while. On one occasion they had found each other in the library again. "Have you never really experienced anything Muggle in your childhood?" She had pushed her homework aside and turned all of her attention on him, which he noted with a slight surprise to her question as well. How do you mean? He did her the courtesy of marking his homework to be able to give her his complete focus. I mean, did you never venture to a Muggle town for something normal, like a day at the zoo? Or, I don't know, just a trip to a playground when you were little? What's a zoo? He looked utterly perplexed. Hermione started to explain but quickly realized it counted where she wanted to go with the conversation and routed it back to its origin of any Muggle outing. No, I did not. He hesitated a bit before he continued, debating with himself of how much he should divulge of his past in this way. Being raised as a Malfoy, or even a pure-blood alone, is very different than being raised as just a wizard. There are. He grew absent and Hermione noticed a mask once again. She made a note to remember that talk of his past would bring about one particular stiff and emotionless mask. There are standards and norms to uphold. There were things I were taught from a very young age, that were all deemed fitting at the time. Only now I find myself questioning if any of it was worth my time. Did you never play as a child? Only a little. Theo and Blaise lived closest to me. They would visit on rare occasions and he chuckled to himself and the mask slipped momentarily. We would cause quite the mischief to our parents and nannies. Yes, Granger. We had nannies. But why? I thought your mother didn't work. So you assumed she would just spend her days with me? There was a longing in his voice that spoke of how much he had wished that had been the case. Only the truth was another matter entirely. I was fortunate if I saw my mother once or twice a week when I was young. She had many things in society to deal with. As I grew older, however, there were things only she could teach me, and so we started spending more time together. What things? Malfoy looked at her, and she could tell he was trying to pull the mask forth, but it slipped and he sighed. Things only a black mother can teach her black child. That was clearly the end of the conversation and she didn't press the matter. She thought it over for a while, and felt it certainly explained quite a bit about his behavior on most occasions. And yet at the present time there was still a very large piece of his puzzle she couldn't fathom. And she desperately needed to. If Malfoy was up to something he shouldn't be, she recognized that she had the possibility to prevent whatever it was. She hated what she was about to do, but really she saw no other alternative. If she wanted to get anywhere close to figuring him out, she would need to find some sort of common ground with him. One where he wouldn't bite her head off at the first opportune moment. So she turned to a completely different subject. Do you need help with any of that? She tried to reach for whatever homework he had been working on, but he pulled it out her reach. I can manage, thank you. Shouldn't you save your brainpower for whatever nonsense Potter and Weasley need your assistance for? Not at the moment, no. Harry has other things to busy himself with. And Ron does too. Malfoy raised a brow at her. Have the bosom friends fallen out of the ample bosom? Her immediate reaction was to glance down at her chest, and from the smirk Malfoy had plastered on when she looked up again, she knew he had gotten the reaction he wanted. Hermione bristled internally but saw his taunt as his way of not so subtle changing the subject, and she followed it. No bosoms have been rattled, unfortunately, Malfoy. Though I'm sure you have plenty of advice on that topic as well. Indeed, I am quite the expert on rattling bosoms. Even so, as it is, I find more time on my hands to focus on school work at the moment. Unless you are too busy rattling too many bosoms, I would not hate to help with any subjects you might need further assistance with. She picked up her quill again and was just about to start writing again, when Malfoy's voice turned serious again. Transfiguration. She looked up to see how his expression had changed as well. McGonagall seems to have made it her personal vendetta to fail me no matter I fry. I might be able to find time to help you with that. She paused and quirked an eyebrow at him. Once I've finished fondling all those troublesome snitches. Malfoy then caused Madame Pince to pounce on them when he let out a guffaw of laughter, and they were forced to pack their things and leave the library for the rest of the day. Hermione hesitated before the great doors of the library, which Malfoy noticed. He threw Ned but said nothing before he stepped out before her. "All clear," he muttered back, and Hermione released a breath and went out to join Malfoy. "See you around, Granger." "See you around, Malfoy." Hermione turned to have an early dinner and hoped Harry would be at the Great Hall. But Harry wasn't at the Gryffindor table yet, and thankfully nor was Ron and Lavender. Hermione badgered herself a bit. Was she determined to avoid Ron and Lavender for however long they chose to be a couple? She wasn't entirely sure. It certainly made her time at Hogwarts that much more difficult, and if she were being honest with herself, it made her time that much more lonely as well. Harry would always choose to spend time with Ron over her, she knew that, and it had never really bothered her. Because she had always been fine with her own company most of the time. Her friendship with Harry and Ron was dear to her heart, but they could also be idiots quite often, and when that happened she either ended up on her own, or if she were lucky she could confide in Ginny. But at Hogwarts, Ginny had her own friends and her own things to take up her time, which left Hermione on her own. But then lately someone else had been keeping her company as well. Or perhaps keeping company was not the right term. But she honestly had no proper way to determine whatever reconciliation had taken place between her and Malfoy. He could most definitely still be a prat, he proved that almost daily. But he could also be sincere and honest on rare occasions, and those rare moments had revealed a very different side of Malfoy. It was that version of Malfoy she actually enjoyed spending quiet time with at the library. Good Godric, she had even started to find a comfort in their silent routine of sorts. Finding a place at the Gryffindor table, Hermione pulled out a book to read while she ate her solitary dinner. Halfway off her plate full of roast potatoes and honeyed chicken, she nearly choked on her food when McLaggen strolled into the Great Hall. She immediately ducked her head, and thankfully so, because when she dared a glance back up, she could tell he was scouring the long Gryffindor table for her. She hurried to pull her school robes higher around her ears and tucked in her hair as best as possible. Scanning the closest trays around her, she hurried to grab whatever she could shove in her bag without making a mess. She then slid off her seat and made her way out of the Great Hall without being noticed by McLaggen. However, her success of avoiding McLaggen's made her unaware of her impending surroundings, and she nearly knocked over Lavender and Parvati on her way. "Blimey! Oh, so sorry." Hermione froze mid-sentence once she spotted who she had nearly toppled over. Parvati kept quiet while Lavender's mouth thinned so much Hermione thought her lips vanished. Which would be a shame really, considering her new favourite activity of snogging Ron whenever she had the chance. "What's the hurry, Hermione?" Parvati decided to break the tension with a glance at Lavender, who seemed too determined to eat her lips. "Nothing, but I have to go, sorry Parvati." Glancing back she saw McLaggen's shoulder sag when he couldn't find her, and she ignored the indignant huff from Lavender as she hurried along. Hermione ended up finished a meagre dinner of bread rolls and apples by herself in the common room before she went to bed early. She slept surprisingly well through her exhaustion that night, yet she woke up terribly hungry the next morning. Hermione had always been the type of person who rose early nearly every morning. It was a habit her father had instilled in her from an early age, when he would rise just as early and always invite her to join him for a morning trip to the baker or wherever he had to go that particular morning. It soon grew to be a ritual between the two of them, and the habit of waking early had stayed with Hermione ever since. At Hogwarts these days it benefited her from having to deal with Lavender in the mornings in the dormitory or the bathroom. Lavender and Parvati had always taken longer than Hermione felt necessary getting ready on most mornings. However, at the present time she was glad they used such a long time to get ready. It usually meant she could hurry down for an early breakfast and finish before Ron and Lavender even decided to show their faces. That morning, however, Hermione chose to wait for Hermione to join her for breakfast and was unfortunately met with the giggling presence of Lavender trying to wrap herself around Ron's yawning figure. He stiffened when he spotted Hermione waiting by the portrait hole, but neither spoke a word until Harry emerged, his hair sticking in all odd ends as usual. "Morning," Harry supplied and went to join Hermione, who gave him a meek smile in return. They left quickly, leaving Ron to be smoothed over by Lavender's fingers on his robes. "Hermione, do you ever think you and Ron will get past this thing, whatever it is?" It was clear Hermione missed his two friends as well, as did Hermione. But she didn't really feel like telling Harry this because he would blab to Ron and that would be bad. She was still rather mad at him for his very expressive behavior. "I'm still very upset, Harry. I don't know." "I know, Hermione, but hasn't this way?" For Hermione had just spotted a head of light brown curls which she had grown very adept at avoiding. As it turned out, she had pulled Harry nearly inside a broom cupboard. "Ha!" he said, removing a spider from her shoulders. "Thanks." Her grimace told Harry plenty of how she felt about spiders still using the rest of us as shields to ward off McLaggen then. "Yes, he's more persistent than I ever imagined. He keeps trying to corner me about Sloane's Christmas party. I think we can move on now." She hooked her arm through Hermione's as they continued to the Great Hall and was met with a delicious smell of pastries and fresh bread. Friday's breakfast was always a treat from the house elves, and Hermione eagerly started piling her plate with food, half of which she could bring with her if that need arose. "I still don't understand why you don't just tell him no." Harry, on his side, speared a few sausages to go with his beans and freshly buttered bread. "I tried that several times. It would seem that word no is not in his vocabulary." Hermione groaned, half in dismay at McLaggen's persistence and half from pleasure at the pastry she just then bit into. "Anyway," she continued after munching half her pastry dough in a hurry, "have you invited anyone yet? I hear more and more girls gossiping in the bathrooms the closer we get to Christmas. It's still more than a month away." "Yes, but the more days go by where you haven't asked anyone, the more desperate all these girls will become. Do you remember me telling you about Romilda Vane? Well, I overheard her again just last week. She was boasting something about a love potion. Oh Harry, just ask someone. I'd say the same thing about you then." One for the shortest second Hermione's brain decided to short-circuit and show her a mental image of her attending the Christmas party with an unfamiliar wizard on her arm. She shook her head, trying to rid herself of the disturbing image. "Yes, my initial plan had been well taken care of." "Do you really have no one you would like to ask then?" Hermione sneaked in a sly smile in Harry's direction just as Ginny came to take a seat further down the Gryffindor table. It did not go unnoticed to Hermione how Harry's eyes drifted in Ginny's direction, nor how he quickly averted his eyes back to his breakfast. Hermione's heart beat a little extra for her friend just then. Why was it that Harry always chose the wrong times to fall for the girl? His timing with Cho had been awful in so many ways. And only now, when Ginny was happy being with Dean, he had apparently chosen to fall for Ginny. After several years of Ginny secretly being in love with Harry without him noticing, Hermione let out a sigh. Boys could really be stupid sometimes. She sincerely hoped Hermione's feelings towards Ginny wasn't just the case of not being able to have her, that made him look at her the way he did just then. Maybe. Harry relented with his eyes determinedly focused on his food. "Just be careful, Harry. Especially of Romilda Vane and her friends. I might offer you similar advice. Ginny said you were more than friendly with Malfoy and Zabini at the last slug dinner." He crossed his arms and glared at her, to which she just glared right back. "Did you ask Ginny to rat on me? Like I can't take care of myself. So what if I did? You're my friend Hermione, and this is Malfoy we're talking about. He's definitely up to something." Why else would he miss the first game of the season like that? Quidditch again? Really, Hermione, you of all people should know I'm more than capable of taking care of myself unless it's McLaggen. Harry murmured, crumbling his biscuit. Hermione stared daggers at him. Yes, well, McLaggen is a case on its own. But Malfoy I can handle. I have been handling him quite well on my own for the past months, in case you hadn't noticed. And how exactly are you handling him? Oh, don't start. That's beneath even you, Harry. He narrowed his eyes at her and she fought the urge to shift in her seat, lest it gave Harry any unnecessary reason to suspect anything. Because there were nothing to suspect, of course. Apart from the fact that Malfoy was clearly doing something he wasn't supposed to, and he had almost as much as told her about it and still done nothing horrible to her even with that knowledge. Sorry, Hermione. Harry finally let out, and it felt like a balloon deflated inside Hermione's chest. Yes, well, I understand your concern. But as I've told you every time you ask me, we sit in silence and study. Every day he says very little, despite the fact that what do you mean every day? Hermione paused mid-gesture and looked at Harry, who once again looked one-eyed. Well, we study together practically every day in the library. I thought you knew that. I told you we have to work on our project for potions. How is yours with Ron going, by the way? Don't try and change the subject. You said you only met up with Malfoy twice a week, now all of a sudden it's every day. Yes, well, things have changed. Hermione shrugged, and conveniently just then Ron and Lavender chose to grace the Great Hall with their presence. Harry made a face matching Hermione's internal emotions. I spend more time in the library these days, and well, Malfoy just happened to be there most of the time anyway. So we work together. Or sit together. Or something in between. I don't know. Either way, you don't have to worry about me. Hermione made to finish her breakfast to be able to leave. Hermione reached out and held on to her wrist. Green eyes looked to her in earnest. I am sorry, Hermione. Don't shut me out as well. I would never, Harry. But I really have to go now. The squelching noises had started to grow in volume down the table, and Hermione packed pastries and fruit in napkins to stuff her bag for later. She gave Harry an affirming squeeze before leaving for her first lesson of the day. She would meet up with Harry and Ron later that day for potions anyway. Although Ron still kept his distance even when Lavender wasn't around, and Harry turned into the human buffer between the two of them. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait long before Slughorn let them into the dungeons. Things had grown even tenser when Malfoy had actually showed up on time to wait outside with the rest of the class. His gaze had lingered on Hermione for a fraction before he turned to Zabini and struck up a conversation. Malfoy reached their table first and he promptly started the fire under their cauldron, something he had started to since the weekend of the Quidditch match. Slughorn strode to the front of the class to give out directions for whatever potion they were to brew that day. I shall also be talking to each of you about your current progress on your individual projects during today's lesson. Now come along and get started. He clapped his hands with the kind of enthusiasm Hermione would normally reserve for children. She then flipped the pages in her book to find the recipe for the everlasting elixir they were to brew that day. Malfoy started organizing the ingredients without her saying anything. Another thing he had started doing silently without her administrations. As usual, they worked quietly until Slughorn made his way to their table. When they informed him of how far they were in their project, he seemed rather impressed. He asked a few questions in regards to concems Hermione had had as well, but Malfoy was quick to persuade the both of them of his theories. I dare say, Slughorn chuckled and rubbed his protruding waistcoat. I was right in partnering the two of you. You make an excellent partnership. I am most excited to see the final results of your work. While Hermione fought very hard to control the blush she felt creeping up her neck, She felt Malfoy shift beside her and his arm brushed her arm. "Sir, about that. Might we ask a favour?" Sloane paused on his way over to Zabini and Macmillan. "Ask away, Nira Malfoy." "Well, Granger and I find we need to test things with our work. So we wondered if we could perhaps borrow the classroom to brew." Sloane raised both his eyebrows as he looked between the two off him. Behind her, Hermione could practically feel Harry and Ron's eyes drilling into her crimson neck. She forced herself to stand taller. This was a task for a school assignment, nothing else. Anyone would be foolish to think otherwise. And Hermione Granger was no fool by any means. "Oh, I don't see why not. We shall try and find a time for you after today's class." With a bob of his head, Sloane moved along and Hermione was left with a rather triumphant Malfoy next to her. "Oh, shut it." But Malfoy kept a stupid grin on his stupid pointy face for the remainder of the lesson. By the end of it, she knew Harry would linger to wait for her, but she needed to talk to Sloane with Malfoy on their own terms. "I'll meet you back in the common room," she whispered and shooed him away, shouldering her bag. "Now, Mr. Malfoy, Miss Granger. I'm sure you both have very busy schedules and the potions classroom is in use most of the time during the day anyway, so I'm afraid I can only lend it to you after dinner time." Hermione felt a lump in her throat at that. Of course she spent most of her evenings studying anyway, but this seemed different. From the looks of it, Malfoy felt similar next to her. "Well, then I suppose we just what times?" Malfoy cut in and Hermione stared at him incredulously. He just shrugged and waited for Sloane to finish consulting his timetable. "Yes, let's see here. The elves usually want to clean around that time, so perhaps it would be better." "Yes, that seems reasonably. Please hand me your timetables." He held out his hands and they both conjured their timetables for Sloane to administer. "There you are. I have adjusted your timetables to grant you access to the dungeons twice a week at 7 in the evening. You will have 2 hours on each night to brew to your heart's content." "Thank you, Professor." Hermione's voice was barely audible, while Malfoy sounded boastful. "Did you have any plans for any more of your splendid dinner parties, sir?" "I found them most enjoyable." Malfoy had put on his most sleek voice, the one she had only ever heard him use with Snape. Sloane seemed to be very appeased by it as well. "As a matter of fact, I had. Only next weekend I had planned to host a small get-together with the usuals. It would be opportune for the two of you to join as well." He moved from behind his desk and came to toss an arm around each of their shoulders. Hermione heard an "ump" from Malfoy, and she half-way let one out herself from being jostled by Sloane that way. "I shall try to persuade Miss Heron to join us. She works for the ministry, you know, and she is quite talented with a quill, if I do say so myself." "Yes, I think she would very much like to join us on Saturday evening." "So, that turned out perfectly, wouldn't you say, Granger?" Her crossed his arm with a smug expression as Sloane left them. "So it did. Except now I have to endure another night of McLagan's presence. Maybe. We honestly don't know how much the GIT learned from playing Quidditch the last time. Playing keeper seems to have left him with little knowledge of how the bludgers work." Malfoy actually winked at her as they walked down the corridors. Hermione faltered. "What did you do, Malfoy?" "I did nothing. I swear on my mother's cursed peacocks." He then paused and held a hand to his heart while locking eyes with her. She narrowed her stare, still very suspicious. "Somehow I don't quite believe you." "You never do, Granger." And yet he spun on his heels to march in the other direction. "I find I don't really care." Chapter endnotes. And so McLagan is on the move to secure a date. Or perhaps more than a date. I hope you find this chapter half as fun as I had writing it. Things are starting to change between these two for sure. Just wait till next chapter where Draco makes a really bold move. As always, you can find me on Instagram @ and follow for small updates and teasers for chapters to come. Never believe in rumors. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The following weeks went by mainly on a routinely basis. Hermione would go to all her classes, eat breakfast with Harry most days, study with Malfoy nearly every day and fall asleep exhausted from all the school work and having to continue to dodge McLaggen occasionally. She hardly spent any time with Haney apart from breakfast, whom she knew was busy with his own problems. In turn, Harry kept Ginny busy with Quidditch practice, whenever she wasn't studying for her own classes, and well, Ronald was kept busy otherwise as well. The fact of the matter was, that as the days went by, Hermione found herself spending more time with Malfoy than anyone else. What surprised her about this, was not so much the fact that it wasn't exactly unpleasant. It was more the fact that it had taken her by surprise that she actually found comfort in that part of her routine. She hated to admit it, but she even cursed herself from looking forward to the quiet hours in the library with Malfoy once or twice. For his part, Malfoy kept balancing that neat line of being perfectly normal around her or being a prat as usual. Sometimes the shifts were so rapid she had trouble keeping up. But she had found ways to deal with this new way of interaction with Malfoy, that also kept her alert in more ways than one. While he would always banter her and verbally try and get her to snap at him, she had taken a new approach just recently. It was something she had noticed when they had their first solitary brewing sessions in the dungeons. Hermione had been the first one to show up, obviously, and hadn't dared try and open the door without Malfoy. She feared Slughorn would have forgotten their agreement, but when Malfoy showed up just before 7 on their first evening, he quirked an eyebrow at her and simply pushed the door open. A sigh escaped Hermione as they entered to find a single table had been magically prepared for them. The fire was already blazing under the cauldron. The door banged shut behind Hermione once she entered, and that was when she realized it. She was alone with Draco Malfoy in the dungeons. For all the reassurances she had given Haney, that nothing had ever happened, and that Malfoy wouldn't dare do anything in the vicinity of Madame Pince, it was an entirely different thing altogether to be alone with him in the dungeons. Hermione had frozen on the spot, casting her eyes on the door behind her, only to find Malfoy gawking at her. As they stared at each other, his features morphed into a smug grin and he thrust his hands into his pockets with a devil-may-care shrug. "Worried, Granger? Of what should I be worried?" She forced herself to move and unpack her bag before sorting out the ingredients they had agreed to begin testing that night. Behind her, she heard rather than saw Malfoy stalk closer to her. "For some reason, I don't think you've ever been alone with someone like me before." "Someone like you?" Hermione spluttered indignantly. "What's that even supposed to mean?" The chuckle that made its way to her throat was not forced at all. Insecurity of his hidden meaning was starting to creep up on her. "Well, for starters I'd say devilishly handsome." He held up a hand and ticked a finger with each thing he said. "Vastly intelligent, incredibly charming and frankly rather irresistible. You forgot highly obnoxious and completely full of yourself with a head too big for anyone's good." Malfoy laughed, and it sounded like a genuine laugh. Not one of those wicked laughs he used to share with Crabbe or Goyle when he would mock or taunt her, Harry and Ron. No, this laugh was a genuine amused one, that seemed to origin all the way deep in his belly. It made Hermione's own lips twitch in amusement, though she did her best to hide it from him. "Let's get started then, shall we?" Hermione indicated the table now between them as she moved to be able to face Malfoy. He nodded and set to work. Working together with Malfoy alone in that way was very similar to how they worked together in potions class. Silently and efficiently. Over the past few weeks they had managed to find a silent way of matching each other as they worked. One would prepare the ingredients, the other would maintain the cauldron, then one of them would add whatever needed to be added, and so on it went. There was only one time when their silence had broken. It happened much like the first time. Hermione was unsure who had been inattentive. Perhaps she had been too focused on counting the number of times she had stirred the cauldron. Perhaps Malfoy had been too busy checking his notes, but simultaneously they had both reached for the alchemy eggshell powder. Both had then frozen in place as their hands collided and their eyes had been drawn to study it. Hermione found that time was playing a trick on her again because it seemed to have slowed down around her. How else would she be able to notice the tiny scar along Malfoy's index finger as it brushed against the back of her hand? Or how the light glinted off silver of his signet ring as he mitched his fingers strangely, making the skin across the back of his hand stretch while it kept brushing against the back of her hand? How else would she have been able to notice all that and find his piercing grey eyes focused on her face as well? All of that couldn't possibly have taken place in the 2 seconds she registered to pass by before their hands were back to doing what they were supposed to be doing. Malfoy had taken a step back from the table and seemed to UI and compose himself, while Hermione had kept her attention on the brew in front of him. When Malfoy had spoken next, his words were hoarse, and they sound well rehearsed. "We should make note of our progress and continue in 2 days." He had stuffed his hands in his pockets, leaving Hermione to do most of the rest of the work. But she did it without complaint. It gave her time to think things over. Unlike the first time in potions, when he had rushed over to clean his hands, he had simply tried to put the evidence away. It gave her a strange thrill that she could affect him in that way. And quite frankly she found it interesting to see how far she could take it before he felt the need to clean himself so furiously as he had done the first day. So she had dared herself to try and copy the incident each time they met to brew in solitude. However, Malfoy was too clever for his own good and had seen right through her poor tricks, and she had had no success in her attempts. Not for lack of trying though. For his part, Malfoy seemed genuine in his time spent with Hermione. Occasionally he would ask her questions about things he had trouble understanding. Most of these things had to do with transfiguration or things related to muggles. I still persist that those doctor thingies are more trouble than they are worth. You would, because you don't know any better. And I suppose you do. Today's argument was going to be another futile attempt on both their cases, it would seem. Both of them were persistent about having to be proven right. Usually they had to settle unceremoniously to agree to disagree. Except when it was Muggle-related. Those were the occasions Hermione would pester him with information until he either agreed or just sulked in silence and defeat, though he wouldn't admit it. I never claimed such a thing. But while Muggles can't use potions or spells, they have done extremely well through science to prevent several diseases from spreading, or trying to cure many others. Trying? That's just my point, isn't it? They try. They don't just do like wizards would do things. No, Malfoy, they don't, because they are human. And humans learn TLN of trial and error. Just as we are learning TLN of trial and error without success on this ruddy potion. We have not come up with a solution to what I will account for as your idea. You did not just do on the first attempt. No, instead you are still trying to make it work as you want it to. Just as any Muggle has tried to do TLN of several of years and will continue to do so even long after we are gone. Her chest was heaving for breath after such a long and extremely passionate explanation. Malfoy scrutinized her and pursed his lips. She kept her silence after so many words had just left her. She had none left, to be honest. Perhaps. He finally let out and released their unofficial staring competition. The rest of the afternoon went on in silence. For her part it was in agitation and not wanting to spew any more harsh words. She didn't really care what kept Malfoy quiet. But not all arguments were like that. Other times they would talk amicably about what books they liked to read. They even shared a liking for several of the books Hermione had read over the years, which was as much a surprise to her as it was to him. She had never pictured him much of a reader for pleasure as she was. Malfoy explained it away, saying the summer holidays he was forced to spend in France with no other company than his parents were less entertaining than one would think. Hermione learned not to joke about his parents, because it made him pull out one of his masks that would say on till a day or two later. He was particularly tense when it was his father. He could talk more freely about his mother, and Hermione learned that it was Narcissa Malfoy, who had taught her son how to read and love books. In turn, Hermione ended up telling Malfoy about her trips to the library with her father. "You don't have your own library?" Malfoy had asked with an incredulous look on his face at that revelation. "No, Malfoy. Only spoiled brats like you have an entire library on their own." He'd taken the barb but hadn't fired one back. She assumed it was because he knew he was right. But when he spoke in a hushed voice a while later, she discovered it had been an entirely different reason. "I wasn't spoiled." Hermione paused and looked up from her parchment, quill resting where she had left off. Malfoy was absently looking out the window where the sun was on its way down. The final rays of light shone through the glass and highlighted Malfoy's features, which were pulled tightly together in a deep frown. "I know that's how things would appear for any outside the Malfoy family. But I was never spoiled." "How do you mean?" Hermione placed her things on the table between them as quietly as she could, afraid to spook him from continuing his admission. "My mother hardly spent time with me when I was a child. I was mostly raised by the nanny. It wasn't until I was old enough to be somewhat educated, that my mother took an interest in me. Even then my father always kept his distance." He scoffed silently and turned his gaze back on the table between them. "My father only spoke to me when it was most necessary, and found ways out of it by purchasing much of what I bullied him about. But once my mother started teaching me." There was an air of solemnity about Malfoy whenever he spoke of his mother, but this time it was something different. Melancholy or something else Hermione couldn't decipher. "Perhaps I was spoiled in the physical sense that I never wanted for anything. But in other areas I was more deprived than I was spoiled." Hermione desperately wanted to reach out and apologize to Malfoy at that moment. She had made to move in her chair and only caught herself the last second before getting up. Malfoy had seen the movement, and for some reason they both understood just then. Whatever they were to each other before, despite how much animosity had been between them, just then a shift occurred. A shift they both recognized and each had a reaction for. Malfoy seemed startled and stunned to silence as he was raging some sort of internal battle. Hermione felt like someone had hit her with a stewed dollar and stumped her brain. How else could she explain the fact that all of a sudden she considered Malfoy to be a friend? One afternoon, after an unusually quiet hour even for Malfoy and Hermione's standards, they were heading out of the library, when Malfoy hung back to make sure he hadn't forgotten his homework for Transfiguration, which she had just gone over with him. Hermione stepped out of the library's great doors and smacked right into the chest of none other than Cormac McLaggen. She lost her balance momentarily and felt him grip her upper arms to steady her. His touch felt too warm and too tight and she missed to get away from him. "Easy there, Granger. Wouldn't want you to hurt yourself." His voice had a sensual allure to it, and when she looked up, allure was making his face look more distorted than attractive. At least in Hermione's opinion, she couldn't speak for any other witch with only half a brain, of course. "Thank you, I'm perfectly fine." She yanked her body away from McLaggen and set to straighten her robes back. He clearly didn't take the hint and only loomed closer. "Will I see you this Saturday?" He reached out and caressed a lock of her hair, making her flinch back instinctively. "I dare say you will." She felt herself being pulled out from under McLaggen's much too obvious attempt to get close to her and found herself being yanked flush up against Malfoy's side. Her hip collided with his upper thigh and his arm hurried to drape itself around her shoulders. The sneer on McLagan's face could have rivaled that of old Malfoy. Hermione knew. The tiny part of her brain that was still functioning registered that even though she was pressed tightly against Malfoy's side, he distinctively made an effort not to touch her skin in any way. "What's it to you, Malfoy? Granger and I were having a little chat, so if you don't mind I do mind, as it happens." "Malfoy, I don't think hush and let the men talk now, Granger." Her eyes widened in disbelief and she was about to rage at Malfoy for that particular comment if not for the fact that McLagan had taken it as a challenge. "Yes, Granger." Allow Malfoy to demonstrate his superiority he failed to show on several other occasions. "Excuse me." Hermione pulled herself from Malfoy's grip, and though a very small part of her protested, Malfoy didn't seem to have noticed as his hand was slightly raised, pointing his wand at McLagan. McLagan on the other hand had pulled out his own wand as well and both were glaring at each other. "Clearly, you are in need of glasses or perhaps even a new brain in order to comprehend when someone declines your continued advances." Malfoy tilted his head ever so slightly in her direction, and McLagan's gaze found her. She felt his eyes roam over her body and her skin broke out in shivers from the 2 seconds it took. "Or maybe you should just return to your Slytherin dungeon and let us Gryffindors sort things out, and by sort out I supposed you mean manhandle." Malfoy had taken a step closer to McLagan and while they both towered over Hermione, they seemed to match each other in height. "Hermione and I have made an agreement to attend Slytherin's Christmas party." I don't know what it took her a moment for her brain to catch up to that statement. "We have made no such agreement, Cormac." She pushed her way to stand between them, and she could feel Malfoy's chest rising against her back. "Surely you remember, Hermione, I asked you when it doesn't matter when you think you asked her, McLagan, because Granger has already agreed to accompany me to the party." Hermione craned her neck to watch a sneer form around Malfoy's lips and the victory gleam that shone in his eyes. McLagan actually staggered back when Hermione didn't protest this. He looked absolutely disgusted at the revelation. He gave her another foul look. Hermione realized he was gauging her somewhat protective stance in front of Malfoy, and he clearly read more into it than what Hermione meant by it. Which was of course not helped by Malfoy's insane declaration. Why on earth would he proclaim something that ludicrous? But was it ludicrous? Yes, it most definitely was. Oh, she could only imagine the many explanations she would have to come up with to Hermione once word started spreading around the castle that Draco Malfoy was taking Hermione Granger to Slytherin's Christmas party. McLagan scoffed wordlessly and then stalked away. Behind her, Hermione felt Malfoy relax again and she turned to look up into his flustered face. There were no more than a few inches between them and if she heaved in a deep enough breath, she was sure her chest would meet his. He stood frozen to the ground and only then seemed to realize what he had just said. "I shouldn't have said that. You and I would never." That would be. His shoulders sagged and she saw a kind of defeat in his eyes she had never seen before. Not even when she had found him crying in the bathroom. Yes, well. Malfoy and Granger attending a party together would. I suppose you're right. Right. Okay. You should find someone else to go to the party with, and quickly before the stupid sod gets a second wind. Come to think of it. And he trailed off with a mysterious look in his eyes. One Hermione didn't particularly care for, because it reminded her too much of whenever Fred and George would conjure up another mischievous deed. Yes, well, thank you I suppose. She paused trying to find the best way to explain her need to hurry and find Hermione without causing more rift between this new tentative friendship. Run along, Granger. You wouldn't want Potter to catch the latest gossip. There was something in his voice she couldn't determine. Did he want her to run off and clarify things with Harry? Or was he challenging her to actually go with him to the party? Because that would be absolutely bonkers. Wouldn't it?